what you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can keep the radio open your heart and show your eyes that you're destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you're destiny.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the stream. I'm your host, Irene Geller, and I've got a doozy of a debate analysis for you. This is gonna hurt me, this is gonna hurt you, but if you're like me, you gotta watch. You gotta watch. This is Emma Vigeland going on Tim Pool. You've heard what I've said about this in the past. I don't think it's a particularly good idea to go on a show with a host that insists on dogpiling you. But for whatever reason, Emma decided to do this. I've pre-watched this a little bit, and I'm gonna let you know. Temple gets mad. Temple gets really mad, and he's mad at Sam, and he's mad at Emma, and like, you know, he's talking to them like they're no comment chick. Do you know what I mean? Like the way, the sense that I get on this, it just gives so much energy of like, well, you shouldn't platform her. She's really bad. Do you know what she did to Dylan Burns? She said he was transphobic. She's a bad faith act. That's what I get. That's what I get. And you know what it was? You know what the truth was? People were afraid to deal with me because they saw how I dealt with Dylan. They saw when Dylan came to my show spouting stuff that I'm not supposed to say in the very beginning of the stream because YouTube doesn't like that. YouTube likes it when I keep my language to a certain standard. So I'm struggling so hard to keep my language to a standard. Yeah, Tim Pool fears Sam Cedar. Twitch poll fears no comment chicks. The one no comment chicks singular. I'm sorry, I don't want to. I mean, I have had a bunch of different looks, and they probably feared them all. Most notably blue hair. I had to stop wearing the blue hair cosplay just because it was too triggering for Twitch poll. But let's see if we can get through this now. We're not talking about Twitch poll. We're not talking about Vosh. We're not talking about any of the enemies of the past. We are moving forward towards the future, towards the bright future. And that future is going to be a lot of blah blah blah. We're going to do blah 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 in the future. Every single day, every single night, I'm going to blah blah blah, and I'm going to drink my green tea, and you're going to love it, chat, because that's what you're here for, right? No, the blah 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 I was talking about is politics, right? We're going to cover politics. We've got an election coming up, okay? I'm not a lib, so it's a little hard for me. There's no candidate that I like truly support that's going to be running. All the candidates are like a vast disappointment. That, you know, even Bernie Sanders. Let's be real. Let's be real. Even if Bernie was running, you know, there's a limit to what Bernie can really enact, and you know, it's not my agenda, but it's our agenda. Ha ha ha. And look, if you got $27, I got some debate analysis for you. Speaking of which, let me change our... Let me change our sub goal here, right? So, I've actually got a lot of things if you're watching on Twitch. I've got a lot of things to cover. Would it surprise you to know, oh my god, I gotta rate my, I gotta give I got the tags, audience, everyone, category. What is the new thing? I've gotta give a content classification. There's no drugs, no intoxication, no excessive tobacco use. What is excessive tobacco use? And there's no gamba. So I think we're good there. Yeah. It's not branded content. It's not a rerun. I am coming to you live. Live from the... Wait, let me... Don't worry, it's gonna be worth it. I need to find it. Who is the girl on the majority report? Oh my god. That's the first thing that comes up. Not the thing that I need, which is okay, industrially ravaged Gowanus. Oh, I don't know how to spell industrially ravaged canal. Let's see if we can find this. Gowanus Canal. This is taking considerably longer than I thought it would. I'm just trying to find a simple piece of coffee pasta to read to you. Industrial, oh, type it in right. No comment check. Gowanus. Go, it's like go with a, and then Wanus. So like anus with a W, industrially ravaged Gowanus Canal. Come on, really? Did I find it? Broadcasting live from the heartland of America, Brooklyn, USA. Oh my god, I need the spiel. I need the spiel. Does anybody have the spiel? Does anybody know what I'm talking about? You all are Majority Report fans, I'm assuming, right? If you're fans of me, you probably know what I'm talking about, maybe? Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Am I just wasting my time here? Okay, cool. I just wasted a bunch of your time in the beginning of the stream. That's okay. Let's get to the content. But I said I was gonna end this goal and propose a new goal. Oh my god. Hey, what's up, Woody Red? Okay, there's the sub goal. No, that is not the sub goal. How did it do that? Oh my god. End goal. There we go, that's the one. New sub points, all right. So this is the meter that like needs to, by the end of me going over this content, it needs to be at 10, otherwise that's all the content that you get. That's the deal that we have to have here, right? I am kind of struggling this summer, and you know, that's not necessarily, that's not your fault. The thing is, if I tell you too much about my situation, the people that will donate, the people that will sub, are the people that can probably least afford to do that, right? The people with the best hearts, right? And I want you to like make sure to like hold off on to enough of your money to take care of yourself. I don't want you, you know, outpouring money that you do not have, right? But just like needless to say that anything that you can contribute helps me massively. Summertime, I guess, maybe it's just a tough time. For streaming, there's a lot of things kind of just like colluding to make it very financially difficult for me right now. And you can help me out with that by signing up for a sub. You can help me out with that by becoming a member on YouTube, or you can help me out with that by joining our Patreon, which is the thing I'm going to be pushing in the future. I almost made a video for Patreon. I almost made a Patreon exclusive video. I got caught up though, because this happened at the last second. I had a whole program, I had a whole show ready to go about Lauren Boebert and MTG, and we're gonna have to get to that when we get to that, right? Because that's really interesting too. They're going at it. Lauren Boebert and MTG, they want to be the first to impeach Biden, and they can't. They both want it, right? And they're going at each other's throats really bad, right? So that's going on, and then. Yeah, I'm considering just concentrating a lot more on the Patreon coming up in the future. So some of the good stuff is going to be behind a paywall that you can get behind yourself by signing up for my Patreon. Here it is in YouTube. No, here it is in Twitch. There it is in YouTube. You know the show's intro, then say it. I know it too, but like I have to hear the beginning. It's like a catechism or something. It's like the Lord's Prayer. Like, you know what I mean? Like I can't remember the Lord's Prayer off the top of my head, but if you say a few lines of it, then I'll be like, oh yeah, art in heaven, hallowed be thy, you know, like right, I'll remember it. It's like that. It's like the Lord's Prayer. Wow, that's a weird thing to bring up. We're getting religious, right? But our religion is the religion of the Majority Report, not the religion of the Our Father. Like I said, let's get going. And if you want more content, it's right there. It's unlockable for you, just like a video game, right? Just like you can unlock something in a video game. If we unlock this sub goal for today, I have got more stuff to talk to you about, including Marjorie Titan Green versus Lauren Boebert and their fight. And that they are like going at it unbelievably. Wait, what else is there? Oh yeah. The quartering. All right, so I hate to do this, right? Because I'm telling you about content that there is some chance that I will not get to, right? And that's, you know, all dependent on reaching that sub goal, right? But the quartering has a video. You know, like if you follow my Twitter, you know about this, right? I made fun of somebody on Twitter for saying that the sub went woke, and that's why the sub broke, right? The implosion was because of wokeness. There was excessive wokeness on the sub, and that, yeah, they want to blame everything on wokeness. Quartering's got a whole video on that. It really embarrassed himself. I wanted to watch that with you. I wanted to watch the Marjorie Taylor Greene thing with you. There's also Moms for Liberty, if you don't know, a reactionary group looking all the more reactionary by quoting a certain gentleman, a certain German gentleman named Adolf. That's right. They're going to Adolf for the quotes. The sub went woke. Well, hopefully your subs can go woke today. Hopefully somebody can get like right. So what's the other reason for the subs? Like you get emotes, you get good emotes, right? You get weasels, you get void coffee, you get all kinds of emotes with a sub, right? You also get to skip the top of the hour and the bottom of the hour ad break. It looks like the top of the hour one is coming up in about 22 minutes, right? That's 1 minute and 30 seconds of my stream that you will not get to enjoy. You will be having a suboptimal viewing experience, but hey, that's how Twitch does it, right? If you want to get out of that suboptimal viewing experience, you can do that with $5 for a sub. You could do that with a Twitch Prime, which you can hook up to you can integrate with your Twitch and, give it to the streamer of your choice. Hopefully that's me. Who am I kidding? Of course it's me, right? Or if you get really lucky and somebody's feeling really generous, you might be bestowed with a gift sub. It might even be anonymous, right? It might be a community sub. It might be a gift sub. It might be all kinds of things, but you could get a gift sub. The best way to do that is to be active in chat. Oh my God, see like that. Moni was chatting. Lynn gave a gift sub. There is a correlation there. You're very unlikely. Like, look, the only way that you're gonna get a gift sub if you're not chatting is if your name is like Chud Logic, right? Or you know what I mean? Like I'm talking about Vosh or something, and like Vosh might get a gift sub. Sometimes people give gift subs to like streamers that obviously don't like me very much, right? I feel like Dylan's gotten one once or twice. What are we watching today? Emma versus not Pem Tool. Yeah, that's right. That's what we're doing. And you gotta say Pem Tool, because like otherwise you attract an audience of Tim Pool sycophants. And here's what I'm worried about. Like, let me just introduce this. Yeah, introduce this. Let's say we're gonna, and also Lynn, thank you for the gift sub. I almost forgot to thank you. I was using your gift sub to prove a point. But thank you very much. I do appreciate those gift subs, and it looks like Moni will not be a victim of the ad break, which is coming up in just a very short time here. Right, so you know, here's my concern, okay? Look, this makes content for me. If I was just all about what is good for No Comment Check, what is good for Irene Geller, I would be saying, you know, keep them coming. Keep going on Tim Pool's show. However, who is Emma Vigeland? Emma Vigeland. The easiest way I can say this, that I know that you'll recognize what I'm saying, that I know. Oh yeah, you just got your emotes too, including the weasels. I love the weasels. The weasels. The NCC did nothing wrong. Me dancing, the void coffee, all these things are animated by Buffy Geek. So right, you're and including the NCC heart. I think Buffy Geek made that one as well. Most of these are Buffy Geek. Some of them are Vamps, but yeah, you'll have access to them all. So yeah, like what is my concern though, right? Okay, the first concern is that this guy is tag teaming you, Emma. That came out wrong. That came out wrong. There's multiple people that you're debating when you go on Tim Pool. If you're a lefty, you never get 1v1. Tim Pool doesn't do 1v1s, right? Because Tim Pool seems to have a lack of self-confidence or something. I don't know. So you're never gonna get a 1v1. The other thing about it is like, what is happening here that I really dislike? Oh my god. Strudel, thank you for the resub with the Prime. Wow, see, you could do Hype Train already? No way. There's no way that you can activate a Hype Train within the first, like, 30 minutes of the stream. That's never that's happened before. That's happened once, but I don't know if it'll happen again. No more debates. They should just do wrestling. I mean, maybe. But like, here's the other thing that I worry about, okay? Because like on this debate, that's actual Justice Warriors seeing. You're not seeing Tim Pool in the thumbnail. Obviously, Tim Pool is in my thumbnail, but he didn't make the cut for his own thumbnail. Why is that? Because he's culture war with Tim Pool. This is supposed to be Emma Vigeland versus actual Justice Warrior. Spoiler. Let me give you a little spoiler. There's not that much Emma versus AJW action going on here, right? It's not really what's happening. Most of what you're gonna see here is gonna be Tim Pool versus Emma. Because Tim Pool's kind of mad. Tim Pool's mad about some of the things that the Majority Report has said about him. They really get under his skin. Sam in particular gets under his skin, but he knows that he can't debate Sam, so I think that's why Emma got the invite. I think Emma is like the proxy, like Sam in this case, right? Pim did check it out of this debate. Wait, this debate? You mean he ends it prematurely? A guy who hides half of his hair under a beanie. No, he doesn't have hair under his beanie. He has another mouth under his beanie, canonically, right? Canonically, there's a separate mouth that he feeds hot dogs to under his beanie. But yeah, now here's my other concern, right? The way this gets presented is Tim Pool is the moderator. And indeed, you're going to see Tim Pool trying to retake the centrist lane. After all that he said, after all that he's done, yeah, you get the reference. Did the person who asked who Emma Vigeland is, do you understand what I'm saying? The girl from the Majority Report. No, I'm just saying that because, like, if you type in the Majority Report, the first question on Google Questions is like, okay, so the hype train is dying down. No worries of the hype train coming through yet. I thought that would be like amazing if that happened, but we're not going that fast, right? But here, so like Emma Vigeland is the girl. Emma Vigeland's a reporter, she a journalist. She's worked with Vice, she's worked with TYT, and now she's working on the Majority Report. And I think she's a pretty good addition, right? As far as the kind of conversations that they have on the Majority Report, I think she fits on into it pretty well. I think she covers some of the bases that Sam and Matt and other Matt and you know the rest of the Majority Report crew maybe has, you know, doesn't understand as well, right? Emma tends to know a lot of that stuff, right? So that's who Emma Vigeland is. That's her right there. This is actual Justice Warrior. Ridiculous name. I feel like just because of his name being so ridiculous, I have literally skipped every single bit of content. But he references Destiny, so maybe he's like a Destiny orbiter, right? You don't have to be liberal or conservative or anything to be a Destiny orbiter, right? You know, you could be like he'll be fine with like Lauren Southern. You could be far right if you want, right? You can't really be far left, right? You could be a tank, not a tanky. Oh my God, this is what Destiny would call Haas. But you could be a Duganite, right, and represent the left as a as a red fash, I guess. But yeah, like as far as actual leftists, he's trying to keep them off the stage. And you're gonna notice, right? A lot of this seems like kind of a hit job on Emma and on the Majority Report. He is repeating this lie that there's something like evil, bad faith about the Majority Report, about Sam Cedar, and that everybody knows it, and like, you know, like, right, and what I'm seeing is like Tim Pool becoming a Dylan Burns, right? If you don't know, back in the day, Dylan Burns was a panel host. That's why when I went up against Dylan Burns, nobody would take my side. They all wanted to get on his panel. Tim Pool is trying to pretend to be a centrist again, and he's trying to become the moderator. He wants to become the platform, right? If you let him do that, he will have an inordinate control over the gatekeeping of the political scene, right? Who gets to be in it and who is on the outs, right? And he's made very clear in this video that the Majority Report and specifically Sam Cedar are on the out, and that's because they're afraid of them, right? Just like Dylan Burns et al. Were afraid of No Comment Chick, just like they could not take me down in a debate. You know, those who tried ended up looking a little bit foolish, a little bit tomfoolish, right? A little reference to an old video, right? Kind of got run right over, right? With a road roller. Sarah, thank you for the resub. Thank you for the resub. Tim is actually awesome and based. If you listen to Tim Pool, though, she's an awful person. She's a terrible person for working with the Majority Report. So anyway, I feel like I've edged you for way too long. Meow, meow, meow. Let's get to the content.
You're being so inspirational to them.
Why?
That is not the beginning of the show. The Culture War with Tim Pool. Why don't you just call it the Hippy Dippy Culture War, Tim? And talk about wrestling.
Forms from top. I'd be fine by Tuesday, and then come Wednesday morning when I still couldn't talk, we were like, we need to call in the big guns. So we reached out to some people to see if they would guest host for us, and we got some people. We got Jack and Seamus. So thank you all for that. This is the first The Culture War podcast we're doing live, as we're now getting into the purpose for what this show is. Okay. When we do shows on Timcast IRL at 8 or so p.m., we'll often...
why didn't it include all the sub points? Because that one is a resub, right? So in general, what it does is if you are not currently subbed and you sub, then that counts as a sub point. If you are a sub and you don't resub and it expires, I think that actually takes a point off. And then if you are a sub and you resub, it just stays the same. So that, yeah, it's just the way that Twitch works. Twitch is weird.
Have people come in who
it's confusing. I've been confused by that too.
Either disagree with us on certain issues, and or that's primarily it. When they do, the show transforms from topical news into political and cultural debate. And so we decided we need to make a specific show that just handles those conversations and expands upon them so that we can actually get to the core of what people think, feel, why they want certain policies and why they don't. And a topical news show doesn't really work for that. So Friday mornings.
Okay, camera guy's getting his stuff figured out.
You know, here's what we're going to do. And we were posting this at 1 p.m.
Camera guy, you're listing.
Before, but now we'll probably end up doing it live just because. So without further...
What do they call that on a game controller when it automatically goes in a direction? It's called the...
Without wasting any of your time, we've got two awesome guests. Sean, do you want to...
Drift.
Introduce yourself first?
Oh, I'm Sean Fitzgerald.
Thank you,
I do
Zara.
YouTube at the Actual
Drift.
Justice Warrior. I cover primarily criminal justice related issues, and I'm happy to be here for your maiden live voyage of the Culture War.
And Emma, would you like to...
Okay, so he actually is called that not just as a dig at the SJWs, but as a person who's interested in criminal justice. What's up, Nina? What's up, everybody? Are we ready to go? Driftin' Shva? How do I pronounce that? Driftin' Shva? Anyway, wow, I got so distracted by chat. It's not your fault though, it's my fault.
Introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm Emma Vigeland. I'm the co-host of the Majority Report. Thanks so
For
much,
the record, everything on this stream is my fault. Okay, so
Tim, for having me on. I know that it was a little dicey with you and Sam in terms of him coming on, but I'm happy that you had me on. Honestly.
Absolutely, I'm glad you came.
Yeah,
You know.
and it's. I just want to clear this up because I know that you didn't want to.
it's a dig at SJW. The guy's a joke. Well, I mean, like, yeah, is it somewhat his theme though? Does he talk about like criminal justice, by which I'm guessing lock 'em up philosophy?
have Sam on because you called him a grifter, right?
Yeah.
And part of the
Wait, like, because the way he's describing himself so far is he feels like a pro cop kind of like a cop simp. Actually, the most boring person alive. Well, so good. So I didn't miss anything by skipping entirely all of it. Seriously, I've had so many chances of so-and-so's debating actual justice warrior. I'm like, I actually don't care, right? I don't know, something. But here's what's bad about that, okay? I have a thing where I judge like band names or show names, right? If it doesn't sound like a good name, I don't watch it, right? If the name annoys me, I don't watch it. I don't listen to the band, right? And there's been bands before that I was like, that's a terrible name. I don't like the name, And then somebody makes me listen to them and I'm like, oh, it's actually good. Because guess what? The quality of the music doesn't necessarily correspond to whether I like the band name or not. But yeah, in this case, I was right. In this case, I judged correctly. My bias did not fail me. Fast and Furious 3?
reason that you called him that is because you said that we put your song through a filter on our show, and I just want you to know I was hosting that day.
Okay, so seriously. Tim Pool does music, right? There's a guitar in the picture somewhere. I can't remember who the guitar. I think it's behind Emma. No, it's not behind Emma. It must be behind Tim. There's a guitar. He does play the guitar. Lance said that when he walked up the stairs to the studio, Tim was sitting at the top of the stairs, like wailing away on the guitar. And he was like, oh, very, right. And he wasn't bad, but his music has been compared to Nickelback. His music, it's not that it's bad. It's not that anybody says that he doesn't know how to play or that he's like hitting the wrong notes on his music. It's just boring. It's boring and it's derivative and it's uninteresting, right? That's what most people say when they listen to Tim Pool's music. And look, most like hosts would understand that, right? You're a political host. You're not a musician. It's okay if your music isn't all that great. That's not what people like about you. But no, Tim Pool's very sensitive when it comes to this kind of thing. Tim Pool's music is objectively bad. He's claiming that Sam and Emma in the Majority Report put it through a Nickelback filter to make it sound like Nickelback, and that it doesn't, in fact, in actuality sound like Nickelback, no matter how technically proficient he is. Well, I mean, like, I'm not saying he's technically proficient either. He's not, he's not doing like prog rock solos from like Rush and Yes or anything like that, right? But he's not doing like I don't know, what's like a good metal band that's technically proficient? Dream Theater. He's not Dream Theater, but he's not bad. He's not messing up. He's not hitting the wrong notes or anything. Oh my God, what is happening? Shakespeare, welcome to the stream. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, streamer. You have activated my stand. That's right. What's up, DigiK? Everybody, if you're not already, follow Shakespeare. Check Shakespeare out. Shakespeare covers a number of different things, including history, including language, and including some content you're just not going to find anywhere else. You have to check it out, though, to see what I mean. I think you'll be glad that you did. What's up, October? Welcome, Raiders. Yeah, you know what you raided into? Tim Pool versus Emma Vigeland. I didn't know this happened. Nobody told me this happened in my Discord, which I will now link to you because anytime I remember that I have a Discord, is a good time to promote my Discord and tell people to join it and tell people that look, I'm kind of kidding, right? When I say that I'm mad that nobody told me this was going on, I mean, I didn't know it was going on either, and it's like literally my job. But I do appreciate it when people let me know something's going on, and I do try to get to it. There's so much that gets posted in stream suggestions, and I do try to cover it all. Today, in fact, there was a couple of things I was going to cover from stream suggestions, and then we had this drop at the last minute, so I had to drop everything. We're not doing Marjorie Taylor Greene. At least not unless we unlock the sub goal. We're not doing Quartering and his woke submarine unless we hit the sub goal, and we're not doing the Moms for Liberty, right? That's what I had on the agenda, and then all of a sudden, like Vamps comes in and she's like, "Did you know? Did you know? Did you know that that Tim Pool and Emma Vigeland are debating?" And I'm just like, "Stop the presses! Stop the presses! Burn it all!" We're going with this, right? What's the goal for MTG versus Bobird? Oh, it's 10, like, right? So we're at 8 right now, and basically here's how it goes, right? If we can get to 10 by the end of this, then we'll unlock that extra content, which will be MTG versus Bobird, which will be the Quartering telling us how wokeness sank the sub. And Moms for Liberty expresses their undying admiration for a German man named Adolf, right? A German dude named Adolf. Yeah, they included his quote. So we have more content to hit if people are interested. Adadak, thank you for the gift sub to Non-Toxic 666 Bleach. I don't want to mix up my 666 chatters because I know there's a few 666 people in here, and I don't want to start confusing your names. Just because you got the same number doesn't mean that you're the same person. There's multiple 666 in here. We got some 666 energy today. So
we don't have the technology to do that, so I did not do that. So there you go.
Yeah, it was
clearing
like
that up for you.
the song. So that specific issue was the song we put out, played on your show, had like the mids ripped out of it.
We don't have the technological ability to do that. We're just a bunch of...
Adadak, thank you for the gift sub to October 666. So yeah, we can. You've got our Satanism bases covered today.
leftists in with like a soundboard. I promise you, nothing was intentional.
You don't have Audacity; it's free.
Well, no. The issue here is likely
I don't really
that
know. I don't know anything about.
If you don't have proper ingestion, then like the audio is going through a TV or something, it's going to sound really bad.
Right.
So if we...
Tim. Okay, so right off the bat, he's owning himself, right? So for anybody who just rated in, anybody who doesn't know what's going on, right? Tim really got mad that the Majority Report listened to his song off of the TV or something like that. Like, look, I almost want to... Now I'm curious. Now I'm very curious. Gay frogs? No, not gay frogs. Tim Pool music... Majority Report. See, this is this is what I'm able to do as a streamer, right? If somebody says something, if somebody makes a claim, we can check in on it. 9 months ago, music teacher breaks down Tim Pool's musical abilities.
Tim Pool has new music out in the stylings of Dashboard Confessional.
Oh, okay. I've never heard him I've never heard him compared to DC, but I guess people... Non-Toxic Bleach, thank you for the gift sub to Alien HD. That is 3 people just after the raid that are going to be saved from the top of the hour ad break, and we have 3 minutes if you want to start a hype train. I mean, I guess I'm already starting some bonus content here because better not ruin Dashboard Confessionals for... I know, right?
What's his band's name?
It's Timcast, I think.
No way, no.
It's Timcat.
Well, it's not. It can't be.
The consistency.
Is it literally like all the people like Seamus and everybody from Timcast?
The consistency of the branding is unparalleled.
But like just for the YouTube description?
Yeah, because we have an ad coming up in like a minute, right? So in about a minute, you're going to be served with an ad unless you are able to either use your Amazon Prime, pay $5, or you're lucky enough to be gifted a sub. And, the best way to do that is to be active in chat. Somebody will notice you, and you'll be more likely to be given a gift sub, just like just like 3 people just were in chat. Thank you so much, Adadak and Non-Toxic 666 Bleach.
Like literally the title where the artist usually
Bone
is
Anus?
Timcast, and the channel is Timcast.
That sounds like an industrial band.
Self-produced, self-starter. Let's see what he has in store. This is Tim Pool's latest. Tim Cool's coolest. He's lucky I can't speak today because I'm giving him some cachet. Only Ever Wanted is the name of his song. I saw a clip of it. I saw that some of the lyrics were criticized by some other recording artists.
The guy from Eve 6.
Mm-hmm.
Did Anthony Fantano go over? Eve 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tim's currently having a sort of meltdown saying, I said I liked Eve 6. This is how they respond.
This is worse than Dream. Do you all know about Dream? Dream did a face reveal. Dream, of course, famous for wearing the smiley face, for having the smiley face logo. And then one day he decided, as a treat, he was going to take off the mask and reveal himself. People made fun of him, which, they were going to do anyway, right? And Dream has actually done a face unreveal, right? He's deleted the video, Hello, It's Dream, and he replaced it with like a video about him getting a mask made so he can wear it to the grocery store. But it's like Dream, it's not clear if Dream is really hurt by what people were saying about his looks, or if Dream was just pretending to be hurt by what people were saying about his looks, right? It could go either way. He definitely is a content monster, so maybe he was just playing up the drama. But that's the with Tim Pool. I don't think he's kidding.
They don't actually care about the music, mine or anyone else's. It's all partisan. They just want to hate whatever it is you like, because they really just hate
I
you.
saw them on Warped Tour. They don't even care.
He continues, Nickelback is actually a hugely successful music, and it was memed
So people compared him to Nickelback, and then he starts defending
by
Nickelback.
people. They have 6 top 10 songs and 1 Billboard Hot 100. They aren't my jam, but that's fine. People are allowed to enjoy things.
What's the other one from like the 90s? Coldplay?
Sublime, though, are you nuts? Sublime is 10 out of 10 best shit ever.
My sister used to listen to that band. I've got some opinions about that, but I don't want to alienate anyone in the audience in case you like Sublime.
I am not shocked.
So I'll keep my mouth shut.
Nickelback might have been some of the inspiration behind his musical styling.
Absolutely.
That makes total sense.
I can't even believe that he is not even copying to the fact that Nickelback has like a good song or two.
No, he is. That's what he's saying.
But he's kind of, it's not my cup of tea. It's like, just say you like, this is how you remind me.
Well, he's saying,
Wait, he's also saying I don't like. I'm not a Nickelback fan, but they are objectively really good.
like, objectively, they have some Billboard Top 100, so you got to respect it. Which
Never understand why everyone hates
is
Nickelback.
like, no, you don't.
You don't.
It's probably the factor of just them being played a lot. It's that kind of thing. Like, if you hear a band everywhere, and you don't love that band, you're gonna start to kind of feel a certain way about their music. I think it's probably not Nickelback's fault.
don't think I respect Flo Rida, but he had
Come
some.
on,
Yeah.
Sublime is mid. I mean, look, I don't want to say this, right? Because the singer is no longer alive. I know that some people got into the music, they got into the story of the singer, and a lot of Sublime's music is very autobiographical. So that's why I kind of don't want to like take a steaming poo-poo on Sublime, just because my sister overplayed them to me when she was driving me in her car when she got her driver's license before I did. Right? I got to that. So I have a certain association with Sublime. That being that my sister loved them and played them all the time, and I was kind of forced to deal with that. Revolver Osathot, thank you for the resubscribe. Thank you for the resubscribe. See, yeah, it is weird. If you resubscribe and you're not currently subscribed, I think it gives you it counts you as a point, but if you're not, then it doesn't. It's so weird. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Let's get to the music. Nickelback was pretty mid, got popular at a very certain era. Yeah, that could be the thing too, is it's like some stuff, is just kind of stuck to its own era.
Maybe I respect Flo Rida more than Tim Pool. I would say that.
I was always like hoping that my sister would play Savage Garden, but she listened to that when she was a lot younger, and so she got tired of Savage Garden, and so she always played Sublime.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Let's hear it. Brace yourselves. Oh.
Here we go. So what do you hear? Do you hear a filter?
We might have to skip into it a little bit. You just want to hit
It's
forward
kind of building, isn't it?
about 10 seconds?
Who is this?
Who is this guy?
Some guy. Keep going. Oh my god, this is like post-rock. Skip forward.
A lot of like backwards guitar.
Oh, did you think I'd leave you there? Did you think I'd never keep my promise to? It's easy when
Okay, so I'm starting to hear something. Do we hear chat? What do you think? Do we hear a filter? Mods, can we do a poll on this? Is there a filter? Here, I'm gonna do it in YouTube too. Okay, I need to know. Is there a filter? Okay, how do I make a poll? Add poll. Could somebody make this in Twitch? Okay. Is there some kind of filter on Tim Pool's song? There we go. Question: yes or no, or add the option of like, I'm no expert. There we go. If you don't know, you can select I'm no expert. There's the poll for you on YouTube. Hopefully we can get one going on Twitch as well. I want to know what you think. Do you think Bone Anus is actually better? Wait, why am I not getting the reference? Bone Anus?
I'm lying there with you, and every night
We're gonna turn the music down a little bit so we can talk over it.
and every night I promise to hold on to.
Okay.
Dream I one day wake up next to you.
Do you know what actually I think I'm hearing? Yeah, Vamps has got it. Like, Vamps and me are on the same page here. I think I hear auto-tune. I think that Tim Pool was unable to sing these vocals in the studio and wasn't able to fix it on any kind of redub or anything like that. And if you've ever worked in a studio, if you've ever recorded for bands, you know what happens next is you start to kind of like mess with you start to kind of pitch shift it a little bit, try to see if you can get it in line so that the artist doesn't sound ridiculous, right? And granted, it's difficult to sing vocals, okay? I worked with somebody that was actually like one of my, I loved her vocals, right? I feel like Tim was a huge Tokyo Hotel fan. Funny you should say that. You should say that. So was the person that I recorded for. But anyway, yeah, she was a great vocalist. I heard her sing a lot of times. And she came in with her voice thrashed and didn't do a good job recording. And I got to be the one to try to tell her that and try to make it like, like not hurt her ego, but make her realize that she was capable of much better than that, right? Because I just didn't want her getting, going to tape like that. So
Do it.
Here we go. Come on.
hey, what do we think? Is there a filter?
Oh,
Fall asleep. Oh my god, is
the
she in
drums.
falsetto?
wait, go back. Because
Compress through a normal filter 1,000 times.
this is the lyric.
Staring at the heartache in my soul.
This is the worst lyric I've ever heard.
Did you know you left me there staring at the heartache in my soul? Oh my god. I wrote some pretty bad lyrics myself, okay? But yeah, not that bad.
It's because he says heart twice.
Alright, we have to skip ahead. We can't watch this whole thing, but go like to the middle. No, there's a build up. Keep going.
Oh my god.
3 minutes into the song.
Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, like, the band is okay. I mean, if you're into that kind of thing. Yeah, what does this remind you of, chat? Anybody got an idea of a band that you could compare this? It sounds like something from the 90s. This is seriously, my sister would love this.
3 minutes in, we
It's
get
not Sublime, but
some like 2012 vintage math rock. Or not even that.
yeah, I was gonna say it sounds a bit older than 2012. Lyrically, it's terrible. 3 minutes. The song is actually over by then.
I mean, what does he think he is? Does he think that Phil Collins song where you can have like the entirety of the song be the build-up?
Wait a minute. Emma sounds weird. Emma sounds weird, doesn't she? Like Emma's voice is altered. So that lets me know that if there's like a filter or something, it's on the host as well.
Also, somebody
Do you
who's
hear that?
a vocal who knows vocals. Oh, here we go. Tell that woman.
Now, I know that there's something that happens that sometimes people, when they're worried about getting copyright claimed, and yeah, Tim Pool hates the Majority Report, right? So there's a very good reason to imagine that one might get a copyright claim, right? But sometimes people will put I don't know what it is, like a flanger or something over it to try to keep that from happening. This song is now the Trump anthem, really?
Pause it. Staring. This is what the E6 guy made fun of. Staring at the heartache in your soul as your heart fell to pieces.
This song kind of went off, I gotta say, towards the end.
Get out.
Wait, what's better, this or Jordan Peterson's song?
Oh, this.
Yeah.
Jordan Peterson's song? What do we mean?
Like, I just am shocked at the datedness of it. I haven't heard this kind of rock music since I was 11.
This is like Cut Rate, Three Doors Down.
I just said it was Dashboard Confessional.
Yeah, Cut Rate, Papa Roach.
Yeah,
Cut
yeah.
Rate,
That's what I'm saying. Is it sounds like old music.
It's a vanity project.
I know that there's some dude that like remixed Jordan Peterson into like lo-fi, and they put his voice over the lo-fi. Like, who is this guy? JBP Wave. Yeah. What's his name? DJ Akira the Dawn. DJ Akira the Dawn. Right? He's like, just like pick one. Okay, but no, he's DJ Akira the Dawn. Is the guy that does the Jordan Peterson stuff. Sounds like a number of 90s alt rock bands. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It sounds like something my sister would like. Yeah, she likes that stuff. Or she used to like that stuff when she was like much younger. Temple's transphobic racist ass sang the first 1.5 minutes of the song. Like, okay, and I gotta say, like, I said that his voice was fine. His voice is heavily altered, and it's altered in a way that you do with vocalists who can't hit the right note, and it's not that good to begin. What I'm saying, chat, is that his voice is a well-polished turd. I talked about the Jordan B. Peterson lo-fi on my stream. Oh, too, you talked about DJ Akira the Dawn. That's some interesting stuff, right? That I was worried about copyright claims with that one too, but yeah, it's interesting. I mean, it's bad. It's embarrassing. It's cringy. And what's really bad though is that DJ Akira the Dawn, like he just is not that good, right? And the only reason that he would be known by, he's like an orbiter. You know what I mean? You got all these streamers out there that they're like not good. They're impossible to watch, but they cover like somebody that's really popular, like Destiny or like Vosh, or and they're just like constantly kissing the person's ass. It's like one of those. It's like that. That's what it reminds me of. DJ Akira the Dawn is like the musical orbiter of Jordan B. Peterson. We decided that JBP Wave should be illegal. I mean, I think you're right about that.
3 Days Grace.
I can't disagree with you. They're non-toxic.
Yeah.
It's a vanity project. This is like if I made millions of dollars doing Left Reckoning, and
it's a vanity project, but to give it credit, at least nobody was harmed in a undersea implosion, right? At least it wasn't that kind of vanity project. He definitely is working at the very tip top of his range in the song. Plenty of people use autotune. Yeah, but like you use autotune in a way that's undetectable, right? And that's usually because you've got one or two notes that you can hit them, but you don't sound good with them. And it's better if you use the autotune, right? It's the last option, right? And it sounds like the whole thing was just like, all right, let's that note's wrong, that like they're just sliding the notes all over the place. If musicians are making some money, then that's great. Yeah, that's the thing. Is it does producers, right? Producers, engineers, people like that will definitely be making some money off of support your local artists, yeah, and support your local vanity project while you're at it too. Why didn't Tim write a song that is more in his range? Good question. I don't know. I always want to. You sent me, Fantano covered this. I thought I was going to ask.
Started like a block party style. Like, we got 2 Telecasters, a bass, and some drums. Let's get after it, guys. And I'm just going to play like
Me and David
sort
in
of
a post punk outfit.
yeah, I've just got an octave pedal. I'm going to do some riffs, and we're block party now.
But don't dress up. Wear exactly what you always wear
That's
too,
true,
because
yeah.
that's branding. He doesn't
Yeah.
take off the beanie and dip.
I mean, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, it's like if I did that, but instead of going to skinny jeans and a band t-shirt.
Okay, so but we said that we thought that there was some filter. Now I said that I thought that the filter, if you go back here to when they're watching the song, I feel like there's a filter over the whole thing. So, I mean, does anybody think that they were trying to make Tim Pool? Because his claim is that they were trying to make him look bad. The filter is on the Majority Report video. Yeah, and I'm guessing that that is to prevent like a copyright claim. Look, if you want people to play your song as is, and especially if you're like Tim Pool to Majority Report, you gotta let them know. You gotta be like, hey, I don't know. You gotta because otherwise the assumption is I might get copyright claimed, right? Like, look, chat, I'm just a random small streamer chick, and I got threatened with a copyright claim by a number of different people. Somebody, White Nervosa, actually tried to file a DMCA claim on me. A bunch of other people, a bunch of no-name streamers. No, wait, there was one other streamer. There was one other streamer that didn't like the Minecraft video of hers that I covered, where she cackled about like secretly recording me and my mod team, right? Like, and which may be, like if you know about two-party consent, like that might be illegal, right? Might be illegal, I say, because I don't know, because I'm not a law expert, but I know for sure that that reacting to somebody's Minecraft video is not an issue of DMCA, but it didn't stop a certain Chud Logic orbiter, let's just say, from trying to take down that video nonetheless, right? Grim Stools took himself seriously. I would judge anyone who worked with Tim Pool. Tim does a good enough job making himself look bad, yeah, by himself. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. There's definitely a filter, but like the question is, was it a filter, designed to make him look bad? Like, were they doing the filter to own him? I don't think so. I think they were just doing the filter to prevent a spurious copyright claim. Like I said, I received 4 copyright claims from Whitener from Vosh's sysadmin. I received 1 or 2 from the Chud Logic orbiter, right? I mean, like, you can get them. They people will do that, and this wasn't even music, right? There wasn't even any music involved in these.
We were to like play music on the TV and then put the mics up to it.
I don't want to side with Pem Tool. Well, but do you think they were trying to make him look bad? Worse, it's that they're Chud and Mr. Girl orbiter. I don't think they like Mr. Girl anymore. I don't think they're fans of Mr. Girl anymore.
Everything would be ripped out from it. And
to their credit, but yeah, they did a lot of like supplication to Mr. Girl when he was more of a larger creator. It's really funny, Cope. They make fun of TP's lyrics, and TP says, but the sound quality, yeah, you didn't hear. Yeah, they didn't even say anything about his voice, right? I made fun of his voice a little bit. Not to be mean, but, realistically speaking, this is a vanity project. That's all I'm saying. I mean, you can have a vanity project. You shouldn't have to be a professional musician to record your voice and try to make a song. I'm not a super meanie butt. I don't know what people have told you, chat, but I am not, in fact, a super meanie butt.
Have the technology to do that, so I did not do that. So there you go.
Okay, wait,
Sean
I want to hear this.
Fitzgerald, I do YouTube.
I gotta hear
the
this. I
Actual
gotta hear
Justice
this.
Warrior. I cover primarily criminal justice related issues, and I'm happy to be here for your maiden live voyage of the
Absolutely.
culture war.
And Emma, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Emma Vigeland.
Something about that guy saying maiden left me uncomfortable.
I'm the co-host of the Majority Report. Thanks so much, Tim, for having me on. I know that it was a little dicey with you and Sam in terms of him coming on, but I'm happy that you had me on. Honestly.
Absolutely, I'm glad you came.
Yeah, and it's
the kind of thing that, okay, here's my take on it. All right, should a podcast host be able to make his own music and like people not make fun of him? Sure, but that kind of podcast host is the kind of podcast host that doesn't give himself a shout out, right? That doesn't use his podcast platform as a way to promote his music. If you promote your music on your podcast, it's free game, right? It is absolutely fair game. You can only comes in to record. One of the things that you do, right? So this is a great example. Look, these are AKG. Does it say that? Yeah. K240. See that, chat? See that K240? Now, if I wanted to, play some music with some heavy bass and really just like, enjoy myself, I wouldn't use these headphones. I use these headphones to reference because I want to hear the most neutral presentation of what I'm laying down, right? But, better headphones can kind of embellish it. Better speakers can embellish it, right? So, there's the way that when you're recording something and, like audio editing it, right? You'll generally like use stuff like this, or you'll listen to it on a crappy system and on a mid-range system and on a good system, like you'll listen to it in a lot of different ways because you want to know how it sounds on different things, right? But when you got that vanity project person coming in and you want to play it to them, and you want to convince them that this is a good track that you really want to put out, you give them the best headphones, the nicest, the nice and best. By best, I mean like, nicest sound like you possibly can, right? That's probably what happened with Tim Pool. He probably, went and recorded this, and part of the engineer's job was to make him feel better about the track, right? Because they don't want him to feel bad about the track and not, they don't want to tell him he's a vanity project. I'll make fun of the video imagery too. It's overwrought. Yeah, what the video imagery looks like it could be from the 90s. Although Tim's not that old. Like I feel like Tim Pool's not as old as my sister. You can only hear the music correctly. Yeah. To be fair, I did listen to it in the chapel of Saint Teresa of Avila, and he sounded like a mouse whose tail had been caught in the fridge door. Ouch. Ouch.
I just want to clear this up because I know that, you didn't want to have Sam on because you called him a grifter, right?
Yeah.
And part of the reason that you called him that is because you said that, we put your song through a filter on our show. And I just want you to know, I was hosting that day. We don't have the technology to do that. So I did not do that. So there you go.
Yeah, it was like
that up for you.
the song. So that specific issue was the song we put out, played on your show, had like the mids ripped out of it.
We don't have the technological ability to do that. We're just a bunch of leftists with like a soundboard. I promise you, nothing was intentional.
You don't have Audacity? It's free.
Well, no, the issue here is like...
It's your editors. It's definitely because like, you know how I know? Because the audio, like, look, if it had been in studio where this had taken place, right? And I don't think that Tim Pool was done dirty. Again, I think they were trying to avoid a copyright claim. I think they were trying to make to transform the content enough so that there'd be some question about whether a DMCA claim would actually stand. But this is definitely the editors. She wouldn't know about this because what happens is it gets recorded in the studio. That's where the producers are. That's where Matt is, right? Matt's on the boards. Matt, if he wanted to, could run it through a filter. I don't think that's what happened though, because then just the music would sound different. What happened instead was that everything that got laid down, like everything that got recorded on the podcast got that filter, right? That tells me it's the editor, right? And most likely because they're, look, if somebody's editing for you, you're probably giving them editor on YouTube, right? They're probably uploading it for you. They might even be setting all the, the description and all the other stuff that you got to set for like SEO and everything, right? They're probably doing all that stuff, right? So if you're the producer, if you're the person that's like putting that up, you don't want to get a copyright claim. Therefore, you just to play it safe, you throw it through a filter. That's what I think happened.
I don't know anything about.
If you don't have proper ingestion, then like the...
You know what we could do though, if we really wanted to? We could listen to it on we could find if anybody wants to find me the podcast, not the podcast, but you know what I mean, the day that came from. Shakespeare, thank you for the gift to smartest man in the world, who will now feel exceptionally smart not having to listen to the ad break, which is coming up in about 6 minutes, right? So if you want to be in the same boat as smartest man in the world and not in the boat that is not in a submersible that's a vanity project and that's not seaworthy, right? Then you can buy yourself a sub for $5. You can use an Amazon Prime. If you have it, you can hook it up to your Twitch and get a sub that way. Give it to your favorite streamer. Hopefully that's me. Or like like smartest man in the world, you could get lucky and just be talking and somebody gives you a gift sub. And I appreciate that so much. Thank you so much, Shaxby. By the way, how was your stream? What did you talk about today? I forgot to ask you.
Audio is going through a TV or something, it's going to sound really bad.
Right.
So if we were to like play music on the TV and then put the mics up to it, everything would be ripped out from it. And then if we were to say, listen how bad this sounds, it's misleading the average person into thinking that that's what the song sounds like. When
But I played that, and look,
Tim, the Majority Report is not responsible for your music sales. Like, what are you talking about? He's so aggrieved by this. No, I find this incredibly, I find this so funny. The Orca Commandos have committed to not attack the subs that listen to NCC's stream. That's right, they can tell. Tier Pool is still crying. Yeah, he still is. Yeah, that's wild. That's wild. Look, even if you're bothered by it, you gotta not say it, right? I don't say everything that I'm bothered by. If somebody puts an ugly picture of me on a thumbnail, like that Chud Logic Orbiter, like, I don't think you've ever heard me complain about that, right? She had to work, though. She had to do some scrubbing to find that picture. But yeah, them's the breaks, okay? Somebody who doesn't like you and is reacting to your content, I don't know who needs to hear this, but they're not going to present your content in the best light. And they're not responsible for your music sales. He's literally acting like, listen, if you'd played the real song, then I would have gotten 30 downloads on Apple Music, on like iTunes, right? Is iTunes really still around? Have you noticed that they'll use iTunes, like the MAGA rap people, when they try to brag about how influential they are, how big their music is, they're like, #1 on iTunes. And it's like, yeah, that's right, because nobody uses iTunes anymore. Nobody uses iTunes. I'm sorry. Nobody uses iTunes. That's not a real metric. He could have said, you would have mentioned the copyright filter if it was a song of someone you liked or something like that. Do better. Yeah, I know. He didn't need to say anything. Like, right? But it's almost like he feels like he's entitled to a certain amount of sales from the Majority Report, like playing his stuff. And I hate to break it to you, Tim, but nobody would pay for that. The only people that will pay for that music are people that really like Tim Pool. Like, right? If they're paying for your music, it's a vanity project. They're doing you a solid. Like, right? Your family, your friends, maybe some, really parasocial, like, viewers of the podcast, but not that many people, right? And you're okay, Tim. You're a big famous podcaster. You don't need to be like a fucking top 20 music, artist.
I mean, we're here to have a great discussion, I think. But it's interesting that even though I played it, that was your justification for calling Sam a grifter.
It's not, though. The issue with Sam was that I put out a tweet where I said, we try to invite people on the left all the time. They always say no. And then Sam tweeted, challenge accepted, or something to that effect, like, I'll come on. And I was like, oh, this is great, because, Sam was actually the first person to ever shout me out, ever, in my career.
Yeah.
Praising me. And so I said, we will cover...
That must have been a long time ago. Was he on Vice back then? A big surprise, mediocre white man's lack of success isn't because he's mediocre. It's all because the rest of us, we just don't look, he's too beautiful. Like, this, world was never meant for one as beautiful as you, Tim. That's all it is. If they weren't trying to hurt his sales, if they try, it's not like somebody was like listening and they were gonna buy his album, they were gonna buy his song, right? But then they listen to the Majority Report and they're like, ooh, I don't know about that. Cancel that sale to... No, that never happened. Right? That never happened, Tim.
Travel accommodation, we'll fly you out, we'll take care of everything. Let me know what day works for you. And he said something like the 13th. And I was like, this is fantastic. And then he DM'd me and was like, I'm not coming on your show. And I was like...
Yeah, it was because of COVID restrictions. I've seen the DMs. I told him he should put it on... I've told him he should put it on Twitter, but he's too good of a guy. I mean, maybe
Well, no, I published all the DMs. Yeah. Because then what he did was... He then...
Okay, so is that what happened? Is that like he was going to come on, but then COVID hit? I talked about so if you don't know, Tim's stipulation, at least as of recently, right? Because there are exceptions. There was a Sam versus Tim debate that went on via telephone, right? But more recently, Tim has been requiring that people come into his studio, right? And there's a psychological reason for that. You're a guest in his house, all right? So he wants you to treat him in a certain way, right? It's just a mind game. Like, this guy is so lacking of confidence in his own ability to debate that he puts all these stipulations, that and the dog pile, right? Even this show, we're getting a 2-on-1 dog pile. That's not as bad as his normal dog pile. That's not as bad as how Lance was treated. That's not as bad as how Matt Bender was treated. That was like a 4-to-1 or 5-to-1 dog pile, right? But it's like, you know, he's just like, there's so much insecurity just emanating off of this man, right? Sam leaked the DMs on Twitter after the convo. On stream, I talked about the island of Sark, which is the last feudal fiefdom until 2008. The lord who ruled over it only paid $2 in taxes total to the UK a year. So it's like off the coast of the British Isles, I assume. And then we talked about a passenger rail in the US, and also some history stuff, as well as China travel, etc.
It's mostly water under the bridge, but he made some comment.
He's preying off of people's hospitality, exactly.
About me backing out or something, and I was like, "What are you talking about?" Like, and then I messaged him. I was like, "Are you kidding, dude? Like, we're gonna pay for everything." And then he was just like, "No, I'm not doing it. Are you crazy?"
Well, then just do it. Like, I mean, I'm sure he'd be down to come down soon, and you guys could actually hash
the
it
issue
out.
has expanded more than that. I mean, so at the same time,
you're acting like he's NCC or something, right? You're acting like he's got files on everyone. I don't know.
There was Hassan Piker, who also responded to my tweet. And he said, "I'd love to come." And I said, "When can you come?" And he said, "Let's figure out a date." And so I DM'd him, and he said, "I got to be honest, I'm actually concerned about COVID." And I said, "Totally get it. No worries, man. Thanks for reaching out." And that was the end of it.
But again, any of those possible debates, the Sam debate and the Hassan debate, like, you could have just done what everybody else does, right? Like, I've debated people. I didn't fly Dylan Burns to my city and put him up in a hotel or anything like that. I just had the dude call me on Discord. That's how it normally works, right? And like, granted, you're probably going to use something a little bit nicer than Discord because you're a major podcast, but like, this isn't that hard.
Sam, however, used it.
It's not that deep, Tim.
It on like a video, and then started tweeting about it because it was drumming up a whole bunch of clicks and views. And I'm like, okay, dude, I get it.
Because your president run-dayed him.
Interacting with this guy is just going to create drama that he uses to get clicks. I mean, the dude's got like 170 videos about Dave Rubin.
Yeah, we do cover that. I mean, I think part of what we do.
Look, listen, if you don't want to get covered in that manner, all I got to tell you, there's one way to do it, and that's like, be less entertaining. When you respond to the way that somebody plays your music on their show, and you get butthurt and upset by the fact that there was a filter over it, and you feel like your voice wasn't all that it could have been, and that people didn't hear the very best version of the mids were cut out. Come on, man. Stop feeding that engagement, which is what you're doing. There's another word I could use for this, right? That's more the language of like online harassment and stuff like that. But I'll refrain from saying that. But I think you all know what kind of cow Tim is being here, right?
Is we try
what kind of milk he is giving, right?
To respond to some of the right-wing ecosystem on the internet, because there's a vacuum truly left. You guys have a lot more money than the left-wing media space. We just try to combat it a little bit.
I think the issue with that, I can understand why you'd say that, but it looks like this is a great way to kick off the show, actually, like the start of the culture war. I actually don't think that whatever this space has more money, because this is
what about Soros? Are you taking into account Soros, Emma?
Fractured independent space of varying ideologies.
Tim, I'm in your compound right now.
Yeah, I'm rich.
I'm in your compound. She said compound.
I live in a one-bedroom. I mean, how did you get rich?
Hassan Piker doesn't have a compound, okay? He has you can call it a mansion if you want, but you can't.
I started a website, took members.
It's a little different.
Sold ads on videos.
Yeah, but the reason that you get ads and that we don't is because you more adequately serve capitalism and we challenge it.
Black Rifle Coffee is more likely to advertise on Tim Pool than they are on the Majority Report.
We got our ads pulled. What do you mean? There's whole organizations dedicated to getting all of our ads removed.
Right, but the proof is in the pudding and where I'm sitting right now.
So this is memberships. This is almost entirely because people pay to become members of our websites. If the Majority Report, you guys have been around a lot longer than I have. Mm-hmm. The inability to provide.
There's Groyper. Okay, look, I gotta show you this. Okay, I don't usually show you the chat, and please be responsible. Don't go and harass anybody. Okay, I know you won't, but I gotta say that anyway. Oh my God, here I gotta do it like this. I want to show you this. Like, and I didn't search for it, right? This isn't like the first, I haven't been looking at his chat, right? But look, when I do look at his chat, check out what I find. Scoot him over here, and then let's see who's in his chat. Oh my God, that's a Groiper icon, right? And I'm sure it's not the only one. He says that he's like he's a libertarian, centrist, maybe center right is the most ideal Grant. Right there is Groiper. Right there is the more metastasized form of Pepe. Right, you see it? That's a Groiper. That's a Groiper in his chat, right? And look, like, you could say that, well, that's just one, no comment check, you're cherry picking. Like, look, I'm sure if we watch the whole video, like I said, I haven't been looking at his chat. I just happened to glance at it, and there's a Groiper right there. He is so full of shit about his audience. Yeah, he wants you to think that his audience is like center, and they're not. There is no center. You can't have a center audience, honestly. Like, right? Like, I don't know, unless it's, I'm trying to think. Like, centrist audience would be like never Trumpers or something, right? So he gets so triggered when Emma brings up the Nazi terror. Oh my God, yeah, you've watched ahead, haven't you? But Temple would probably claim that coffee isn't political. Black Rifle coffee is. The main benefit for right-wingers is oil baron type of... That's a good point, smartest man. That's a good point. Yeah, you get a different kind of backing that's like entirely on a different level as opposed to just like the ads. But yeah, there are like right-wing products. So as much as he wants to complain about being demonetized and people get his ads pulled, there are so many, like, look, the Trump audience, the right-wing audience, right? People know this, that they are the sucker that is born every minute, right? They are the proverbial sucker. If you tell them that there is a civil war coming and that they need to buy a bunch of instant food, like food that you can just pour hot water on and heat up and eat out of a bucket, they'll buy the bucket. They'll buy the bucket from you. They'll buy the thing that cleans the chemtrails out of their air. They'll buy the medallion that gets rid of the radio frequencies and the Wi-Fi, right? They'll buy so much stuff from you. For every ad that you lose because like Media Matters, clips you and some, mainstream company doesn't want to work with you, there's a million other ads that are pretty lucrative, right? That just literally preying on the conspiracy nature of your audience. Apparently there is a coup going on in Russia. Wagner's, oh my God, of all the days for this to happen, Wagner's Prigozhin is saying he will Roblox the men are... Oh no, it's wait, Shakespeare, help me pronounce this. Prigozhin and Shwegu. I'm so bad at pronouncing Russian. All I can say in Russian is like spicy ba. That's the only Russian I know. I don't even say da or nyet. I say spicy ba. Spicy ba, everybody. Shooting oh my God. Okay, do we need to cover this? I feel like we need to cover this. Moscow. Breaking news, yeah. Shoigu, thank you. It's Shoigu, okay. 3 weeks ago, no. That's the problem with YouTube. You're showing me stuff from 3 weeks ago. You know that this stuff is getting... 3 weeks ago, what happened? Was the drone? The drone happened 3 weeks ago, okay. 4 weeks ago, 5 months ago, 3 weeks ago. Come on, help me out here, YouTube. 6 days ago? No, I want like today. I typed in breaking. Oh, that's right, because everybody uses breaking news as a tag. Oh, I hate this. Okay. Russia, Moscow, civil war? Ah, not the Russian Civil War. I know about that. I can, but the filters suck. I hate using the filters. Look at this. There's a coup in the GOP. No, that's not even. It doesn't even say coup. I don't even know why that. Okay. It's the end of search. That's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with the end of search. Like, algorithms have made search impossible.
The conflict between the Russian Defense Ministry and Wagner mercenaries chief Yevgeny Prigozhin is getting out of the Kremlin's control, analysts say. After all, even Putin's personal intervention on the side
5 hours ago, though. Is this it?
of the military department did not bring any results. Wagner mercenaries still refuse to sign contracts with the Ministry of Defense.
Briefly, yes. This conflict clearly indicates that Putin's vertical, in the old sense of the word, has collapsed and deformed. I think that on the one hand, this gives a clear impression to many that Putin is not building his own leadership system in the same way as before, and is clearly demonstrating some weakness.
According to the political scientists, Prigozhin's media activity does great harm to the reputation of the Russian authorities and Putin personally. At the same time, there are no signs
Prigozhin
that the head of the Wagner mercenaries is going to stop making dirty linen in public, and vice versa. He tries to give publicity to the apparatus struggle.
I came to hand over the documents to Minister of Defense Sergei Kuzhegetovich Shoigu. They didn't accept my letter, but I came personally. As in previous times, I will have to hand over letters to the Minister of Defense in the public sphere. Wagner acts as it wants. The Ministry of Defense continues its half-hearted attempts to force Wagner into submission. That is...
So if you don't know, like, one of Putin's... Let me just, like, give you, like, a synopsis of what's going on here, right? One of Putin's techniques for maintaining control over Russia, right, is to divide the military powers, right? So that's why you've got the Wagner mercenary group as well as the Ministry of Defense, right? He's got and they don't like each other. Prigozhin and almost said Sugoi. It's not Sugoi. What's his name again? Shugoi? Right, they don't like each other, they don't get along, they're always competing, right? And that's the way that Putin likes it, right? Because he doesn't want, like, the military deciding, hey, Putin's getting kind of old, we don't like the decisions that he's making, let's Shoigu, not Shugoi. Yeah, you're right. So it's a way of Putin making a coup against him more difficult, right? That's and you know, but like it sounds like they're not supposed to fight each other, right? And is that what's happening, Shakespeare? Have they turned their guns on each other? Sheboygan, Sheboygan? Wait, what is that? That sounds familiar too. Anyway, I should get Shakespeare to come on the stream and pronounce the names for me. I think that it's more fun when I mispronounce them.
A product to a customer does not mean that one political faction has more or is granted more because of capitalism or anything like that. Like if Sam is unable to, I mean, Sam's had way more subscribers than me for a long, long time.
Right.
And he just like, and I'm not saying this to be like mean. I'm saying if he doesn't know how to turn revenue, the issue is more so you need like a COO or somebody who's going to say, here's how we provide something to a market that generates revenue so we can expand our business. So we're better at that here, I suppose, is the easy way to put it.
Well, no, because what you say here is more attractive to investors and advertisers. I mean, we're basically only members. And okay, well, other right-wing media like the Daily Wire and stuff like that. And even what I'm looking at the Rumble, what I don't know, what do you call that logo right there?
Looks like a rectangle.
Yeah, I mean that's a David Sachs.
Okay, so yeah, Tim Pool's got slightly more YouTube subscribers than Sam. Now, subscribers, as you know, if you're subscribed to our YouTube, You know that it's not the same as a Twitch subscription. A Twitch subscription will cost you $5 a month, or you'll have to use an Amazon Prime to get it, or you'll have to be lucky and be gifted a sub, like to get a subscription on Twitch, right? On YouTube, all you gotta do is click the subscribe button right here, which is right next to the like button, which you should also be clicking if you're on my YouTube, right? See how I got it in? But anyway, Tim's got 1.33 million, and Sam's got 1.29 million. So, maybe Tim recently passed Sam.
It's a venture capital backed venture, I
More
believe.
videos and stream suggestions.
At the very least, Peter Thiel is involved.
Yeah, you said there was a live stream. I mean, like if it's really like if if the Sheboygan has hit the proverbial fan, then there should be like a lot of coverage of this. If it's really going down, like you say it is, like you'd think there'd be Is the Russian thing going to displace MTG versus Bobo? Hopefully not.
There's no equivalent on the left.
Why wouldn't you
Absolutely
be able
not.
to get advertisers if like
But
David?
we're not even getting to MGT versus Bobo unless we get, what is it, like 4 more sub points here?
Pac-Man and the Young Turks have advertisers. Your content's not like too
We do have
dissimilar.
advertisers. We just have,
Although honestly, chat, that's such a big story. I will try to make it happen. Like even if we don't get to it today, I will try to. I don't want to miss out. I've got a thumbnail for it and everything. You might have seen it if you clicked on the YouTube stream earlier.
advertisers that are a little bit more within our system of values. And
There's people in the Tim Pool's chat calling her psycho.
we're trying to combat corporate greed. We don't have a ton
I don't know what that's in response to.
of advertisers that I think
She seems pretty calm. This chick is delusional.
align with
Tommy, oh my god, I gotta stop
we
reading
have
the chat.
advertisers that we
I gotta stop reading the chat. Chat, if I ever go on Tim Pool's podcast, which I won't, just remind me not to read the chat.
try to include in terms of like leftist values as well. But just by the nature of left versus
Somebody
right,
said that YouTube is the left's Rumble. Okay, wait a second. The Russian thing is going to display. Yeah, I'm trying to find Western sources. Oh, most of are. Well, look, I can translate Russian. As long as they just say "spicy ba" a bunch of times.
it's asymmetrical warfare.
But you guys are
but honestly,
you
Sam
just
should
said
just
you're-
put
you're
those
passing
DMs
on
out there.
advertising.
Yeah, I see what you're saying though. We wouldn't be able to make much sense of it if it wasn't.
Advertisers that don't align with your values. So
Yeah.
like you
But
have
we do the
those
same
options.
thing. We do literally. So we have like 4 advertisers. We have like
Right.
4.
Right. Okay.
So our website has no advertisers, and it's
Oh
almost
my
entirely
gosh.
membership funded.
Yeah.
So
I mean, look,
everything here is because people give us $10 a month.
we're really trying to cover politics on our program, and I think that that's what is like our central focus. I mean,
Well, I
you
make
talk
a video
about,
about me and music.
well, I mean, it was a little fun because it was kind of funny. But I mean, Sam comes from a comedy background as well. I would say that I think you misrepresent what our show actually does. The first hour, the free hour of our program before we go to the membership portion,
Shakespeare, we should have you on though. If you're gonna hang out. Oh my god, this video is so long though. I want to bring you on to talk about this. I also don't want to bump MTG.
is one that we literally have experts on Social Security, on international politics. It's not, honestly, something that is conducive to, it's dry. It's not conducive necessarily to a ton of capital investment or advertisers. And we're
Right, so
trying to
we
make
don't
a
have-
difference in the world.
We don't have investment or
Sure.
we have like 4 advertisers. Actually, we have 0 advertisers. And we got rid of them all. So
Okay.
we ended all of our advertisers. To be fair, on the podcast version of things, I think we have like 6. On the YouTube side of things, we've actually gotten rid of all advertisements. So now it's just like whatever YouTube does, they do.
Right.
And then we're starting our own companies. The reason we started our own coffee company, it's because I'm not going to say the name of this person, but there are organizations
It's because coffee is too woke, right? We want coffee that's not woke.
that lie in order to get our ads pulled. And so that's happening.
I hate it when conservatives use left and liberal as synonyms, especially when they call liberals leftists, right? George Soros, famous leftist, right? We could always wait on the Russian aspect, I'm sure.
Happen to us. One example is that there is, well, I don't get into too much of it, but
Well, I feel like having you on to chat is going to be a great way to understand this particular issue, Shakespeare, if you, unless you're busy.
there's a group that has argued that I have claimed that Donald Trump won in 2020, and they've used that to raise tens of thousands of dollars.
Okay.
I never said Donald Trump won in 2020. In fact, since Joe Biden got inaugurated, I said Trump lost, and these people need to accept it.
Right. Well,
Flush the stool, let's go for the spicy bar.
you said there might be a race war. there was that.
When did I say that?
I'm not sure, but you also said that.
He says civil war all the time. Has he ever said race? Like, I don't think he uses those terms, but his politics heavily imply what she's saying.
I don't think that's a true thing.
I would warn her though to be careful. Like, right, understating your claims is always going to be better than overstating them.
10-year-old who got an abortion, who was raped, you called that a hoax. Have you retracted that statement?
So there's very
that was on Lance, right? That was with Lance.
Deep context to that. What we're talking about when
But
I
that's
say
been
hoax,
proven. I mean, charged. The rapist has been charged, and the doctor who provided the abortion fined.
So this is a really good
Indianapolis.
example of the problem in the culture where I would say, see, you don't know what I actually said, because I didn't say what you're describing.
You did. I just watched it last night.
Right. And so what I said was the fact that they politicized this to win a political point is the hoax, not that the child was abused.
How
video from 2 minutes ago, some stream suggestions. I would be glad to come on. Nice.
does that constitute a hoax, Tim?
Yeah,
So-
yeah. Well, yeah. Like, I'll finish my I'll finish this debate, and you can finish your tea, and we will make it happen, right? Because I want to get your analysis on the rush. Like, I don't usually cover geopolitics, right? So it's nice to have somebody who's better versed in that kind of stuff to come on and give their takeaway.
Like, let's say there's what's a good example of this?
He also got paid by Prager.
Ahmaud Arbery. Ahmaud Arbery is a really great example, right? So here's
No, I'm talking about this example though. The
Right,
one that
so-
I just brought up.
so right. If
That's the famous Tim Pool pivot.
I can't explain to you that manipulating a story for political gain is the hoax, then I don't know.
What's
what
the
else to say.
manipulation?
Oh man,
Does this chick think she's in divorce code? I gotta
It's an
stop
old story. I have to
reading.
pull it up. I
I
think
gotta
the-
stop reading chat. I gotta stop reading the Tim Pool chat.
the issue was that they were able to actually
Get her, lol.
get the treatment in
She's a yikes.
state, but because of the law, they decided
Not your show, Emma.
to seek it elsewhere.
Oh my
and I
God.
said that is a hoax. I didn't say that it was a hoax that the girl was abused. I said
The child's pregnancy was not politicized. It was an inherently political thing because this is the result of Republican policy. And at this point, we're not just talking about policy that comes through legislation and executive decision. We're talking about policy enacted through a violation of judicial precedent, right? Through essentially legislation from the bench, which is what the right wing has complained about forever. Now they're doing it.
if they could
She
have sought
bodies
treatment
him?
in state under the exemption, I think it was Ohio, right? There was an exemption saying in the cases of
No.
abuse, the treatments are permitted, but they decided to make a public statement and leave the state anyway. I said that is a hoax.
It was not a public statement.
Well, but that's my
no,
point.
No, rape and incest exemptions are non-actionable. This is like well documented with abortion activists. How long do you think it takes to prove
Oh,
a
yeah,
rape
you
or
gotta
incest
prove it.
case before
Yeah, yeah,
you're
yeah.
able to use that carve out
Well,
to
I
actually
don't-
get an
Well,
abortion?
doesn't it depend on how the law is written? Do you have to prove it, or does it have to be alleged?
I mean,
That's what
Well, let me
she's
just answer-
saying. That's what she's
That
saying.
is one
point
of the
real quick
ca-
so we can clarify the thing on.
Sure.
I never said it was a hoax that the girl was abused. That is incorrect.
But honestly, this is a part and parcel of what you do is you put that kind of statement out there and then you put caveats in to protect yourself.
Like
but
me
that,
He's slippery.
saying that someone manipulating a story for political gain is a hoax is
it's not a manipulation. That is the kind of thing that's going to continue to happen as abortion restrictions happen throughout the country.
It's
It
an
was a
opinion.
particularly egregious example used to shine light on
I'm gonna
broader
jump on my
restrictions on
trampoline,
abortion in this
chat.
country. I mean, it's an opinion,
You're
but
getting
you
this one for
haven't
free.
retracted
Yes,
it. It's
Okay.
false.
it's not false. If there is a story and the story is exaggerated or manipulated in an effort to sway people into believing one political faction over the other,
According to Tim Pool's definition, his own show is a hoax.
you are engaging in a hoax.
I mean, isn't that what you guys do when you post like extreme videos of crime and things like
We
that?
don't do that. What are you talking about?
I mean, you
Okay.
respond to videos.
Also, does anybody want to like have a go at this? I want to know what people's I want to know if anybody has an explanation. Right, the term hoax, I believe, traditionally is used for like if I'm a big UFO head. Oh my god. Sorry, I was like trying to pull my shoe off here. Well, so I can jump on the trampoline. But like, right, if I'm a big UFO head and I just really want for there to be UFO stuff, right? Like, and I don't care if it's real or not. And I get like some kind of a drone and I hook it up with a bunch of lights and it looks like a UFO, right? That's a hoax, right? That's a hoax. Or like, let's say I'm not even a UFO head. Let's say that I just like to, I'm a troll, right? And I make a fake UFO with a drone and I fly it around and like, ha, 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 let's like get everybody scared. And people are like, oh my gosh, there's a UFO. That's a hoax. That's what a hoax is, right? Trump has expanded hoax to mean like, to imply that the connection between him and Russia is is made up, right? Now, if it was a hoax, that wouldn't this is the thing. Like, I don't understand hoax in the context of like, you're saying that Mueller or Adam Schiff or whoever's investigating you like really, really wants people to believe that there's something between you and Russia, and there's nothing at all, no collusion. There's nothing between you and Russia, right? That's not a hoax. That's fake news, right? If you want to if he was even right about that stuff, but what is the functionality? Why are they using hoax, right? I think there's something to this, right? I think there's a reason that they use it. I just can't quite put my finger on it. But I think there's like a rhetorical, purpose that serves. According to Tim Pools, hoax implies a lot. Yeah, implies almost like a playful or troll, or you know what I mean, like a gotcha, right? Like if I grab your nose and I'm like, oh, look, I got your nose. That's a hoax, right? I didn't really pull your nose off, right? That it was a hoax. Your nose is still attached to your face. You're not Voldemort. Hoax is a nice word. Many people will pick it up instantly. That's Tim's MO. He claims the way he was using the word hoax means something, but it's not the definition that everyone understands to be the meaning. It implies the opposition isn't serious. Okay. War of the Worlds. Yeah, War of the Worlds. There we go. That's an perfect example of a hoax, right? But you know what's not a hoax? The top of the hour ad break. It's real. Unlike weasels, which are mythical creatures, which may or may not be real. The top of the hour ad break is 100% real, and you will 100% be experiencing it in 5 minutes if you do not have a little persona icon next to your face. The 3 ways that you get rid of the top of the hour ad break are by buying a sub for yourself, by using Twitch Prime, which you or maybe somebody else has, that will let you use it, and getting a free sub that way, or by being lucky enough to have a gift sub, a community sub bestowed upon you by somebody else, which is going to happen more often if you're more active in chat. So another reason to be active in chat. So yeah, there we go. I was just going to ask if that was Persona. Yeah, it's Persona 2. It's the one that nobody's played.
Those that are taken.
Wait, somebody else has weasels? Who else has weasels? That's so cool. Oh my god. That's so cool. Somebody else has weasels.
Completely out of context, isolated instances.
I don't think you watch the show because that doesn't sound
I mean, I do a little bit.
No, you don't. Because we don't do that.
Yeah. Yes, you do.
Well, that's not true because we don't do that. In fact, one of the points we make specifically is...
Look, I mean, I don't know. He's going to go off on this. She doesn't watch the show, so, don't listen to
subway crime, to talk about all these inflated crime numbers. Crime is down in New York City in 2020 by every metric.
Down compared to what?
Down compared to 2021 and 2022.
Don't change the subject.
No,
you
I'm
accused
not.
us of publishing videos we don't publish.
Oh, yeah, I wouldn't want to change the subject. I wouldn't want to do a pivot on the Tim Pool show. We know how you feel about that, Tim. 3 is my favorite, but I should play 2.
It's down in compared to 2021.
Oh yeah, I need to finish 2.
And there was a giant year-over-year increase from 2020 to 2021. Then you're talking about something that's
wasn't
down.
Giant. It was a small bump from the
pandemic. 47% increase in homicide in the city of New York is not a small bump.
Homicides have been on a precipitous decline since the 70s, since the 80s, since the 90s. There was a bump because of desperation in the pandemic, and now it's back down in 2023. So, that's irrefutable. That's the NYPD's own data. That's on all major crimes: murders, rapes, grand larcenies, robberies.
So another thing that I want to point out, right? I love Emma. Okay, first and foremost. I think Emma's great. She's inspiring. She, I don't always agree with her, but I usually agree with her. And, so no shade here, right? But Emma, you're now talking about crime statistics to Tim Pool. I mean, does anybody in chat know why that might not be a great idea, right? Do we understand the politicization of crime statistics, like where crime statistics come from, right? And how kind of subject to manipulation they are? You like my dance? Oh, like the thing where I'm dancing like with the cloud hands? I was sus on her till she was super vocal on the right wing points about TYT transphobia. Yeah. So like, look, like, you know, just like with Lance, right? I don't dislike Emma. I'm not angry at Emma. I'm not throwing shade on Emma at all. But like this, you are in enemy territory here. And now you're really in enemy territory, you know, talking about crime statistics, right? It's generally, you gotta watch out. You gotta watch out for that, right? Because not Tim Pool is really into police and prison. Oh, that's right. Yeah, the other person, the person everybody forgets, actual justice warrior, really into police and prisons. If they aren't manipulated, they will always be underreported. There will always be underreported crimes. In an ideal world.
This is an argument I'm often confronted with, and it's actually pretty terrible. So crime is down from the peak for sure, right? In some years in New York City, we had 2,100 murders. I think that's the largest ever in the history of the city of New York. However, my standard it's not as bad.
Yeah, this is actual justice warrior and Tim Pool versus Emma, Emma Vigeland, right? So Emma Vigeland, like I said, coming on to enemy territory, literally enemy territory. She's in the compound. She's Tim Pool's guest, right? That's already a tough situation to deal with. On top of that, she's getting 2v1'd and she's getting, and now she's talking about crime statistics to this guy, right? I don't know. Like I said, the other reason that I don't like this is that like allowing Tim Pool to have this culture war show, which, you know, I'm guessing it's going to be him versus left wingers, right? Having high profile left wing people on his show is going to like grant like legitimacy to this that he doesn't deserve. And what he's trying to present, what he's trying. Okay, so right, you got AJW, you got Emma Vigeland, right, and you got Tim Pool. What does that look like? That looks like we got a moderator and we got a right winger and we got a left winger. That's not right. You got 2v1 is actually what you got. But he's presenting himself more and more like this. He's Dylan Burnsifying himself, right? Probably because he knows that sort of puts you beyond, beyond question, right? And it also gives you a platform that everybody's always trying to get on. So it motivates people to be really, really nice to you. You know, like if you disagree with Tim Pool, well, maybe do it in a way that doesn't like imply like a character flaw on his part, right? So that you can still, you know, leave that bridge unburned, right? That's a tactic. And appearing on Tim Pool's show as a high profile lefty is playing into that tactic. So strategically, I disagree with the choice to go on Tim Pool's, show here. Maybe Emma proves me wrong, right? Maybe she knows what she's doing and like, I don't know anything, right? But I have some concerns already. Right off the bat.
As the worst time in the history of the city of New York. When I see murders jump year over year from about 319 to 469.
What do you mean year over year? The 2 years that I just
year
listed?
over year, as in from 2020 to 2020.
Yeah, no, literally what she said. Literally,
that would be a year over year increase. That is a dramatic increase, and it's the largest since, I believe.
It's in the context of COVID. God damn it. Like, that's the other thing, too, is that, like, you would assume that crime statistics, even if they're, like, somehow reflective of the actual situation on the ground, which, like I said, there's reasons to distrust those. Remember who's collecting those crime statistics? It's cops, right? But even granted that, like, you know, this is like a real representation of what's going on in the area, right? You've got so many things that are going to get into those, like, right? So if you look at crime historically, I'll spoil it for you, right? From like the 50s, I guess, to like the 70s, you had a lot of crime. You had a lot of violent crime, right? And the right wing was saying, well, this is because of the 60s and all of this cultural, you know, like it's because of the liberalization of culture, right? There's trying to blame it on, I don't know, like progressive social politics in essence, right? And in reality, a big part of the rise in crime had to do with emission of lead into the environment, like through diesel trucks, through, you know, lead paint, right? There was a lot of lead in the environment. It was getting into people's systems. When you get lead in your system, it messes you up in a number of ways, and one of the ways that shows up is by an increase in violence, right? So, you know, she's going to talk about that, but that's just one example, right? So you got like the surface here. Like, imagine this: it's a blanket, okay? And like imagine the graph of crime as a blanket, right? there is like a blanket, and there's bumpiness underneath it, right? And you're seeing it like it goes down here and it comes up here, and it like, and you're trying to say, well, okay, so during these years where there's this bump, so and so was president, so therefore their presidency caused the crime, right? Does that make sense though? Or might there be some like lagging indicators? Might there be other things going on, right? You can't like pare it all down to like just one phenomenon that's going on. But that's the right wing's trick, right? They'll always try to be like, yeah, the 60s, you got a rise in crime right here. Obviously the culture changed in some really bad ways, and we need to go back to the 1950s mentality and like, right, so they'll use that kind of thing. They'll imply what's underneath the blanket, right? And if you're not careful, they'll get away with that too, right? Because it's actually and this is why debates are horrible, right? In a debate, it's so much more convincing to say this statistic went up during these years and this went up, and you just show a correlation and they're like, oh yes, causation, right? People are so silly when it comes to, in the moment, in a debate situation, right? That they're going to buy that correlation equals causation, right? And so, that this is really frustrating, but yeah, he's going to try to sell it as
2010, the greatest year-over-year increase of all time in the city of New York, by the way. But it's all the way back to 2010 numbers.
It's down.
Yeah, it's down compared to
her surname means pasture.
The increase, but it's not down compared to 2019.
This was a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic where people's desperation and their mental health was severely harmed.
So even Emma's having to like kind of, use that reductive take of like raising crime during this year pandemic. Yeah, probably a lot of that was due to the pandemic, right? That one's not that hard because it's like a once in a lifetime event, like she said, right? But obviously there's other stuff going on underneath the surface too. So
people were out of work, and that kind of desperation leads to more crime. That's the reality of how crime works. Poverty leads to crime.
I would imagine. Why do you think 25 people got shoved in front of trains last year?
I don't know, dude.
Well, that's a legitimate question. You're saying that you're saying poverty and desperation results in crime. I'm wondering why it is that you've had these homeless guys. They've been predominant. I think it's almost entirely these homeless guys shoving people in front of trains last year.
Source. But the thing is, it's believable to his audience, right? If he says it's homeless guys, they're like, oh yeah, homeless. They tend to be unstable and violent and bad and less than human. Yeah, it's an easy sell for him.
25. And so that is...
So that's a mental health problem. I mean, we do have a mental health problem in this country. We have an issue with not having socialized healthcare, where people are unable to access healthcare, mental health care in particular, but also every other.
So Revolver Asathot says that I'm probably right overall, but I'll be happily surprised by some. Yeah.
Kind of healthcare. I mean, 28 million uninsured people in this country. That's a massive problem. I mean, what is your stance on Medicare for all and healthcare?
I'm for universal.
Okay.
Oh, you are. Okay.
Like I'm gonna leave.
I think we'd have to have some kind of
bounce.
basic coverage for universal standard, meaning like if you're having an episode. This is particularly where we bring you when we help you. If you're broken bones, flu, things that it's like relatively simple and knowledge-based. The challenge with it is that we got limited space.
That's Tim Pool's take on medical care? Like that's the reform that he wants like we kind of have that. We kind of have that, right? He's talking about emergency care. That exists. It's really expensive, and when there's gaps in our medical system and who gets coverage, a lot of times the emergency care system gets overloaded with things that aren't emergencies but really do need to be taken care of, right? That's one of the ways that something like Medicare All would actually save us money as a society, right? You're shifting it around and changing who the payer is, but overall, it's more efficient to run a system like that where everybody's able to get their needs met maybe before they become acute, before the situation, a situation like something like dental care, for instance, right? It's a very difficult thing to get covered, yet it can have some other consequences down the line that are, when they get going are really bad, right? So, something like universal dental care, regular cleanings and scans to see if there's cavities, just that normal stuff that you get when you go to see the dentist. If more people have access to that, then you're going to have, like there's things that can happen with your teeth where the result is we take your jaw off, right? like way down the line, right? And so like, right, you can see how like intervention, doing that, like, boring, like, I don't know, he's focused on emergency care.
So we have limited doctors, but I don't think we can function as a society if we have people just dying in the streets like we do with drug abuse and
Well, then
people
you should
losing their minds.
promote housing first policies on your program. Like in Houston, what they did, there was a pilot program under Obama. It was a HUD grant, and they reduced homelessness by 63% over 10 years because they guaranteed housing. Do you think that the 25 examples that you cite last year, and there's like over 2 million subway riders a day, so you cherry picking that, I feel like is...
It's not cherry picking. It's you asked, or you mentioned that desperation leads to crime.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering why it is specifically that we saw this increase. Is it like someone's desperate, but why murder somebody? You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, they're experiencing a mental health episode. We do not have adequate healthcare in this country, mental health care. I hear a lot of talk often after mass shootings that mental health is the most important thing in this country. Then we should have socialized healthcare so everyone can have access to it. And that paired with a housing first policy where cities don't become urban centers for just bridge and tunnelers who want to come in and see a show, or for restaurant associations, where places where people can actually live and there's guaranteed housing for people. If we were able to do that, we would be able to drastically reduce the crime that you guys are talking about.
So when you're talking about poverty leading to crime, like, what is that based on? Because after Prohibition was repealed,
all of human history,
during the Great Depression, crime fell. During the Great Recession, people with your line of thinking thought we would see a crime spike nationwide. It didn't happen. You can actually look at the crime wave if you wanted to pull it up. That didn't occur. And that was the largest recession in the history of this country since the Great Depression. So what we've seen throughout American history is poverty not leading to crime. What we actually see is the opposite, that crime drives areas into poverty.
Again, like he's trying to do the thing where he attributes like the thing that's going on in the moment to the statistics of crime at that second, and it doesn't quite work like that, right? He's talking about the 2008 financial crisis, and he's like, well, that's a bad thing for the economy, and if poverty was associated with crime, then wouldn't you see a giant spike in crime right then? And it's like that's not exactly how it works, right? You're talking about people being victimized by things like subprime loans, right, where their wealth is destroyed. But that's a process that takes a while, right? You get this a loan offer. They say you can buy a house, the house of your dreams. You're like, I didn't know we can afford that. And the bank's like, yes, you can afford it, right? But really, the bank has looked at you, and the reason that you're getting that loan isn't because you can afford it, it's because you can't afford it, right? They know that they're going to be able to repossess that house when you fail the payment plan that they set you up on, to fail. That's a whole process, right? That's not like an instant, thing. And yeah, he's being dishonest. And also like I don't know, this is just like a bad way to discuss things, right? To look at crime statistics as a line graph and to associate the rates, shown by that line graph with the exact thing that's happening at that, or with one thing, with one dynamic, with one phenomenon that's going on at that time. It's a weird thing to do.
We look at store closures across the country due to the fact that we have shoplifting. That leads to decaying in the neighborhoods. When people abandon the neighborhoods and you see this blight, that has a psychological impact on people, and that drives people to commit these crimes.
I mean, you're working backwards from the...
No, you're actually working backwards.
Wait, but no. Poverty, clearly, this is a very simple concept, leads to something like shoplifting. Why would someone shoplift based on a personal pathology? They're shoplifting because they're desperate.
Not necessarily. So we have a lot of lax shoplifting laws in California, for example.
So
and what they find is we have a lot of organized retail theft because there's no consequences for it.
There's profit.
This is unbearable, says Felix Forrester.
For instance,
people are trying to make money,
well,
and they're desperate. And we have untold levels of income inequality in this country.
Well, is it income inequality or poverty?
Since the late 70s, 900%. That's the increase in CEO pay versus 12% for the working class in this country. You don't think that leads to levels of desperation?
So wait, is income inequality the cause, or is poverty?
Emma should say income equality and not poverty, but she's right in spirit.
Because those are two different things.
I mean, they go hand in hand.
They really don't.
Yes, they do. Because all the wealth is going towards the CEOs and to the billionaires in this country.
But it's not.
Okay, so they do go hand in practice, like Emma's right. But he's able to present this idea, like, right, the Republican idea is always this. Okay, so we got a pie, right? And everybody's getting their little piece of the pie. And the people with the biggest piece of the pie, well, they've obviously got the big piece of the pie because they earned it, right? They're the most productive. They're the job creators, right? So they're taking home a piece of the pie because they're, serving a valuable function for us, right? And instead of trying to reduce the size of these people's pieces of the pie, we should be trying to expand the pie as a whole. And you know how we're going to do that? We're going to take those people with the big slice of pie and the little bit of pie that they used to have to pay in taxes. Well, now that's a lot less. Now they can keep, now their pie is even bigger. Yeah. And somehow growing the big pieces of the pie is going to trickle down to the little pieces of the pie. We know that that's not how it works. Capitalism in and of itself is a trickle up scheme. The whole premise of capitalism is to trickle the wealth from the bottom to the top. And if you want to, if you want an example of this, do you own your house? Most of you are going to say, no, I pay rent for my house, right? In a previous era, there would have been more people that owned their house or that passed down a house through their family or something like that. That's becoming more and more rare, and we're going more and more into an economy where everybody's renting. And now you rent your software, right? So you're getting your wealth kind of farmed off of you. It's getting shaved off of you at both ends, right? You've got your pay rate, which your excess value is being shaved off there, and you've got the stuff you're paying for, which is producing a profit for the person selling it, meaning that you're paying more than it's worth, right? So you're kind of getting screwed at both ends. What is that going to do besides leave you in a situation where your piece of the pie is smaller, both relatively and in terms of what you can do with it, how you can take care of yourself and the rest. So this is and the one part that I didn't talk about, because so far I'm talking about money, right? So far I'm talking about income, wealth, things like that, right? There's another part of the equation too, and that's leverage, right? Now, money, let me restate that. Money doesn't necessarily transfer to leverage, right? Wealth, maybe more so. But what really gives you leverage is capital. You control the means of production, and you can control a lot, right? You can control the system, you can control the government. And if there's regulations in place that you don't like, that aren't beneficial to you, that if they were gone, you can make more money, well, just buy a politician and make those regulations disappear. So yeah, they played a zero-sum game via divine right, yeah.
Zero-sum economy.
Down.
But also, if income inequality is the driver of crime, then
that's why home ownership is actually much higher in post-Soviet countries. Did not know
how come
that.
we saw a giant crime decline after the mid-90s when income inequality was going up? In fact,
poverty rate is 12,880.
Saw this happen all the way to 2019.
Says, Deem Stars.
Can you repeat that?
We had a giant crime decline from around 1995, 1996 nationwide from all the way to 2019, while income inequality was rising during that period of time.
Right.
So why would that occur if income inequality is driving crime?
Oh my God.
I'm not exactly sure you're the.
See, this is a silly question, right? So poverty rate is Deem Stars naming the current poverty cutoff, right? Literally the poverty rate will be the amount of people who make under that amount of income, right? So, that's different than income inequality. I think smartest man in the world, this is why you were trying to point that out too, right? Is that it's somewhat of a random metric. It does show something, right? But it definitely doesn't, it's not a metric of income equality by any means, right?
The expert, but I do know that you were saying that there was an increase.
Also, they changed that, right? They that gets adjusted
in crime in 2021 and 2022, and it doesn't matter now that it's going back down to 2023 levels.
This is just New York City.
I can't see this. Yeah.
I just pulled up New York City.
Look at that. Right. Exactly.
So at the start of 1990, crime was at its highest, and it dropped rather massively into just before 2000, where it continued to decline. And then from 2019 into 2020, we see a huge increase.
Okay, so yeah, we look at this thing, we see 1960 to 1970, decent size increase, kind of spiking at 1970, and then just kind of a little cyclical right here. And then really spiking in the early 90s before a huge and steep decline.
That's pre-pandemic. So there's a couple interesting things to point out there.
No, to be clear, that's not
Also,
that's
this
not
co- this co-
pre-pandemic. That's the year-over-year increase. So
Right.
it would be in the year 2020. To be clear, so 2019 would be
No,
the
no,
low
no, no.
number.
The increase actually, the draw is before 2020, meaning that could be 2018 to 19 then, if that's the point you're making.
No, it's I've seen these numbers. I'm telling you, you're reading this chart wrong because in New York City, do they have the raw number of homicides on the side? If you
But
track it, you have around.
yeah,
This is also murders in New York City. This is not like
Just
because this is
murders,
just
by the way.
murders right here.
Right.
You
Guys-
have about 300, and then it jumps to about 469.
I mean, crime dropped everywhere throughout the country since lead gasoline was outlawed. There is a massive connection, lead paint, lead gasoline predominantly affecting poor and lower income people, which probably did contribute to some of the increase in volatility in that
Well,
kind of instance.
I completely agree. I read that report. It was fascinating that when we started taking lead out of the atmosphere, crime
Yeah.
started to drop. But that would also make the argument that
Yo, there's like people posting black fists with watermelons in here. Tim, I hate to break it to you, bud, but your chat is racist as fuck.
it's not poverty driving crime. It was like chemical imbalance
Not getting banned either.
or something.
It's both. It's absolutely both.
Well, I think it
Real-
would. I think it
real-
would play a role. Like the lead would play a role because it was in gasoline, so it's in
Right,
the
it's
air.
everywhere.
Yeah, so it's
And we
impacting
know
everyone.
it depresses brain function and things like that.
True.
Yeah.
But I think public policy has a huge impact as well because, again, we saw a dramatic crime. This crime wave started in the 1960s, right? And this is when we started embracing this idea that poverty was the root cause of crime, that this was more the realm of the social workers, all things that sound really familiar to today. And from 1960 all the way to 1979, the incarceration
He's not really saying anything though. Like tell me about like laws that were made, right? And you'd really be looking for either like laws that were making nationwide or like trends in state laws, right? Otherwise, you're just not saying, you're just giving me this general idea. Well, you know, like in the 60s, they were like, hey, maybe we shouldn't be so tough on crime. And then like, okay, like how, like show me how, like rather than just like you saying that, like, I don't know, you saw it, like you garnered the general zeitgeist of the 60s from watching films or something like that. I don't know what he's going off of here, but it doesn't sound like much of anything. There are many places that had leaded gasoline for much longer than the U.S. did, sadly.
rate, even though in raw numbers it was rising, was dropping per capita. So we saw this crime increase, and what you would end up getting in 1979 for murder on average was something like 5 years. For rape, it was something like 3.4 years. And obviously, like, this created a problem because we just weren't prosecuting people. This is why we ended up going with a mass incarceration solution, which, by the way, did work, and all these other policies to get tough on crime. You laugh, but you're definitely
No, I mean,
wrong.
mass incarceration, we incarcerate more people than any other country.
We have the highest rate of violent crime for any modern Western country.
I mean, I don't have that statistic in front of me, but we still... So how does that connect to the mass incarceration point? If it worked, then what does the violent crime rate have to do with it?
Wait,
Just one warehouse...
highest rate of violent crime that compared to any Western country? You know, wait, there's something else that's unique about the United States among Western... And like I don't even know what he's saying by Western countries. Like I think he's I don't even want to guess. Like, does he really mean that, or is he trying to say something else here? But anyway, like there's some if you're talking about violent crime, there's a certain Owen Schroyer, Alex Jones's main co-host, just pleaded guilty in the January 6th case. He is only set to do 6 months. Putin introduced
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists invading radicals.
Putin introduced chemical castration as a crime. We are seeing some. Also, thank you, communists invading radical junk dog. Thank you for invading my chat and welcome to the stream. Yeah, there's some interesting developments in Russia that we're gonna try to catch up with Shakespeare after this.
For people?
No, I didn't say when I say it worked. We started expanding the prison population
Ask her what a woman is. Oh my god, I gotta stop reading this chat.
seriously in the 1980s to the 1990s.
Seriously.
If you go to the Brennan Center for Criminal Justice, which is a left-wing organization,
is.
they say post the year 2000, mass incarceration lost its effectiveness. But most of the mass incarceration was pre the year 2000. So obviously it had some impact, and it ranges. Low estimates are about 6% on the crime rate, which is very low, but the high estimates are about 30%. And the reason it worked is because the philosophy behind mass incarceration is pretty simple. What you're trying to do is incapacitate criminals, because the same criminals are often reoffending. You brought up shoplifting earlier. You can actually pull up an article to find out that the same 300 people in New York City represent a third of the shoplifting arrests total for a single year.
Probably because
This
they're
is because they're
incredibly
repeat offenders.
impoverished and they need to find a way to actually sustain their livelihood. livelihoods in this country.
But that's put a very good way. That's phrased very well, to maintain their livelihoods.
Well, no, I mean, no, their life is a better way to maintain.
Sure, but like, I guess my point is, some of them certainly are desperate. But when you see videos of a guy like shoveling stuff into a garbage bag, that's not desperation.
But again, this is what you do, Tim. You return to anecdotal examples when I'm trying to talk about.
We're talking about just the 300 people.
And I am talking about.
Which is the anecdotal evidence.
What 300 people?
He said the same 300 people that once committed the crime. I said,
a third of the shoplifting.
So now, like Tim's talking about somebody like. And Tim's evidence is like, I saw a video of it once, right? So apparently Tim saw a video of somebody shoveling, so I think what he's trying to say though is like that you got the shelf, right, with lots of the same product on it, right? And somebody, pushing stuff off into a garbage bag, right? So they're not just getting like, one bag of potato chips, they're getting like 40 bags of potato chips. They're not just getting one razor, they're getting 40 razors. And he's trying to say a person doesn't need 40 bags of potato chips. A person doesn't need 40 razors. If they were doing it out of desperation, they'd be like, what, shopping? They'd be like, okay, I need one of these, put that in the garbage bag, need one of these, put that like one of these, get some lettuce, get some, right? And he's saying like, that's how you know it's not desperation, right? Because clearly this is meant, to fence, I guess, is that the word for it, right? So like, listen, if there is a market for reselling like stolen items, right, that might have something to do with the price gouging that went hand in hand with the so-called inflation, right? Do you know that most of the inflation that the US experienced wasn't like real inflation, right? It was people taking advantage of the perception of inflation to price gouge, right? And that's why groceries cost so much. So I mean, there's kind of an explanation for this too. Yeah, and if it's fencing, right? The person doing it is probably not the person making all the money off of it, right? So ostensibly they grab it, they sell it to somebody, and that person, somehow, is able to get that resold, right? So A, it's the person, that needs the money from the person buying it from them. And B, there's got to be people buying those items, somewhere where you wouldn't normally, think is a good place to shop, right? So, like, I mean, these are signs of desperation. Albeit maybe there's people, taking advantage of that desperation too. My God, they may be stealing to sell things for rent. Yeah, there you go. Here we had items jumping from $1 to $1.25, saying, 25 pence will cover the rise. No big deal. But that's 25% already. If you have ever been in a poor urban neighborhood, you will see a lot of people set up little markets where they, like snacks, toiletries, etc. So that's one of the places that, one place that, this kind of stuff might get sold. But, the fact that there's a market for that, and the fact that there's people willing to, risk jail time to do that is a sign of desperation. So he's absolutely wrong.
These specific individuals are doing it for profit.
Okay, so we should have a system of mass incarceration because there are 300. Because I'm talking to you now. There are 300 repeat offenders.
No, we should incapacitate repeat offenders so they stop offending.
Got it. So this is all about the fact that you're arrested.
So notice what he said right there. Warehouse these people. Right? So the difference between the criminal justice system as some kind of a, disincentive to commit crime and a rehabilitation program or whatever. No. We're going to warehouse these people. These are bad people. And the best thing that we can do is like sell them to the private prison industry. Right?
Favor of bail reform because in New York State, which is now currently being rolled back, we decided that we weren't going to...
Not everything there would be stolen. It's an alternative to legitimate retail, which is too expensive and exclusionary, true.
Require cash bail for nonviolent felonies and for misdemeanors. And you think that that's a good policy.
So AJW, what he does is he's a police state advocate. I haven't watched much of his content. I think they reduced a lot of the product types, larger quantities, such as 6-pint low-fat milk. Now you can only buy 4 pints of low-fat milk. Smaller quantity, more expensive. Oh, that's another way to get the profits up without raising the price on the item by just like lowering the amount of product that's in the item. We already warehouse people in the U.S. Why is there still crime? Yeah, exactly, right? And the peak of the warehousing of people in the United States corresponds with that, ridiculous crime rate.
Let's see.
To not require cash bail?
Yeah.
No.
I think that we're rolling it back.
Not that correlation is causation. What's up, War Knight? Thank you for the follow.
I think look, if you're concerned about people not being able to get out of jail because of their financial means, then I can understand reducing or even eliminating the cash bail system. Because I understand if you don't have a lot of money, even though you really only have to throw down 10% for bail in most cases, unless it's like a set figure for the bond, then I get that argument. But what you need, and the state of New York desperately needs this, is some kind of threat assessment. Like, you should be able to hold somebody if they present themselves as a danger or a repeat offender, regardless of bail, without bail, so that they don't continue to reoffend.
Okay, but do you know what happens when people are held in Rikers, for example, in a pre-detention center? How many deaths have happened there before they're even convicted of a crime?
Look, again, that's an issue for how the jailing system works in New York City, and I am in favor of building out the jail capacity. Because
you're talking about cash bail, though. That is exactly the point that we're discussing here.
Yeah.
Right. So you're in favor of people being held before they're convicted of a crime.
Yes.
In Rikers.
If they show a propensity to reoffend, 100%.
What is a propensity to reoffend?
A history, like being arrested over and over again, prior convictions. Yes.
So you think that they should be held in a prison that has been
it's a jail, but yes,
or jail. Excuse me, a jail that has been proven to be one of the worst conditions in the country.
Well, it doesn't have to be specifically Rikers Island.
Dozens of deaths just this year. Even if they haven't been convicted of a crime.
Convicted of a crime. Yeah, for sure.
But
that's very anti-constitutional and anti-democratic.
How is it anti-constitutional?
The Fourth Amendment. It violates the Fourth Amendment.
Protects you from illegal search and seizures.
Well, I mean, you are the right to a speedy trial. People are held. Fifth Amendment. Yes.
I do think we should have reform on the speedy trial side, but the idea that it's unconstitutional to hold somebody pre-trial is ridiculous. Our law is based on English common law.
Six. Damn.
We're all bad. Our law is based on English common law, and the reason we have jails is that you would actually be held in a dungeon awaiting trial. So it's like built into the system. Bail is like a courtesy. It's actually a progressive reform in response to that, where you lay down some kind of capital in place of yourself.
Dude unironically just said, you're lucky you're not being held in a dungeon. You're lucky you're not like the skeleton, like strapped to the wall in a dungeon. Like, you're lucky that you're not like experiencing pit in the pendulum. That's progressive. The fact that we don't have the pit and the pendulum in our jails, I'm sorry, not prisons, right? You should consider yourself lucky.
How much do you want to spend on jails in New York City?
Bail is progressive, actually.
As much as it takes.
So just warehousing people before they're convicted of anything.
But what that does essentially is say, hey, you're going to be held before trial. Unless you're rich.
Well, again, it's not warehousing everybody, but if you have
It's the same logic when people tell me I should be glad if I don't live in Saudi Arabia. Yeah. It's the same kind of logic, right? And
propensity to reoffend, I think judges should be able to have judgment. It's kind of in the name, and assess these people and hold them.
So you just want to give it to the judgment of the judges. And it doesn't.
Or they'll justify apartheid policies in Israel, based on that perception of countries like Saudi Arabia.
I would like the judges to have judgment, yes.
Okay, but there should be guardrails in place to prevent judges from. I mean, judges are human beings; they can be unjust as well. I don't really put. Them on the pedestal that you do.
Obviously, I'm not in favor of like $1 million bond for somebody who's arrested for shoplifting, even if they're arrested 27 times. So yeah, you can have guardrails from the legislature, but they can't assess dangerousness right now in the state of New York.
They assess it in ways. The reason we put this law into place, which is now being rolled back, that were deemed inherently racist. They deem that. It was
which apartheid policies in Israel, not the subject of the stream, but oh my god, there's a list you could choose from.
Disproportionately black and brown people who are
warehousing. Okay, but how's that racist though?
Because at their discretion, it was implemented in a racist way. It's
but
the
if you
same
look
way
at the
that
crime statistics, they're
well, there you go. So
so
this is what the reality is for you: is you believe that black and Hispanic people inherently are committing.
When did I say
more
inherently?
Crimes. I mean,
if you pull up like NYPD crime data, for instance, since you brought up stop and frisk, you can look at the shootings, like the shooting suspects in any given year. And if you find me a year where 92% or greater is not black or Hispanic in terms of the shooting suspects, then I mean, I would be shocked because I've looked at it for the past
suspects.
20 years.
So
yes,
that's the cop's discretion. So
no, it's you get a report,
right,
and you get a description of the suspect, and they are 92% every single year or above.
Like, I gotta ask, was this guy a cop? You get a report. You get a description of the suspect, right? Like, was this guy a cop? He's talking like a cop.
Black or Hispanic.
Can I tell you guys a very famous New York story? There was a black cop, and he went to Central Park and started giving out tickets to white couples having picnics and drinking wine. And he said public alcohol consumption is a crime in the city, and he started giving these uppity yuppies tickets.
Right.
He got in serious trouble. The reason he did it was because the cops would go into the black neighborhoods and give people drinking 40s on their stoops tickets. And he said, how can these people at their own homes, on their own porches, get a ticket for drinking booze? Then when I go into Central Park and say, we're going to apply the same standard, I get in trouble for it. So New York's got serious problems. Even Bloomberg, like that guy's awful. He made a bunch of like. I'm not going to say that.
The reason I just want to cut you off because you mentioned Bloomberg, and I want to respond to what you said. Under Bloomberg, 90%.
Well, yeah, he's like a Destiny adjacent person. I figured he was right leaning.
And of the stop and frisks that were done, where by the way they didn't find anything, but 90% targeted Black and brown people. So you're taking.
So the highest number, by the way, is 86%, not 90%. But go ahead.
You're taking the data and using what the cops did, where they over-police in certain areas, and then pretending like there's an overrepresentation inherently, criminally, in those kinds of populations, and it's a racist argument.
So you're wrong in a bunch of different ways, so let me just like run through them. So first and foremost, the highest year was 86%, and that was the year with the dramatic increase in stops. And if you ask me if I'm in favor of just expanding stop and frisk, which is different from Giuliani's stop, question, and frisk, although, you might not be interested in that specific difference.
So wait, oh my God, I wish he would say what year he was talking about, right? Because, stop and frisk has been enacted. I'm trying to remember which New York City mayor did this, right? It was one that you wouldn't expect. It wasn't like I don't think was it Bloomberg? Seeing him debate Destiny, mostly he does TYT debunks. That sounds like fun. I do a few TYT debunks myself, but I'm guessing they'd be on different videos than he would.
To the levels that Bloomberg did, I would say it's unnecessary. It aggravates people. It creates a whole bunch of problems. That being said, they're not over-targeted because, again, there is no year during the entire 10-year...
He said that Giuliani did he say that Giuliani said a stop, question, and frisk? And then there was another policy that was like stop and frisk. And then there was Giuliani, and then, oh my God. I don't even, like, when people mention the current mayor of New York City, I get his name mixed up with like a conservative blogger all the time. So I'm not real up on my NYC politics.
Bloomberg, where the shooting suspects were any less than 92%. So what the NYPD does, because it's the most data-driven police force in the entire world, is they map crime.
I think he said he's anti-stop and frisk, but he's pro-stop, question, and frisk, whatever. So I mean, I'm guessing that he's just talking about a different policy under a different mayor.
Through a system called CompStat. When there's a lot of shootings in a specific area, they send the police to those areas. The stops, questions, and frisks all relate to where the shootings are, and it just so happens to be those areas are Black or Hispanic.
Right, but do you get accosted on the street by cops regularly in New York City?
It happened to me when I was younger, yes, but like not
okay.
now.
But do you understand?
But to your point about hit rate, because you brought it up, hit rate was not the goal of stop, question, and frisk. Like this is one of the things where you're like, oh well, this program didn't work because my standard that I look for arbitrarily shows that it was ineffective. That's like saying
she was saying that the statistics that you're citing, the police statistics that you're citing, are inherently skewed by the fact that there are certain areas that are getting being policed harder than other areas, and that tends to correspond with the demographics of the people living in those areas, right?
A plane doesn't work because it's not a good submarine.
No, it's
like
not
that doesn't make any sense.
90% of the stop and frisks came up with nothing.
True, but the point was to deter the carrying of firearms.
Have you done illegal drugs in your life?
Maybe.
I have. I could have.
They will never admit the connection between overpolicing crime rates and incarceration of minority communities. It's a cycle. Sounds like it's just racism with extra steps. Yeah, an extra justification.
Been stopped and frisked, and I could have gone to prison, or I could have been held if I had a little bit less money in Rikers indefinitely until my trial came, because a cop just decided, hey, I'm going to stop and frisk you, but they wouldn't do that to me because I'm a white woman.
That's nice, but anyway, it's about shootings, and the point of the program, and this is stated quite literally to
we do need more music on this program, but yeah, that was the wrong music for the wrong time.
Deter people from carrying illegal firearms.
And I'm gonna
100%.
Are you in favor of gun control?
Shakespeare, Giuliani from 94 to 2001, Michael Bloomberg from 2002 to 2013, de Blasio. That was the one. De Blasio had some form of stop and frisk, didn't he? And Eric Adams is the current one. So yeah, Emma knows how to party. Yeah, she enjoys the same music that I do. Bill de Blasio ended stop and frisk. Okay, is that right? Is that right though? I know there was a lot of hopes for de Blasio that like some people were kind of disappointed by his actual administration. Yeah, people were really excited to replace Michael Bloomberg, but then De Blasio wasn't quite the reform that people were hoping for. Bill the nipple rings De Blasio.
I'm a New Yorker, so I'm not like a big gun guy, but
let me. This is my
got to
point. where
target guns,
I'm
and
gonna-
that's why.
Yeah, you definitely got to target
I'm going to
illegal
agree
guns
with
for
Emma,
sure.
but Emma's not going to agree with me. The idea that the police can decide.
I mean, there's a problem in big cities in general where the liberal class is becoming more reactionary, right? The example I always point to is somebody like Bill Maher. Bill Maher is considered a liberal. Bill Maher has always been known as a liberal, but as he's gone on in his career, he's at this point indistinguishable from any other IDW, and I'd say that's what he is now. He's intellectual dark web, right? So you got that. Jink and Anna are a great example of this, right? Because you look at the issues that Jink and Anna have like kind of pivoted on, and to show their more conservative leaning side, it's issues like like tough on crime with Anna, and with Jink, what was it? Just generally being anti homeless, anti unhoused people. Talking about somebody needs to stop them from. Anyway, I don't want to get into it. It's
to arbitrarily stop people because they might be carrying a firearm violates the Second
this stream is probably already demonetized enough as it
and
is.
Fourth Amendments.
Well, again,
stop and frisk is completely unconstitutional. in my
That's
opinion.
why Fourth Amendment was in my mind. I was
Well,
thinking
again,
about
it's you're
De
supposed.
Blasio opened up De Blasio is definitely an improvement from Bloomberg, but I just remember him there being some people that like were expecting maybe a little bit more reform from De Blasio. Further, we're talking about the Israel apartheid thing. You should check out Olimey, yeah, and her prison abolition takes. Olimey is one of my favorite creators that I've found out about recently. Olimey, co-host of the Leftist Mafia, along with Matt Bender and Lance from the Serfs, and I'm trying to remember who else on there. David Dayan and Mike Figueredo of the Humanist Report. Yeah, that's Olimey's great.
Supposed to stop, question, and frisk, and usually it's based on reasonable suspicion.
Eric Adams reintroduced plainclothes, aka secret police. De Blasio focused on de-escalation training, reduced prosecutions for possession of cannabis, making cops wear body cams, and ended post 9/11 surveillance of Muslim residents of New York City. So yeah, Illuminati was in not a long time ago, but like several months ago now. Illuminati was on the leftist mafia.
And they're supposed
I'm bearing arms.
They're
under the
supposed
Constitution?
they're supposed to follow the Terry standard.
This idea that because a particular group of people may be carrying guns, we're going to go start stopping a whole bunch of them. I'm like, the Constitution protects our right to keep and bear arms in the first place. So now you're ignoring the Second Amendment and using that as and by ignoring it, now you're violating the Fourth Amendment. I mean, this is
he did end stop and frisk and like for real like ended it, or I should remember some people like having some complaints still about De Blasio, but obviously not nearly as many as Bloomberg or Giuliani. They should put you on the Leftist Mafia podcast. That would be incredible. Well, I mean, it's possible. I do know some people that are on there, as well as some people who have been on there on guests. So, if they need somebody to fill a slot, I will be available.
Absolutely.
Well, this is why I'm actually
I'll just keep my Thursday nights free.
Critical of Bloomberg expansion of the program, because the way it used to work is that if you had a shooting suspect, you would have a description, you'd send cops to the area, and they would stop people with that description, ask them questions, and if there was reasonable suspicion, they would conduct a search. This is why under Giuliani, the maximum amount of stops in a year, and New York City of 8.5 million people was 90,000 people, and under Bloomberg, it was something like 700,000, maybe 800,000 people. So he dramatically expanded the program to the point where I do think it was constitutionally violative.
So you are kind of to the right of Donald Trump on this, who has been releasing nonviolent offenders.
Donald Trump's First Step Act is absolutely terrible. It sets up a bunch of incentives.
Well, I mean, you're further right than I'd imagine a ton of this audience is. I mean,
that's fine.
That's
like I'm not here to win over the audience. Well, I will win over the audience because I'm correct, but
no, this is mostly moderate.
But Donald Trump's First Step Act had a lot of language about going soft on youth.
Step and frisk was ended, but police suck and weren't reformed. Yeah, and with police, you're talking about institution which traces its roots back to slave patrols and to Pinkertons, right? That's where our modern police institution came from, with an institution like that, right, I would even say that reform is a little bit challenging, in that an institution is going to tend to adopt. It's going to tend to retain the culture that it was started with, and it's really hard. Like the example that I always used to use is like, let's say that you had a rain bucket, right? And like, maybe in a pinch, you can drink water from a rain bucket. You can use that rain. Like if there's not too much pollution, it might be okay, right? But this rain bucket, a horse peed in. And I tell you, no, don't worry. The horse peed in the rain bucket like a long time ago. And probably most of that pee was like washed out because it's rained a whole bunch of times. So like, don't worry about drinking from the rain bucket. Look, no matter what you say, I feel like that bucket's always going to have like a taste of horse pee to it, right? And so if you've got a bucket that a horse did not pee in, you might want to switch buckets, right? Because that's all it is, right? If you want an institution that doesn't have that racism, well, it still is going to in some way, but like has a little bit less of that institutional, and by institutional I mean the institution of police, racism baked into it, you're going to need to start with, you're not going to be able to use the bucket, you're not going to be able to use the personnel, right? You're going to have a wholesale sea change in order to make that. Daily Express U.S. Wagner chief declares war on Putin after Russia launches missile strikes on his troops. Damn.
Youthful offenders, and that's one of the reasons why a huge portion of the increase in homicide that we're seeing is among young men, and specifically among young black men in this country.
I want to...
Seeing Portland's police force reaction to the BLM protesters really changed the way I see police in general. I can't believe I was blind to how terrible they are and how they abuse power. AJW says, we have more crime than any other Western... Yeah, that's what I was wondering about when he says Western country. Like, what's he really getting at there, right? More people in prisons than any other country, so let's put more people in prison. Surely that will make things better. Yo, that's always good. 2 hours old.
Bring your guys' attention to this chart, because there's a lot that it shows. I know it's just murders,
right?
But we're talking about, you mentioned something about the 60s. For some reason, in 1962 to 64, we start seeing, from 1962 onward, a ridiculous spike in the murder rate, offenses per 100,000 population. I don't know exactly why. We can see around 1990, it starts to decline rapidly. There's a couple interesting points there. This is U.S. murder rate. So New York City's broken window policing has nothing to do with it. This is the entirety of the country. Mm-hmm. This could be one of two things. We when the lighted gasoline, that was the 80s, right?
I believe so, yeah.
We were getting rid of
it.
And
the last truck, I think for trucks, it was the 90s.
But this also coincides with one of the, if not the largest economic expansion, or I shouldn't say that now, because who knows how you define it with the pandemic and all that stuff. But we had a massive economic boom in the 90s. So this would interestingly correlate with the idea that as people started to get more things, like their lives started to improve, murder rate started to drop dramatically.
Yeah, and I would say that that was a temporary kind of sugar high based on neoliberal policies of Reagan and Clinton, where there was a lot of money that was released back into the public because of massive tax cuts. I mean, we can talk about confiscatory taxation if you'd like, and the top marginal tax rate. The top marginal tax rate in 1961. It's funny that you brought up that figure. In 1960, it's 91% compared to 37% now. But like
it went down. In the 60s,
Reagan cut a bunch of taxes during that time period, and a lot of people got an influx in cash.
Crime
and then
did drop.
Sorry,
crime did drop.
Well, right, but that was temporary. Right. And then the income inequality kind of set in, and the rich got richer and the poor got poorer. And that's mostly what I'm interested in talking.
Like, correct me if I'm wrong. Anybody that's more well versed on economic policy, but Reagan's tax cuts were such that the wealthy, like they would cut taxes for for the wealthy and the middle class, right? And so, the middle class tax cut being like the vote getter, and then the wealthy tax cut being something they kind of snuck in, right? People who were voting for Reagan in most cases probably, I don't know. I wasn't around, obviously, but I don't imagine that something like trickle-down economics, supply-side economics, is going to be something that people really buy into. And they're like, yes, give money to the rich people. Let the rich people have more money. They shouldn't pay as much taxes. They can give us more jobs, right? Like, not a lot of people really buy into that. But if you put money in their pockets, then yeah, that's going to have an effect. Pretty sure Krugman in the 90s predicted that most of the economic growth in the 90s had less to do with tax policy and was a dot-com bubble, and a globalization. Anyone notice mostly AJAW's who's debating Emma and not the beanie coward. That's how it starts. Okay, that is generally how it starts. And like I said, I think there's a reason for this. I think that Tim Pool wants to present himself as an unbiased moderator, right? He wants to be a platform. He wants his show, his new, this is called Culture War, right? Where he's going to bring on lefties and have a lefty and a righty, and then the implication being that like, oh, I guess you must be the centrist, right? Because he wants to be a centrist. Him declaring himself a centrist is a way to skew the Overton window to the right, right? And with a person with as big of a platform as Tim Pool has, that's a considerable amount of skewing. Vriska did nothing wrong. That's right. Wait, did you just get emotes or something? I too was a homestuck. Oh my god, NCC did nothing wrong. That's right. But she did suffer. She did suffer.
About
greatly.
Let me show you guys something which will add some context to the current crime spike. So you see right here this drop off after it looks like about 2007. There's a major drop off in murder, and then it spikes in 2014. The problem with a chart like this is that it doesn't account for technology. The reason the murder rate declined.
The tax policy was the libertarian starve the beast ideology, which destroyed the state's ability to function, to make the state look bad. Yeah. That's Reagan's line, was the scariest word that you can ever hear are, I'm from the government and I'm here to help, right? And you can see this reflected in 80s cultures, right? So one example that I think is David Sirota uses is he talks about the movie Ghostbusters, in which there's a famous scene where the Ghostbusters, they're going around, they're busting ghosts, which is great if you've got a ghost in your house that's like trying to grab you and pull you into the closet and turn you into some kind of a gargoyle dog thing. It's probably nice to have the Ghostbusters come along and bust your ghost, right? But then along comes, guess who? A regulator from the EPA and says, I don't know if these ghost busting machines are up to code. Let me turn them off and release all the ghosts into the city. And that's an example. That's an example of how this narrative, not that the people writing the movie were like, let's make right-wing politics more popular. I don't think they had it in mind. It's just like, it's in the zeitgeist, it's in the air, it's in the water. It's is that the movie with Kate McKinnon? I think so. Wait, my Vriska cosplay? Yo, the problem with the Vriska cosplay has always been there's a famous con where somebody tried to make themselves a Homestuck troll by using Sharpie juice and alcohol poured into a tub, and obviously that had incredibly negative health effects on them. What's up, V? Meow.
In 2007 was cell phones. So when cell phones became...
Do you know about this? It's like a famous... I don't know what con it was, but this might not have really happened also. This actually sounds like one of those stories that's made up.
Ubiquitous, the ability to call emergency services became instantaneous.
Kate McKinnon was in 2016.
So when people were victims of violent crime...
Wait, how many Ghostbusters are there now?
You had emergency service notified immediately. And so this resulted in a drop in the murder rate, but not in a drop in violent crimes. Not a direct correlation. I mean, crime had been going down, but the murder rate dropped more than violent crime in general because people weren't dying. They were being stabbed, they were being robbed, they were being shot, and they were living. That's not murder, so it wasn't counted.
The one I remember was like with they're in the small town, but I think it was a sequel or something. They're like in a small town.
That is murder.
Well, there is a chart, by the way, that you can look at because that actually pairs recessions with this murder chart. And again, the correlation is not really there. And as far as New York, you say that it had nothing to do with broken windows policing.
That map specifically was the U.S. So
yeah, I know, but you said it had nothing to do with broken windows policing, but that assumes that there isn't a greater decrease in crime in New York than nationwide, which is not the case. There was.
Was it real? PAX. It clogs your skin for breathing, basically. Yeah, like the same reason that you can't paint yourself like gold.
Greater decrease in the city of New York. Like Chicago had a decline too, but Chicago's homicide rate, which is almost on par with the city of New York, is 6 times higher per capita than the city of New York. And in terms of
you got good at the troll makeup
raw numbers, it's double, even though they're at a third of the population, which is the same thing that I just said with different math. So New York became the safest big city, and our crime rate actually declined. And in fact, Freakonomics actually attributes this to the legalization of abortion.
Yo! This is so good. Source Freakonomics,
which happened in the city of New York pre Roe versus Wade. It was one of the 6 states that had it legal electively. So this is like a known thing that people have talked about and speculated on what the result is. Now, also for the environmental
Wait, can I
point,
just ask you a question about that?
Sure.
What does the connection to what does
That's
crime
what
have the connection-
Freakonomics says, that the legalization of abortion, and they compare it to Ceausescu, whatever country he was the dictator of. They say that correlates with crime because they say all these unwanted children end up being born and then they end up committing
Well, that
crime.
is certainly a claim. So that's how that works together then. You're saying that abortion should be illegal for that reason?
No. It would be legal abortion leads to less unwanted children being.
Freakonomics was like a book, and it got made into a documentary. And I only know this because my ex, like, look, I dated this person, and there's always a chance that this person is gonna come in contact with my content. And so I got to make sure that this person knows that I bear them no ill will. And when I tell stories about them, I am not going to give any, identifying information. And I'm also not trying to paint them in a bad light. Okay, so just so that's really clear, right? But yeah, they were really into movies, and I was maybe less so into movies. And so, they always wanted to watch a movie. So I ended up watching a lot of movies that I wouldn't have normally watched, just because it was, stuff that they were into. And Freakonomics was one of those things. They got really into documentaries for a while. So I did, I don't remember much about Freakonomics. It was just like, I feel like it was like, there was like 3 stories, and they were all like kind of counterintuitive. Right? That was the whole thing about Freakonomics. Like, you would think that this would happen, but actually this happened. Whoa, you blew my mind, Freakonomics. Thank you so much. Argued that Roe v. Wade reduced crime. It's a podcast. Okay, NPR podcast. But the way he's citing it is like, this is like an authoritative source. Freakonomics said such and such. It's like the Bible says, the fandom was so... Wait, are we talking about we're talking about the Homestuck fandom, right? That was super queer heavy, yeah. In Chile, the neoliberalism impoverished the poor, mestizo, indigenous, and black population in Peru, used it as an excuse to sterilize indigenous and black people. Reagan used it against black people. Not the Freakonomics fandom. Yeah, that's a whole different... Wait, what is the picture's like it's like you cut into an apple and there's like orange slices in it. That's a whole different orange, I guess. Anyway.
Being born. And again, you're
so
smiling, but I'm actually pro-choice, but not for this reason. But you're smiling, but the thing is, this is what was proposed in Freakonomics. I actually disagree with their analysis. They leave a lot of things out. But again, I use that as an example to show that the New York decline did start before the national decline.
I'm almost positive that study has been called into question.
I feel like your point could have been made without bringing up Freakonomics. No offense, but are you getting paid by Freakonomics? It's cited just now as a actual book with documented sources and analysis to prove the point. It's like pop science, with the pop thing being that they try to show you counterintuitive stuff. You'd think that this, but actually that, that's the formula of Freakonomics as I remember it. Neoliberalism has been deeply racist ideology, despite the people, selling it are social liberals in the U.S. Yeah, I mean, like, look, there was a time in which neoliberalism was pretty well represented by both ends of the political spectrum. It came about after Reagan, right? Reagan was not taken as a serious candidate. Reagan was thought to be too radical and thought to have no chance. And he ends up winning the 1980 election. Basically, there's a lot going on in 1980 that brought Ronald Reagan to power. But one of the biggest things was the reform, I say, were some legal decisions about campaign financing, right? So now campaign financing is having a lot bigger of an effect on the presidential elections, with people able to put money behind a candidate. Obviously, somebody that's like, hey, what would be really good for the economy if we cut taxes, supply side economics, then the rich are like, oh, yes, let me give this guy money, right? So Reagan gets it in 1980. He has a tough time, has a bad economy in 82, loses some seats in the Congress, and then comes back to win even more decisively in 1984. Again, kind of unexpected, right? He's a a two-term president. He's pretty popular. People buy his image as a cowboy. The guy had like a ranch that he bought in Texas so that he could be seen riding around on horses and clearing brushes, so that people would think that Ronald Reagan was their grandfather. Ronald Reagan is their rural farm owning grandfather, right? And it was kind of a it's kind of a reality show of a presidency, right? Now, the Democrats have now lost twice. They're a little bit spooked. They run this guy named Michael Dukakis against George Bush's father, George H. Bush, right, in 1988. And they lose again, big time, right? And so you have this idea, right, that the Democratic Party cannot go on as it is, right? That liberalism is killing the Democratic Party, and that what might actually work, since it seems like the party that's winning is the party that the wealthy are in favor of, is if the Democrats said, well, we'll do pretty much the same thing as Ronald Reagan is doing, but maybe just a little bit lighter on the social issues, or maybe we'll be the Republicans light, and that's where you get Bill Clinton, that's where you get Hillary Clinton, that's where you get Barack Obama, right? That's the neoliberal wing that is essentially, ruled the roost of the Democratic Party ever since. The Democrats became afraid of their own shadow. The Democrats became afraid of Keynesian economics, right? Which in and of itself is a pretty pro-capitalist, pro-capitalist economic philosophy. But now they've become, neoliberals. Margaret Thatcher, another neoliberal. Right? You've got Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, George Bush Sr. Like these are all neoliberals, right? This is all very much like an end of history, kind of mentality, like a consensus that gets made because there is no alternative, right? So yeah, the DLC, is the organization that we're talking about here. Ruined the modern Democratic Party. Have you ever read Keynes? Not nearly enough. He's not as bad. We just never stuck. Well, yeah, no. I mean, look, his policies for the material conditions of working people. His policies are like I'd take them over neoliberal politics any day, right? That being said, I think there's a problem with that, and this is my larger critique of liberalism. Even back to like FDR, FDR's liberalism is that it fails to address any kind of structural aggregation of power by the wealthy. So even though the wealthy are paying these high marginal rates for their taxes, and you're getting a lot of that wealth kind of clawed back, there isn't a gain in leverage by the working class. And as long as they continue getting leverage, it's just a matter of time until recuperation, right, which is how capitalism, claws back any sort of revolutionary impulses. And, FDR's impulses weren't as much revolutionary as they were saving capitalism from itself. But even that was too much, and even that got clawed back. And why did it get clawed back? Because there was no attempt to really address the inequality in leverage, right? And it was just a matter of time till the wealthy, the capital class took their country back, right? Keynes was a eugenicist, though. Yeah, no, like that's the thing is like even when you find like politicians or economic theorists that were not as bad as other economic theorists, there's always something like attached there. FDR is a great example. FDR's policies, while a great change from Herbert Hoover's for the working class, were also extremely racist and were gate kept along anti-black and all kinds of racial lines. So again, it's one thing to occupy a nation to attempt to decap an enemy faction still bad. It's another to take those lands and permanently add them to your nation. On top of that, there is out and out oppressive conditions. Oh, were we talking? Yeah, this the Israel-Palestine conversation that it's my fault that got brought up. It's entirely everything that happens on the stream chat. I don't know if you know this, but everything that happens on the stream is my fault. Whether it happens on stream or whether it happens in chat, it is all my fault. And I have to deal with it. Anyway, people underestimate how popular eugenics was. Even the social democrats back in the 1930s, modern day democratic socialists, were in favor of eugenics.
It is.
Just to
100%.
clarify, you're saying more abortions meant lower crime? Is that what you're
That's
saying?
what Freakonomics asserted. It's in their little movie and it's in their original book.
I think that makes sense. If you've got two parents, if you've got one parent, they got a baby, that baby's getting food.
But I mean, like, what is Freakonomics' point? Is its point that the effect of lead in the atmosphere in the environment is being overblown? Like, what are they trying to prove there? France had a larger economy than the UK at the time of Mitterrand, implemented status dirigisme policy for economic development. A lot of the capital for it came from exploiting Africa. Yeah. I mean,
like
that's the strategy, to kind of like, utilize imperialism to shore up the conditions in the imperial core and make the working class think that everything is fine. It's, as the house is on fire.
You could have no job. You could be homeless. Someone's going to find.
Well, you know what I would love to decrease desperation in terms of families in this country. I'm not sure if you've talked about it a ton on your program, Tim.
Oh, no worries, Danny boy. I'm just trying to catch what I can from chat.
But we should have made the child tax credit permanent that we expanded in the 2021 American Rescue Act.
Can you explain what that is?
Yeah. So there was a tax credit that was in place, but during the pandemic, it was expanded to be.
Regarding lead, isn't the nerve damage permanent? Wouldn't it take decades for lead-free gasoline to show an effect? Yeah, I mean, like as far as I know, it's I mean, there is an effect of people being born and people dying, but still many houses. Yeah, true, especially in poor areas, in areas that are like in areas that were redlined and were where black people were allowed to live. Yeah, there's a lot of lead paint and lead pipes. In fact, not so long ago, I think I signed some kind of document when I moved into an apartment to say that I wouldn't sue because of the lead paint that was being used in the house.
A monthly payment. It also, the amount was increased, so it was up to $3,600.
One of the bigger lead problems is tied, exactly what I was saying, and divestment from predominantly black neighborhoods. Yeah, so in other words, like that's a situation where if you're not living in one of those neighborhoods, and kind of more likely if you're not black, you're not even aware of the fact that this thing that's supposedly solved problem is still very much a problem. I mean, look at Flint's water situation, right?
A month for 6 and under, 3,000 for 6 to 17, and then it also was.
For a socialist, Mitterrand was massively imperialist and cartoonishly evil, like the man bombed African countries and bombed the Greenpeace ship, like a Captain Planet villain. Yo, I know so little about French politics. All I know about Mitterrand is that he abolished the death penalty. That's the only policy I can point to. And he was he ran as a socialist. White flight after redlining locked black folks in was a perfect storm of bad outcomes.
Expanded to include people who had too little income to qualify previously. We cut child poverty by nearly in half, instantly. And the reason that we don't have it is because the entire Republican Party and Joe Manchin and Sinema essentially nixed it. But
I mean, this is a what do you think about this conversation, right? It's kind of rambling. And I mean, that's because, okay, so Tim Pool pivots, especially when he's talking about something that is not, a winning issue for him, that he doesn't really want to, he doesn't like the conversation that's happening. He'll pivot. Emma's more like, me, where I'm guessing maybe there's some ADHD at work, and, it's really easy to kind of relate this to that and then start talking about that. And you don't even realize that the conversation is kind of, has migrated, in one direction or another, and you're kind of changing the subject without even realizing it. It's a bad liberal excuse. Not going to defend violent acts on either side. To be fair, there's an entire historical context that preceded Israel and Palestine's current state of affairs. Out of respect for the people I cannot help, and I an experience I do not live. I'm not gonna just go off the cuff. Reasons we lost it was not Republicans and Manchin and Sinema. We lost it because it wasn't worth fighting for to the Democrats in power. Well, yeah, I mean, in a lot of ways, Manchin and Sinema, they're just the revolving cast of villains, right? The way that the Democrats play this off is this, right? They'll run on issues that appeal to their constituency, which traditionally has been, working class. More recently, it's women, people who aren't white, like, right? But they'll run on those issues that appeal to that constituency, right? But there's a second constituency they're paying a little bit more attention to when it comes to policy, and that is the constituency of their donors, right? Their donors are like people that are like, I kind of like what the Republicans are doing, but if we could just have like a lighter version of it, right? They're wealthy people who kind of think like that, right? So like a lot of what they're there to do is to like kind of redirect that energy towards more progressive policies and promise the world when it comes to the election, and then find some way to not deliver when it comes to legislating. And they do this with what we call a revolving cast of villains. So now if every single time there was a progressive priority that the Democratic constituency wanted, and it was always Manchin voting it down, always Sinema voting it down, right? Then all of the effort to primary goes to that person, and they get wiped out, right? That's why they're it's kind of like always they take turns, right? Being the person to kill the progressive policy goal that they could have gotten, but in reality, there's a reason that their Democrats don't want to, they're like the dog that doesn't actually want to catch the car. Le Pen became more powerful under Mitterrand as de Gaulle's conservatives declined.
This is the kind of stuff that's possible in this country to make people less desperate. If you want less crime, make society a broader, more beneficial place for people with a bigger safety net, so people don't have to turn to desperation.
Real quick, this is the crazy thing. So I think the only people who disagree with that are establishment Republicans, like the prominent Republican Party members.
But you should talk about it more on your show.
I mean, I think that I'll go extreme with it. If after your second kid, no more taxes. Income tax 0. Have 2 kids, no taxes.
I mean, I know that
None.
There have been certain proposals in places like Hungary that are like that, but they are heavily, heavily tilted towards heterosexual families as opposed to if a gay couple wants to adopt or have children. I don't agree with that because I want more taxation, frankly, so that we could have socialized healthcare. We could have a college for all act, which honestly you could pay for with a tax on Wall Street speculation. It would be incredibly easy. It's only $48 billion a year, which is less than the military budget increase that we did in 21 to 22, which was around $71 billion. I want to do that kind of stuff. And so getting rid of income tax, I would not be in favor of it.
For
but
families.
if you want to create tax incentives for families so that they can raise their kids and they aren't in poverty, I am all for that, Tim.
But to your point about nobody would disagree, I would 100% disagree with that because again,
you don't want tax credits for people that have babies?
There is not a demonstration that these policies that these work in reducing crime. In fact, we see
now when Tim Pool says stuff like that, like I wonder what it really is, right? It feels like a virtue signal, right? And to the effect of trying to present himself as a centrist, right? He's gonna endorse policy positions which he knows realistically are never gonna get voted on, let alone become law, right? Like, can you imagine that?
The opposite. If you put up that homicide chart, it starts increasing during the war on poverty, which is the greatest increase in. Sorry, go ahead.
Not talking about crime. In
Well,
relation,
she said if you wanted to deal with crime, this is how
Well,
you
I'm
do
trying
it.
to connect it to this, but like,
Right.
But
In the broader sense, I think
the most important thing to take away from this here is that every single Republican voted against the American Rescue Act and the expansion.
When you say Le Pen, are you talking about Marie Le Pen, or are you talking about her father? Are we in the 80s with this?
The child tax credit. There is one party that is it's not
But are
good
you
enough.
saying-
I'm more obviously in the Bernie Sanders wing. I have
real quick.
deep disagreements with Hillary Clinton-esque neoliberal politicians.
but
yeah, it's the
are you
Democratic
saying-
Party in favor of policies that are going to be helping people on a day-to-day basis like this.
the Republicans voted against a broad bill that included one thing in it. Is that what happened?
Yeah, but they also fought tooth and nail about the actual child tax credit. This was a part of the Inflation Reduction Act
So even as Tim Pool's like, you know, giving all these sort of populist, I guess, virtue signals, his chat saying stuff like she loves daddy government. She loves, like, you know, essentially the what would have been called in the 80s the nanny state. In other words, like social safety net.
negotiations as well. They were not in favor of that too. And Joe Manchin, your senator, right?
Like, so in other words, they're not in a favor of the things that he's virtue signaling towards.
We're here in West
He's
Virginia.
awful. We hate him.
I mean, you gotta like. I mean, you're a celebrity here, right, Tim? In West Virginia, you should call on Joe Manchin and say, "Hey,
I always forget that he's in West Virginia.
why don't you do this? Why are you not in favor of a child tax
that
credit?"
dude is neoliberal
Totally.
to perfection. It's like
I think it's sincere. A lot of European far right people support policies like that. Yeah, and there's more cross pollination these days between the European right and the American right.
nobody in West Virginia wants the guy.
Right. I mean,
And
he's very unpopular.
Right.
That's not true. He's actually the most popular politician in West Virginia history.
Go talk to some people in West Virginia.
I'm sure you could find people.
Find people, dude.
I get
His
what
poll numbers are in the tank right
I'm in right-wing nut job territory.
Listen,
No, this guy lost his mind.
I get why you're against him.
Maybe 4 years ago he was popular.
I mean, look, any popularity that Manchin, any legitimate popularity that Manchin holds in West Virginia is going to be attributable to his ability to, so here's what the deal. Manchin is, a lot of times, he is the villain of the revolving cast of villains. And what that means is that, like, there's a Senate vote to pass some progressive priority, and they need Joe Manchin's vote to get it passed, right? And so he extracts something that is either going to be, just a policy that is his pet project, or a lot of times a policy that is at least going to be seen as economically beneficial to West Virginia. This used to be called pork barrel politics, right? And the net effect is to make a politician more popular, even as they are maybe not voting for the things that are popular nationally, right? They're bringing home the bacon for their constituency.
Because the state, for whatever reason, but people are not happy with him today. I've not met a single person here who.
Oh, your parents would have liked Bloomberg. Yeah, that's right. I forgot that Bloomberg ran as a Democrat.
Likes him.
I mean, they might be upset with him now, but
he's tanking in polling numbers in hypothetical matchups with Jim Justice in the Senate. That's actually a fact.
West Virginia, 86% Trump supporting state.
Yeah,
they all
look. In all likelihood, Manchin is not going to be reelected. The numbers do not look good for Manchin to be reelected this year. This next 2024.
All of those people despise him for obvious reasons. But then you go and meet some of the more moderate, don't really care, middle of the road people, and they're just like, what happened to that guy? And so, look, man, I see what you're saying, but I'm telling you, like,
no, I get why you're against him.
It's not about me. I'm saying, like, we'll go hang out in any one of these, and this is the Panhandle. Don't get me wrong, but we were hanging out in Charleston, 5 hours from here. Not a single person I've ever met in West Virginia is like, I like that guy. Not one. I've talked to people who are like, who have told me in West Virginia that they don't like Trump. They'd rather have DeSantis, and then they say, Manchin's got to go. He's got to go. We got to get somebody else. He's awful. Because he's like, he's not a Democrat or a Republican at this point. It's like he's a corporate, that's it. It's like he's of the corporate party. He doesn't seem to be catering to anybody.
He has a fine line to walk, in my opinion, to hold a state like this as a Democrat. And this, like, I get why she, being more progressive, doesn't like him, but he's like one of the only Democrats that could have won here, which is why when they tried running progressive in the primary, like, that person got slaughtered by it.
Right, and like that's a weird thing to say, considering that politicians are more than just their ideologies, right? A politician doesn't win or lose. A lot of times somebody's personality, likability, like look at Hillary Clinton, right? Hillary Clinton lost because she has like negative charisma. That can be majorly effective. And my understanding of the progressive candidate that they ran in West Virginia was that this was a person that didn't have a lot of that just wasn't good at doing politics, right?
Manchin,
but I get why you would want to replace him. I want to replace him. The Republicans lost the Senate.
Jim Justice is very likely.
Yes. Yeah. Sorry, I just want to point this out. Off the top of my head, I think Manchin's numbers are like 55% disapproval right now.
I can't see him winning.
Look, I mean, like it's still like, here's the deal. Manchin will, like, in all likelihood, lose if he gets to the general election, which he probably will, right? Because he brings home the bacon. He's got a lot of support. He's got a lot of donors. There's a lot of things running against anybody who wants to try to win the nomination against Manchin. And may I remind people, of Joe Lieberman, who lost his primary only to turn around and run as an independent and win in his state. So, you know, Manchin could do that too, right? But yeah, so there's a big uphill battle as far as like unseating Manchin and replacing him with somebody to the left. However, you know, West Virginia is not a wealthy state, and as such, like enacting policies that are in favor of you know, the constituents, like, you know, that being you know, working class people, might actually perform better than Joe Manchin. Tim Pool's right about one thing, is that he is regarded as this kind of corporate empty suit, right? And so, you know, having somebody like you know, like, I mean, the thing about Bernie is, love him or hate him, most people, there weren't a lot of people that were saying that he was lying about his, like, what he believed in. You know, if you might have thought that, you know, he was an evil socialist, right? But you wouldn't think that he's insincere, and that goes a long way in terms of politics. America, where you only have two parties, so people focus more on individuals. Yeah. The whole you know, it's a cliche at this point, but like, you know, they ask mostly, like in most presidential elections, they ask the question, which presidential candidate would you most like to have a beer with? Like, which presidential candidate can you see yourself interacting with on like a human level? And that does correlate pretty heavily with the winners.
I mean, look, I don't know for sure. I'm not psychic, but everyone I talk to, it's like you've got, I think it's, who is it, Mooney, potentially, and Jim Justice. But Jim Justice seems very likely to get it. We'll see. I don't know for sure.
Well, you brought up Trump and DeSantis in West Virginia. I'm curious because I saw, Tim, you know, you've been like upset a little bit about how DeSantis has been, or maybe not upset.
A little bit.
Okay.
No.
Oh, you're pissed. All right. Yeah. So I'll characterize it as you're a little pissed at how DeSantis has been using those AI images of Trump
used
hugging.
3 of them one time.
Oh my
God.
Wait. This is about to be really good. And I just remembered, I am supposed to be mentioning our sponsor, right? So our sponsor for today is my Patreon. And there it is, right? I'm going to be putting more stuff on it. Had I not had to change my programming for the stream at the last minute, you would have had a video up on there of you know, more like a kind of personal, not really a vlog, but just, you know, letting you know what's going on. So if you want to keep track of what I'm doing, you know, and kind of see a little bit behind the scenes, sign up for my Patreon. I'm going to be trying to make sure that's more valuable. And generally you get the videos before other people do, and since I've been concentrating so much on streaming, there haven't been as many of that, and trust me that I'm looking to increase the amount of stuff that's coming to Patreon exclusively. And it's like stuff like personal, like let me be honest, okay? So most people know that I went through like a lot of harassment. I stood up to a pretty large streamer in Twitch politics, and you know, said some things that people were uncomfortable hearing. As a result, I got like a lot of harassment for a really long time. During that time, it was impossible for me to kind of relate to my chat on a personal level, because anything that I said like about my personal life was likely to get sort of used against me. And even to the point of, like, you know, people trying to, like, you know, find out, you know, where I live and stuff like that, people trying to dox me, right? That, you know, definitely, there were attempts made like that. I feel like I'm still a little bit nervous about that kind of stuff, but I'm going to be opening up more as a human being, because I feel like I don't get to be a human being, you know, in context of the content that I'm covering on Twitch and on YouTube as much. So I'm going to be trying to kind of release more, you know, like personal stuff on Patreon, because those are generally the people who care about that kind of stuff and are really doing a lot for me in terms of supporting me every month. So there's the Patreon link for Twitch, and here's the Patreon. Oh wait, did I already put that on YouTube? Yeah, okay, there's one Patreon link for each chat. So there it is. If you want to sign up, there will be further content and a new kind of content coming, not just previews and behind the scenes stuff, but maybe some vlog kind of stuff as well. So if you're interested in that, that's where you can find it.
I mean, can you expand on that thought?
Ron DeSantis,
All you know about me is my oatmeal obsession. I haven't been eating as much oatmeal lately.
his team, in order to smear Donald Trump, ran fake images of him kissing and hugging Fauci alongside real images, and then wrote real life Trump over the top.
Right.
And it's
Okay, now what do we think about this? Because I'm pretty sure that Emma's not going to bring this up. I'm pretty sure that Emma's not going to, like, I've watched this already, right? And I'm pretty sure she doesn't say this. But yeah, Trump, the DeSantis campaign had deepfakes of Trump, like, kissing and hugging Fauci. Trump didn't kiss or hug Fauci, right? And the DeSantis campaign would probably say, you thought that was real? No, that wasn't real, but it's emblematic of the fact that Trump appointed Fauci. Trump stayed with Fauci, like, right? Fauci was Trump's guy, right? So they could make an argument to the, like, it's a metaphor, it's an analogy, not an analogy, but, like, right? It's symbolic of something that really was going on with Trump. That's our point, is that Trump is too close to Fauci. And if you think that we were saying that Trump was actually making out with Fauci, well, then you're just a little silly, right? That's what DeSantis's people would say. Now, also, right, we've got the Trump people coming in with their own deep fake, with their own AI DeSantis, that they used to spoof DeSantis's campaign announcement, which he did on Twitter with Elon Musk, right? They had the Twitter space, and it was like Elon Musk, Ron DeSantis, George Soros, Satan, and Hitler, and they were like, they were doing gay stuff, right? So you got homophobia on the Trump side. In terms of showing Trump and Fauci kissing, that's pretty clearly appealing to some homophobia there. But you also got some homophobia in theirs. Now, Tim, I think I've heard him talk about this before, and his whole distinction is like, well, that was an AI voice. I mean, everybody, like, Satan's not. I don't know if you would he say that Satan isn't real? I don't know. That's going to alienate part of your audience. You can't say Satan isn't real, but you could say that Satan isn't likely to get in a Twitter space. So therefore, if you believe the deep fake of Ron DeSantis talking to Satan and Adolf and all the George Soros, all these people that Republicans would think of as bad, how else did Trump catch the Rona? That's right, he got it from Fauci. That's right. Oh no! And then Hitler went full Hitler. De sanctimonious. Oh yeah, I didn't even. I didn't even register what he was saying in German. He was talking too fast and too passionately. Tries to copy Trump and fails. Yeah, DeSantis, I just do not see. In fact, here's a real question, right? So I know that if Trump stays in, DeSantis has got no chance, right? He is trying to be Trumpier than Trump in some ways. In some ways, he is, right? He's more overt in terms of his anti-abortion policies, in terms of his anti-LGBT policies, although Trump's trying to catch up with him. But, in some ways, DeSantis does out-Trump Trump, but you can't win the Trump parasocial fandom by insulting Trump. And DeSantis has probably done too much of that, right? So I don't see him as a viable candidate. Now, the question is, if Trump drops out, right, he is currently the second place candidate. But where are those Trump voters going to go, right? Who is Pence? There's reasons that they don't like Pence. Christie's been pretty forward with his criticism of Trump. Christie's thought of as an establishment Republican, and there's probably a little fat phobia there too with Christie. I don't know who would. You might actually see somebody like Youngkin, Tim Scott. Tim Scott is underrated, right? Tim Scott is the governor, right, I can't remember if he's the senator or governor, but he's from South Carolina, and he's good at politics, let's just say. Tim comes off as triggered for the majority of this interaction. Just you wait. It gets worse, the Carlos. Sorry, the cap law. I can't read. I gotta change the font. That color for the font makes it like so hard for me to read.
one thing to play politics, which I despise. When you get someone being like,
the cap log, like the captain's log.
Nancy Pelosi voted against this act. It's like the Saving Puppies Act, but it's actually a bill that like cuts taxes for oil companies, or the inverse where it's like, insert Republican voted for whatever. I despise all of that. But actually fabricating images, shrinking them down and placing them alongside real images and writing real life Trump on it.
Can you pull up the image so I couldn't see it?
Yeah. So, I mean, is that kind of the core
I didn't know they said real life Trump. That is pretty bold.
of your, would you say as of now, if you were to vote today, you'd be voting for Trump?
That's me.
Yeah.
But that's the core of your disagreement?
So, there's a lot more than that. Here, take a look at this. This is as I feel like this is campaign ending. I feel like this.
Really?
Yes.
I mean, it's funny.
Let's take a look. Let's take a closer look. Okay, now, like, my understanding is that, like, see where they're circled and it says fake? Okay, so these two on the middle, top middle and top right, those are real. Bottom left is real, but everything else is fake. So here's him kissing Fauci, like, on the forehead, sort of. That's fake. Here's him hugging Fauci in two different... Oh, no, hugging and kissing right there. King Mike, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for following. Trump once declared himself to be the LGBTQ's best friend. That's right. While holding up a pride flag. Now, like, for some reason, I always remember the pride flag being upside down, but I don't think it actually was. I think it was right side up. It was just, yeah. No, the Trump actually, that might be a way for DeSantis to effectively, or somebody to effectively attack Trump, right? Because he was trying to pass himself off as pro-LGBT, which in 2016 was, the default for any politician, but now has been, used as an issue. Like the Republican Party is anti-pride, and I think it's pretty fair to say anti-LGBT. You've seen the approval of things like gay marriage being legal go down to under 50% recently among the Republican base.
The manufacture of fake images to trick people into voting for someone is, look, this is the open door. Ron DeSantis decided to be the person to stick his foot over the line and say, we will manufacture fake images to win.
I mean, now he holds up the... Are you sure that wasn't... Oh yeah, that was DeSantis's fan club that holds up that flag.
They do say that they're fake. Like
No.
But people
This is
would
someone.
probably miss
They
this.
don't say it's fake.
No, it says right there, fake.
This is an image calling out the fake graphics. They wrote real life Trump, and this is NPR circling the fake images to call them out.
Right.
They ran it as real life Trump. Now, I understand if you scrutinize the images, you can tell they're fake. This one says Mehehap Wems. Okay, yeah, that's not English, and it's under the White House emblem. But when it's in a video that's
what? Wait, where's the Mehehaps? Okay. It's under the White House emblem, so it's one of the fake pictures. Is it that one? Oh, Mehahaps Wem. Okay, so like it's clearly AI. Yeah, now that I look at it, you can kind of tell that it's AI. That one's AI, and then that one's AI too. Okay.
minute long, and you pass this. I've already had people tell me that they didn't realize it was fake. Right. And I've already people say, I talked to my parents about it, they thought it was real. And so what the DeSantis fans are doing now is they're like, can you believe Tim actually thought those were real? Like, dude, if you want to play that game and call me stupid and insult me for calling out DeSantis' campaign for doing this, I literally don't care. It changes nothing of my moral stance that this stepped well over the line. Now, I got to be honest. You go back in time to the first time a politician lied, and people were probably like, can you believe he actually lied to us? And we know that's bad, and I hate all of it. But this is the next level. This is like...
Yeah.
It's bad enough they're all lying.
Well, what's the core of your disagreement otherwise then? I mean, if it's with COVID, I would say I'm more on Trump's side with that kind of stuff. I liked Operation Warp Speed. Look, I would have done a little differently for giving away government money for vaccines that we should have nationalized them, and the intellectual property should have been waived so that everybody could have had access to it also in the
publicly
South.
Funded should be publicly owned.
I'm in favor of that, Tim. So I mean, that's one thing that I think Trump is better. And look, just DeSantis is frankly, an anti-LGBTQ demagogue. And that's where I think Trump's less dangerous than DeSantis. Okay.
Like, he is, but I think it's more so the Florida.
I'm gonna disagree with Emma on that, right? Okay, so DeSantis has done way more, like enacted legislation, anti-LGBTQ legislation. That's true, right? Trump, you know, Trump will, you know, and Trump's been on board with, you know, giving like pro-LGBT virtue signals. However, if you noticed, at the beginning of his campaign, Trump has made some has utilized the same kind of eliminationist rhetoric that you hear coming out of like Michael Knowles, right? I don't think Trump cares about LGBTQ issues. I don't think that Trump cares about most political issues. I think that the one thing that Trump cares about is power, and wielding the base that he has that is fundamentally anti-queer, anti-LGBT, and especially anti-trans is going to involve catering to that base, right? The one argument that you could make for DeSantis being worse for LGBTQ people is that he is more proficient as a politician. He's more proficient at getting legislation enacted. Because, yeah, a lot of even, you know, Trump's legislative priorities, like, you know, getting rid of Obamacare didn't happen, right? There was a lot of things that, you know, he promised that he couldn't actually do. He has shown himself to be inept, you know, to kind of engage in petty squabbles, right? So would Trump get maybe less done against LGBTQ people? Possibly. But they're both really, yeah, signal he is team extermination. I agree. Funny how Timble's out bad faith, plausible deniability, or deceptive messaging when it comes to this ad, but then we'll turn around and say don't say gay bills don't actually say don't say gay. Yeah.
Legislature that's doing it.
It's not called the Don't Say Gay bill.
And then he's latching onto it because I think when it comes to real issues related to stuff,
it's called like the Child Protection Act or something like that.
He's
he's been anti-wokeness is the center of his campaign.
Yeah, he kinda made that at the forefront of his campaign.
No, for sure. I like DeSantis.
Trump wouldn't even send the National Guard against the Black Lives Matter rioters.
That's a different question. That's not wokeness. That's like crime and law and stuff. DeSantis, I think, is mostly surface level. I like a lot of his policies. I think
What do you like about his policies?
I mean, at the beginning of COVID, it wasn't
good question.
Particularly good, right? He did a lot of what everyone else did. But to be fair, I was very much like, I was very much, Thomas Massie didn't want to do this big spending bill, and I said, this is crazy. The economy, like, we don't know what's going on. There are people dying. We're seeing videos of people dying in the street. And so I think, hindsight being 2020, I look back and I probably should not have just gone along with all of that. That was probably stupid. Ron DeSantis did initially, but then changed and said, you know what, this is not making sense. We're reopening. And I think that made a lot more sense.
It was also under extreme pressure. Like Andrew Cuomo was the most promoted governor in the country, and he was the most attacked.
So DeSantis did well in not the first, but he did well in reopening things back up.
But what policies do you like generally about him? I mean, besides the COVID stuff, what are the other policies like as governor? I mean, you think it's just the state legislature that's putting together these
I
look,
think it's mostly
Tim,
them.
You said that there was a grooming event happening at Club Q, and that was after the shooting, right? Which is essentially kind of saying, well, look, they had it coming a little bit. I mean, you didn't say that, but that's the implication.
I actually said, how do we prevent these things from happening? If people, so I tweeted.
So you actually seem pretty aligned with DeSantis on the
absolutely
on
right.
the
but I don't think it's him. I think it's the Florida legislature. And if DeSantis becomes president, you think Congress is going to vote for any of these things? As for the Club Q,
so what he essentially said is that, like, yeah, like, I'll agree that he has these awful, objectionable policies, which is weird because, like, at different times, I feel, am I wrong, chat? I'm starting to feel gaslit. I feel like I hear Tim Pool kind of agreeing with some of DeSantis's policies more than he's letting on to right there. But his claim is that these policies don't matter because the, current Senate wouldn't pass them? That's a dangerous game that I do not want to play. What did you like about Ron? Stuff and next, yeah, exactly. He's trying to emotes are for Pool.
thing. I said, if people keep saying wood chippers, what did you think was going to happen? Right? I am saying, stop saying these things.
Saying what?
People keep going online and going, wood chippers, wood chippers, wood chippers. You know what that means, right?
For who though?
For groomers.
Right. Okay.
And I'm like, what do you think is going to happen if you go online and keep calling for death? Like, don't do that. Stop that, right? We want to stop child abuse. We want to stop violence. That's what we want.
So that's why I hope you have dedicated so much of your program to talking about the Catholic Church.
I want to see. Yo, chat. Tim Pool's chat says groomers unalive. Like, DIE. She is pro groomer. There was a grooming event, right? Based on, so that's them backing up Tim on what he said about the Q nightclub shooting.
Because that is the institution in this country right now that is most associated with child abuse.
Hands
and
down,
queer people, gay
Wood chippers for groomers. Yeah, the chat. Yes, chat agrees. Chippers, yo, they look, like they're not listening to you, Tim. Either that or they don't believe that you actually mean what you're saying.
people, trans people, that is not a thing. What is your definition?
Wood chippers, baby.
I mean, they're most associated, but they're actually not more abusive than
wood chippers, groomer, wood chipper.
Any other religious institution, and they're not nearly as abusive.
But
as
no.
the
I want
public
to
school
stay
system.
on this, and I also just
where
Firing squad, wood chippers is the way. Damn, Tim, your chat completely disagrees with you on that, right? Or you don't really mean it.
Where are the books at? Where did they get moved to?
Tim, though, what policies about DeSantis do you like in terms
they went nuts over that wood chippers thing.
of what he's running on for president?
Culture war stuff mostly, but I think COVID policy was
plug
good.
for the show.
Oh yeah.
Right, but what's the culture war stuff that you like?
So yes, but the reason why I've not been so last year I was like I think DeSantis is probably better for one simple reason.
No, what stuff do you like now? What do you like that he's running on?
Yeah, culture war stuff.
But can you expand on that notion?
I think you want me
They can't let the wood chippers thing go.
to like pull up specific.
I mean, I don't know. It's like you said that you like certain things.
I thought I said for Democrats, wood chippers for groomers, wood chippers, trebuchet to son. Okay, yo, your chat is like
That you're leaning more towards Trump because of AI images. I would hope that there's a little bit more substance to your
Well,
disagreement.
but every time I try and bring it up, you just ask me the same question again.
Because you're not answering my question.
So I'm trying to.
Okay, go ahead.
So now where was I before you jumped back in? First, the culture war stuff is obvious, right? Parental rights and education bill. Yes, that one's fairly obvious. I don't know about the Disney stuff. That's kind of absurd. What I was going to say is let's go back in time to why I said I was for Ron DeSantis in the first place and why where I'm at now is not.
he's like Posey Parker refusing to elaborate on his dog whistles. Why is this guy scared to defend himself and running away from his own words? Wait. Oh yeah, that's right. You're right. Okay, so Chad Alpha's pointing out that there's kind of like a different Tim Pool that we're seeing today from the one that we see every day on Twitter.
The first thing was
They're definitely weasels.
last year I was having a conversation with the Daily Wire crew and I said Trump is brash. Many people don't like him and he won't shut up about 2020. He's a sore loser. Ron DeSantis, at the very least, is dry and
They're saying wood chips for groomers alternately with calling her a groomer.
can get us something better than, say, Joe Biden.
I know, but I'm still not really hearing
Today.
a specific policy.
Right. So his COVID policy was correct. Okay.
Wait,
These-
but you
these-
just
these are-
said
these are-
something with the beaches that
Yeah,
you don't
yeah,
like
yeah,
the
that one.
closure.
You can bring it over.
Like his presidential platform. Like
I don't
what
know
are
if
the
he's
things?
got one. Does he?
Okay, so you're.
I've not been on board with him. So we can look at what
And you
happened.
said parental rights. I'm curious what you mean by that.
Yeah,
Because
like,
I'm in favor of parental rights, right? Like I want parents to be able to, if their child is transitioning, to be able to work with their doctor with a plan and make sure that children are not being driven to suicidal ideation and that parents aren't restricted by the state from.
Let's talk about one of his policies. in
Okay,
particular.
go ahead. I don't want parents to be restricted from the state from giving healthcare to their children.
If I open this book
Yeah.
on YouTube, the stream will get taken down.
Okay.
Did you ever read this book?
No.
This book is in middle schools in Florida. Ron DeSantis had it removed. That's one simple policy he did. It's very good. You've never seen this book?
I've heard about it.
Have you ever looked inside of it?
No, but I mean, I don't believe in censorship.
It wasn't one simple policy. He actually did a policy that was so open to interpretation that there's documentations of school districts getting rid of a ton of books just because they're not sure what's going to be considered over the line.
If
So
I show you a
don't
picture of a
believe in
blowjob, would
comforting.
you be offended?
I mean,
Can I show you a picture of a blowjob? on
I
camera?
wouldn't be offended. I mean, I
No?
think
Disavow.
that, honestly, do you know, Tim, that the more children learn about sexual education in the way that's productive and done in schools, the less likely they are to be sexually abused because they know what is good and what
I
is
can't show
bad.
this image on YouTube.
Do you hear me though about that?
So I think
The more children
the issue
learn
is,
about sexual education, the less likely they are to be victims of pedophilia and rape.
I think that the issue is you're confusing sexual education with kink. Right, so I'm looking at this right now. I can't even hold it up because I can't point it at the camera. And
What does he mean? Like, look, if you want to say that to me that there's a difference between sexual education and you know, God, I can't say this word on stream. And you know, images that are meant to gratify, right? If you know what I'm saying, or a word that rhymes with corn, right? Then yeah, I'll say that yeah, there's a difference, right? There's an educational way to look at sex, and there's like a more gratuitous one, and obviously, you know, like you're not trying to you know, gratify, you know, like the goal of sexual education is not the second, it's not the former, it's the latter, right? But like when he says that there's a difference between kink and sexual education, oh my God, Tim, what do you define as kink? Right? Because he's looking at a picture of oral. Is that kink? Is kink anything that's not like heterosexual PIV in the missionary position for the purpose of reproduction? Is that what he thinks is can I say I don't know. I've never even tried to say that word on stream, Firebird. Is kink non-procreative sex? I don't know, but like the way that he's like his example here of teaching kink to children is like just like you know, I assume it's like a diagram of oral sex. So you know, here's the deal, right? His chat is genocidal, right? The shit that they're saying right now is straight up like most people in the chat right now are saying groomer, and before that the wood chippers, yeah, basically. So they're just like saying, and not just for, you know, not just for marginalized like sexual minorities, like they're calling her that because she advocates for trans rights, because she's advocating for some form of sexual education. But what the point that she's trying to make is this, right? If you're worried about abuse, or if you're worried about like, you know, children being victimized, right? The best thing you can do to prevent that is make sure that they know like what is, you know, in that category, right? So that they're not in a situation where, you know, somebody in their church, somebody in their family, or somebody in their school tries to take advantage of their, you know, not of their lack of knowledge that something is sexual, right? And trick and get them to you know, participate in that when they don't want to, right? So in other words, yeah, knowing about different like sex acts is an important part of preventing that kind of victimization. God damn. Sodomy's technical and original definition is all sex acts undertaken at the exclusion. Oh yeah, so anything that besides what like that would be defined as sodomy.
And I don't understand why school children should be taught
Look at his face while looking at blowjobs.
how to perform blowjobs.
I think it might be the problem here is that this like diagram or whatever he's looking at might actually be gratifying Tim in an appropriate way.
For an autoandrophile.
I don't believe they're being taught that.
Why was this book
banned.
why was this
I
book in
don't
grade school?
really know. Again,
Missionaries too kinky, only artificial insemination.
because this is
Right,
another
so-
case-by-case example.
No. You
where
asked me
I am
about
not
what
in
Ron
favor
DeSantis
of censorship.
did. You asked
I
me
am-
what Ron DeSantis did that I liked.
that he
Here's
banned genderqueer.
that he's removing pornographic and kink books from middle schools is a very, very good one. And I would
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing, that anything that's honest about like, you know, teaching, you know, what sexual activities actually are, right? The kind of instruction that you need if you want a young person to know if somebody's trying to take advantage of them, right? Because like like he's seeing that as inherently gratifying, and it's not. It's not. Also, he says school children as if they're talking about first graders, not 12-year-olds. Yeah, we're talking about middle school, okay? And if you don't think that there should be sex education in middle school, you're in favor of raising children in a way where they're very vulnerable to being victimized without even knowing that that's what's happening. Like children don't inherently know what acts are and are not inappropriate. They are raised, they are trained to listen to adults and to obey adults and to do what adults say, right? You might want to give them some guidelines of like, hey, I know I said do what adults say, but if an adult ever tells you to do this, you need to come to me and let me know, because that's not supposed to be going on, right? That's the goal of anyone in middle school talked about was sex. Russia update: top Russian general sends message to Wagner amid calls for armed revolution. Sergei Surovikin has called on the mutinous PMC that's the Wagner group, right? The PMC to stand down.
Well, for me, my politics are a little broader than that, Tim, I gotta say.
So, listen, if your argument to me is that I or anyone else should support your politics because you want to show blowjobs to children, you're going to lose.
Well, I don't think that is a policy done by teachers in this country. I think that this
book was in schools in Florida.
There
which
are
is
a ton of books that are in a ton of schools. I don't believe in censorship. That's not my bag, buddy.
So you think children should have Playboy?
I don't.
Jezebel, eat her, Tim. Evil. The woman is so infuriating.
Really think so? No, because that's pornography.
To the chopper.
So you
think a
Tim, you're in
blowjob?
favor of censorship?
Yes,
you are,
absolutely.
Oh, that's good to know.
If you watched the show, you'd know this.
Oh, you're okay. You're
we
pro
talk
censorship.
about
I am not. I want children to be able to have all the information that they need in order to
including pornography.
No, that's not pornography.
We back up record everything, and
we're still recording.
Yo, chat. Like at this point, reading Tim's chat. Okay. Now look, there's a limit to what I can and can't say online, and I know what that limit is, and I'm not going to cross that line. Okay. But I will tell you the thing that I tell anybody that I'm teaching about kickboxing, which is protect yourself at all times, okay? Protect yourself at all times, right? We're living in a dangerous time. And anything that you're thinking that you might need to do to protect yourself, you probably need any precautions that you need to take, you probably need to take those precautions. This is scary. Like, this is like witch trial shit. Way less graphical than Wikipedia, even, is what we're actually talking about.
I think we're back.
We are back?
Whoa.
Oh,
okay.
It's pretty stormy out.
It broke your
It's
saucer
stormy?
too.
Yeah, I mean, it's rainy, yeah.
Okay, I think we're live again.
Okay.
There we go. We're back.
Yes.
So the power just
went
fluctuated.
out. Yeah. That was God striking you down.
That was the
Tim.
YouTube
striking me down. You're the one arguing
They're
for.
calling her a succubus. They're calling her a succubus.
The one arguing for censorship.
Yes.
I mean, I don't really mind that stuff. I mean, are you in favor of children seeing violence on television?
No.
That scares me a little bit more.
It depends. It's not so simple to say violence, right? But yes, censorship.
Granted, this is how they're reacting to Emma, right? Imagine how they'd react to a trans person. Imagine how they'd react to a trans teacher.
Is a good thing, but when done bad is a bad thing.
Yeah.
For instance, Ian Crossland, who is a co-host on Timcast IRL, used to be a moderator for Minds.com, and he had to filter out graphic depictions of murder and rape and child abuse. Censorship is absolutely vital in that regard. So if we're talking about a book like, in particular, there was one called, there's a teacher who provided a book to her middle schoolers called This Book is Gay. I don't know if you've ever heard of it.
I have heard. That's actually a very good book.
And it provides instruction on she provided instruction to children on how to use adult gay anonymous sex apps. Yeah, I don't think that's appropriate. Now look, by all means, you can be in favor of them.
Maybe she had a child. Maybe she had a child in her classroom.
Also, the other thing that's terrible about going on Tim's program, like I said, like I love Emma. I don't know about this choice to go on Tim Pool's podcast. I would say it's a bad idea, right? But I mean, I know that Emma was, trying to do good with this. But this is one of the reasons, right? He pulls out a random book. He tells you that Ron DeSantis took this book out of schools. You know, he tells you what's in the book supposedly, but you're not even seeing what context. Now he's bringing up another book, right? That you don't have access to. Tim Pool's got a computer right there, right? And he's got a whole team, and he's got resources, right? As far as even being able to have this conversation, you're not. He's able to just bring up anything and tell you they're teaching children how to, do X, Y. They're teaching children how to use Grinder. That's what he's implying. He's implying that they're encouraging like children to use Grinder. That's gay has been straight. Had it been straight, it would have been fine. Why does he specify gay with the book? Going on Temple's show. Yeah, the odds are always weighted in his favor. Temple paid for. Yeah, he bought the book. I guess they should be getting wood chippers ready for him too. I don't know. Very big shield that even normies can hide behind. Yeah. Yeah. That's right. That's right. Computer Bailey. I'm trans, and I used to be a daycare director. Coached 2-year-olds in saying no and respecting others who say no. Teaching the concept of consent. Was accused of doing that for nefarious reasons. Yeah, well, I think the people looking, giving you shade for that were the ones they've got some nefarious reasons, right? It's almost like they want to enable children to be taken advantage of in that manner. Tim looks like a penis with a hat, kind of.
Who wanted to go on Grinder and have sex with adults? Is that your argument?
No, I mean, I'm not saying that. First of all, I don't know. Again, this
Why
is
would a
another
10-year-old need Grinder?
This is the thing that you do, though, Tim.
Oh, that
You're
I do.
picking specific examples that
You
are
asked me for
inflammatory.
one. You asked me for one.
Okay, then go ahead. I
did.
don't
We
know
have the
book.
book.
Yeah, I'm
I
not
said
in
don't show children blowjobs. You
Look,
said you appreciate
I'm
it.
not in favor of censorship. I'm not in
As
favor
an
of
objective
censorship.
observer that's sitting here, you asked for a specific example, he gave it to you, and then you try to say he's broadly in favor of censorship.
Yeah.
It's possibly to make a hypocrisy point later on when he complains about social media censorship or something like that.
No,
but
I'm
it's
just-
like he's talking about
Well, no, he didn't say Grinder, but he said like sex apps. So
this specific issue. And I remember I was working on an education series about this kind of thing years before it was popular. Yes, I was ahead of my time. And yeah, these kind of things were popping up all over schools. And I am happy that DeSantis is like doing something.
We
about
had
it.
Asra Nomani on the show. She brought in, I think, like 70 books of all of the weird racist indoctrination and sex stuff that they're bringing in schools.
Yeah.
And I said, look, man, it's really simple for me. If someone comes to me and says that they think this book, which Amazon says is 18 up only, should be given to children, I'll say, I will vote against you.
So should the Bible be banned from schools because it depicts
It is
sexual
banned
acts?
from schools, public schools.
The Bible probably is not appropriate for children for a lot of reasons. And I am not a Christian, so I don't particularly care about whether or not they're going to give a book to children that has something like Deuteronomy 23:20 in it. I don't think kids should be reading that kind of stuff.
Okay.
However, I'm in favor of the parents deciding when it is appropriate for their kids, which comes with very difficult moral questions in that my morality is different from the morality of each individual parent. So that's why I'm kind of like, the government probably shouldn't be the one doing it.
Have you had an expert on sexual education on your program to talk about this kind of stuff?
Yes.
What did they say?
And
And are you in favor of abstinence only?
No. It's been a very, very long time.
You're not in favor of abstinence only education.
I think abstinence only is.
So
silly.
you're kind of hinging on this book that has pornographic material in it that okay.
There's a difference between sex and kink. Right?
Okay, sure.
So the many individuals on the left have made arguments in favor of kink for kids, which is weird to me, and I think it's inappropriate. I think kids should learn about sex. I think the parents should decide when it's appropriate. This is why.
wait. Before we go on, I feel like I want to interrogate that question a little bit. What do you think, chat? What's the does anybody do people think there's a difference between sex and kink? And if so, what is that difference, right? What defines something as kink? Yeah, what is a kink? He never defines kink. Yeah, who is arguing for kink for kids? Well, I mean, like, look, I mean, depending on, like, if he thinks that oral is a kink, which, I mean, it could be, like, right? So somebody could In my mind, kink is just you have a particular thing for X, right? That's a kink, right? You could have a kink for missionary, okay? Like it kind of just means like an attraction too, or a you know, desire. Like if you're more interested in one thing than other things, that's kind of a kink, isn't it? So what the hell is a kink? You know, what does he mean here? I feel like the way that we talk about kink is that like we have a concept of what like common sex practices are, and anything that deviates outside of that is so then it becomes like a normative like sort of thing like that. But even then it's abstracted by the point of like what do we think that normal people are into? It's like what we think normal people are into and what normal people are actually into are usually two different things. Oh, oh God, that sucks, Chromatic Mage. You he's using kink as a shield to say no sex ed is appropriate. Yeah, basically. Yeah, that's like a that's a DeSantian you know, rhetorical trick there to like cuz like really you could expand that pretty far. And most likely it's going to get played on like a normative level, right? So in other words, things that are heteronormative, standard like, you know, sex practices are going to be the only ones that are exempt from being considered kink. Does he think the age of consent for LGBTQIA people should be higher? Yo, that what like in the UK? What was that, section 28?
Typically at schools, they would give out a notice to the parents like, we're intending on doing sex ed. Here's the subjects we're going to cover.
Nothing's changed.
The
in that
issue
way.
with Florida was that they had a policy where they would not instruct parents and actually were told not to talk to the parents if the kids were suffering.
And the reason that Emma's bringing up the Bible is that recently in Utah, there was some law against books with a sexual content or books that were you know, seen as pornographic or that parents objected to being taken out of the library. And those same standards that they applied to get books like that out of their library were actually applied successfully to the Bible. They took the Bible out of the library based on the standards that were set up because yeah, there's, you know, some sexual content to the Bible.
Identity issues. Now, that's the state should not intervene and take away the rights of the parents in that in that way.
Can you say that again? That the state. What about gender identity issues?
So in Florida, what prompts a bill like this, and it also happened with stuff in like Nashville, was that the schools, and I think they do this in like Washington and Colorado, the schools were actually telling teachers not to talk to the parents if the children were having some kind of identity issue, and so this led to suicides.
No. What leads to suicides is that children are being told that they cannot operate and be who they are as the gender that is who they are in their heart. That's what's leading to suicides.
I'm talking about one specific. Well, I think it's like
again, you're talking about one specific example. I'm talking about
you
broader.
can't ask me for like.
I talk about politics, Tim. I don't talk about anecdotes.
He's talking about policy that they would not.
You asked me what the policy was.
I'm talking about school district policy. I cover national politics. Me to. Yeah. All right.
You can't ask me a question. Then when I explain where the policy came from, be like, no, that makes no sense.
No, because you go into individual anecdotes.
I'm telling you why the policy was written.
Okay, go ahead, Tim.
That's why the policy was written, because there were children who were having identity issues, and the schools.
Yeah, Tim is literally pro-outing children.
Were instructed. The teachers were told not to tell the parents. This led to, I think it was a suicide attempt. The parents got angry.
Who had a suicide attempt?
A little girl tried to kill herself.
Okay, again, this is one case. Go ahead.
And there was also another. Right. I'm not talking about. Look at this anecdote. Let's set policy. I'm saying Florida set a law because. Okay. I'm not saying I agree or disagree. I'm saying.
So no, like he's making a like causative. He's implying causation. Like right. So there was an incident where a child came to a teacher, said, I have, you know, I don't know what kind of, you know, some kind of LGBTQ feelings. I'm wondering what's going on, right? The parent, and I'm guessing the policy in the school was not to violate that confidentiality and then go tell the parents, oh, by the way, your child says that they think they might be gay or something like that, right? And then the child, ended up unaliving themselves, right? Like, there's so much assumed causation there, right? And also, if we're worried about like, that kind of thing, which they're not. If you're against, children being able to receive gender affirming care, then you don't care about kids unaliving themselves. You're okay with kids unaliving themselves, like, right? You're like, whatever. So disingenuous. This is so disingenuous. I wouldn't talk to a guy like this. I wouldn't go on a show. Like, there's just like, you can do a lot, and Majority Report does a lot, right? That's what they do, is they unskew, they debunk a lot of the stuff that goes out in the right-wing ecosystem and goes into the larger community, and they're sort of, debunking it, right? That's a big part of what they do. That's why Tim Pool hates the Majority Report. But when he brings you into this situation, like, how are you going to unravel this in real time, right? Because people just track. They track. Okay, so she told the teacher that she was gay or trans or whatever, whatever the case may be. And the teacher did not tell the parent, and then she ended up unaliving herself. Therefore, what? The parents would have stopped that from happening, you think? Right? And the fact that she came to the teacher and not the parents, right, implies that there's a lack of trust that she has with her parents, that this child intuitively knows that, they might be punished for saying something, for telling their parents about that. So, who, like, right? So Tim's solution is essentially that teachers need to rat out their students who are uncomfortable talking to their parents about this stuff. To, like, right, the mandatory reporting for a child having like non-standard heteronormative like thoughts. Really? Is that what you're in favor of? They think trans kids should be, oh my god. Yeah, no, they don't care about.
A thing led to a thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
My position is that parents should be fully informed about what's going on.
Yo, you don't know that thing led to a thing, okay? And you don't know that like imposing that mandatory reporter to the parents status of of a teacher hearing this stuff from a child is gonna somehow like circumvent that. You don't know that. Like, this is all your assumption.
With their children, and teachers should not withhold that information from them. It is not up to the state to decide what is best for the kid. There are certain
But the state
exceptions.
is deciding what is best for the kid in these instances. They are essentially saying that children, take Florida, for example. You're talking about Florida. Let's talk about it. They're saying that children cannot, under the supervision of their doctor and with their parental consent. None of this happens, by the way, without parental consent. It's illegal. They cannot work with their doctor on a healthcare plan for them to transition into their
I'm not
gender.
talking about that. I mean, you're talking about medical intervention.
I'm actually seeing some MR chatters in Tim Pool chat trying to dilute all the groomer comments with some reason.
I'm talking about,
you
like,
have
it's a losing battle.
spoken about this on your program before.
Yeah, I think like if a doctor prescribed a lobotomy to a kid, the government should stop
It's
that
not
too.
a lobotomy. That's not what it is.
I'm saying that there are certain things in the medical world that we've prohibited.
Right, but this is not what
it's one of them.
But the American
You
Journal.
disagree? You think it shouldn't be?
No.
There's no, but like, look, like lobotomy was, I think, a medical practice in the past, right? There. Yeah, you're talking about lobotomy. Nobody was like, let me get a lobotomy. Hey, can I get a lobotomy? I'd like a lobotomy. Can I get a? Is this the place where you go for lobotomies? No, lobotomies were imposed on people, like, against their will. What? How are you comparing this to that? Gish Gallop time literally is for the state to decide what is best for the kid. State bans all kinds of parenting practices that are deemed harmful. Yeah, such a right-wing dog whistle. Yeah, it's like eugenics.
Every single expert that is reputable on this front disagrees. The American Journal of Pediatrics did a study about transitioning children. They studied them over 5 years. 94% of the children continued to identify as the gender that they were choosing to identify with at the beginning.
For 5 whole years?
Yeah,
Wow.
yes.
And placed on Lupron.
No, then
She needs vitamin D? Yo, this chat is like... This chat is like... thirst-hating her.
the 6% that were remaining, 3.5% identified as cisgender, 2.5% went back, yes, but they were heavily weighted under the age of 10 years.
Yo, okay, so now we're talking about the DeSister study. I think a lot of chat knows about the study, but just to summarize it, right? This is something that'll get brought up by a lot of right-wingers, right? And they'll show you a study that say of all the they studied a whole bunch of children who thought they were trans or showed signs of being trans or whatever, right? And then of those children, like 95% of them desisted after puberty, so no intervention, and they like only 5% of them transitioned, right? What they're not telling you is that the threshold for inclusion in that study, in other words, what gets you into that, percentage that they're studying, is if a boy, paints their nails one day, you can be in that that child can be put in that study, right? That child that puts nail polish on one day crosses the threshold for inclusion, right? A child wears the shoes that are somehow associated with the other gender than they were assigned at birth, right? That child. So in other words, any sort of behavior that is considered by the parent to be aberrant, right, gets you included. And then they take all those people that did anything, right? Anything at all that was considered not gender normative, right? And then they say of those people, 95% of them did not declare themselves to be trans after puberty, right? Yeah, because people play around with stuff. People should play around with stuff. Kids play around with everything, and it doesn't necessarily mean anything, right? But here's what it is. Here's why Tim Pool buys into this. Here's why his disgusting fandom buys into this, right? They seem to think that that trans kids happen like this. A child, paints their nails. A child assigned male at birth paints their nails, and the teacher says, "Oh, why, you painted your nails," and goes to the parents and says, "Do you know that your child is trans? Your child is actually a girl. We should start using she, her pronouns," right? Because nails were painted, right? Or a skirt was put on, or you know what I mean? High heels were worn, right? That is not fucking happening, right? If a child is trans, they have to go through so much to convince the adults in their life and their parents that that's what's happening, that's what's going on, that's what's real, right? And most of the time, the parents will ignore them anyway. Most of the time, the parents the parent is essentially, "I don't want you to be trans, and as long as you live under this roof, you're abiding by the pronouns that we gave you and the name that we gave you and everything, yada yada yada," right? So but we watched that Samir Bhavnani God, okay, let me just go to this really quick. Samir Bhavnani. I mean, this is unironically what right-wingers think. This is what right-wingers think is happening with trans kids.
What's going on here? I borrowed some of Mom's fingernail paint. Doesn't it look cool, Daddy?
I've been doing some new
That is so messed up that he goes right from that to pitch it. This is his daughter. He's basically made a YouTube channel, forced his daughter to be a YouTuber. But I don't, right? And like I don't know if he's making money off of it, or I don't know how the YouTube Kids thing works. Maybe it's not monetized and stuff. But like here, let me show you some scenes.
Sorry, Jim. Did I say something wrong?
Well, it's not Alex anymore. It's actually Alexa.
You changed his name?
Well, I didn't change it, and it's more than just his name that's changed.
Oh, that little girl is Alex? Isn't he or she too young to make that decision?
It's a day in schools, Albert. I agreed to let my son take these sexual education classes, and then this happens.
Whoa, really? Thinking maybe we shouldn't send Xavier.
Seriously, Albert? I didn't realize you were so transphobic.
What? Come on, Raven. I'm not transphobic. I just want a son to be
a son.
And you don't have a problem with that?
No. If our son is happy being a boy, then let him be a boy. If he decides otherwise, then let him. Whatever makes him happy. What exactly is really the problem, Albert?
It's just he's too young to make that decision.
But he's not too young to play Mortal Kombat.
Sure, Mrs. Karen.
Xavier, you're such an amazing child. I wanted to talk to you about something that happened today in class.
What is it?
Well, I noticed you put male as your gender in class.
I am a boy.
Well,
Okay, so right there, I am a boy, right? Is something that a parent or a teacher should listen to, right? But watch what happens. Watch what conservatives think is happening in our schools because of propaganda like this.
There are a few things that I noticed about you that might make you think otherwise.
Huh?
I mean, you wear earrings, you have beautiful long fingernails. Are you sure you're a male, Xavier?
Again, like, you know, anybody can have long hair, you know, beautiful hair, you know, like paint their fingernails, right? It doesn't mean that, right? What you're listening for is the child saying, I do or I don't feel like this gender that I'm being assigned, right? That's what should, you know, that's where the direction is coming from, because they'll say there's no such thing as trans kids. There's liberal parents that are getting social media points. Like somehow they're blowing up on Twitter by being like, I have a trans child. And it's just not happening. So the teacher pushed the nail paint on the child because the child had you know, beautiful hair and nice nails, right? And the teacher determined, oh, I guess you're trans then. Like, is she getting like, you know what I mean? It's almost like like you'd have to think that she's getting like you know, what are those sales that you do at school where, like, you know, they send you home with something to sell, and then, you know, you sell it around the neighborhood, and maybe your parents take it to work and be like, hey, anybody want to buy any of my kids' cookies? You know, right? And you get like some kind of little reward based on how much you sell. It's almost like they think that that's going on, but with the teachers, and what they're selling is like transitioning. That the teachers are, you transitioned, like, you know, X number of children this year, you know, here's your toaster, right? It's just, so we saw this part before.
Deal if he has girlfriends. Seriously, Albert?
His teacher, Miss Karen, she instigated it.
By saying his nails are nice? It's not a big deal, Albert.
Raven, I find it a big deal. And I set up a meeting with the school and teacher. I need to see what's going on.
A big deal out of this.
Mr. Unger, this class was formulated by experts. Your son missing this class may leave him behind in knowledge that other kids have. It also helps with preventative measures. I mean, you don't want him getting a girl pregnant at 13, do you?
I just feel like you're grooming him into being something that he's not.
Albert, seriously, I can't believe you're talking like this.
Sir, I apologize, but this is coming off as phobic.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Karen. Albert, I need you to go wait in the car.
What? No.
You are causing a scene, and you need to go calm down. I won't tell you again.
Breaking news from the White House. We are monitoring the situation in Russia and will be consulting with allies and partners on these developments.
Such toxic masculinity.
Yeah, of course her name is Karen. And watch how they try to, and watch the shenanigans that they play with like this video is also racist. Okay, let me just say that up front. This video is not just transphobic, it's also racist, right? And you know, like the Karen here is gonna play into that.
Seriously.
I see here you both have different last names.
Yeah, I didn't want to change my last name.
Patriarchy and racism and transphobia.
Very empowering.
Yeah, so she didn't change her, so she kept her maiden name. She kept her maiden name. And that's like...
Thank you. This is ridiculous. This is my son. I should have a say so on what he's learning.
Just sign your gender here, Xavier. You can be a girl if you want to. It's okay. This is what he wants.
Literally literally kid said I'm a boy, not what he wants. But they want you to think that this is what teachers are doing, right? And I can't imagine what fucking motivation there would be here. Maiden names are woke, yeah.
I guess. Do what you feel is best, Xavier.
I don't know what I want to be, Mommy.
Well, you love strawberries over chocolate, right, Xavier?
Yo! What the?
That is pretty feminine.
No, it's a flavor!
But I like chocolate sometimes.
Okay, I do too.
But the thing is, the gender essentialism isn't coming from the woke culture. The gender essentialism is coming from the chud culture, yeah? Like, if anybody's, like, saying, like, I don't want my son eating strawberry ice cream because it's too feminine, the pink ice cream is gonna turn my son gay, it's a chud, okay? It's not... is this the video for... No, it's not. The Epoch Times has made some kind of documentary. I have seen the commercials for that. I haven't seen the Epoch Times video. Can somebody explain to me how that... It doesn't make any sense. But this is Samir. This is Samir Bhavnani.
He's my son.
Famous YouTuber, Samir... famous young YouTuber, Samir Bhavnani.
I'm not tolerating this nonsense.
Okay, so here's the most watched part of the video.
Put the pen down, son.
Albert, what are you?
Shut your mouth.
Sir, you need to calm down. You're behaving like an animal.
I am an animal, and I'm protecting my son. This is jungle, so you better get back.
Albert, please.
Raven, get your big back in the car and take our son with you.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Come on, baby.
Do you see what they're doing here? It's racist. It is racist as fuck. It is racist as fuck.
Typical angry black man.
Don't change.
So here's what they're trying to do. They're trying to put transphobia... They're trying to shoehorn transphobia into black culture, right? When in actuality, like, you know, transphobia appears in a lot of different places, right? And like, actually, homophobia and transphobia, like, they are strong. Anyway, do you see what they're doing here, though? They're trying to sell, like, bigotry as black culture, right? Based on stereotypes, based on, you know, based on tropes.
Okay.
Yeah, yes, sir. How is that not king? This poor kid, though. Like, I feel bad for this kid, because, like, what the actor, right? The actor playing the kid, right? What is he supposed to make of this? Like, right? This is so messed up. But I'm just giving you an example of this is the narrative, right? But Samir has distilled the narrative given to him by Matt Walsh, by Tim Pool, by so many other right-wing chuds, right? He's distilled this, and like the difference is Samir is like kind of saying some of the quiet part out loud in this video, right? So that's why, you know, ironically enough, this video becomes a teaching tool in my hands, right? Of like, if you want to know exactly what their narrative is, here it is. Samir has distilled it better than anyone. Karen teacher tries to trans him. He discovers his parents are in a BDSM relationship in one day. Racist tropes is white culture. Why are you being racist against white people?
So what are we gonna do now, Dad?
Well, first we're gonna head down to the city clerk.
City clerk? What's that?
Well, the only thing we're changing today is your last name.
So misogyny too. We're gonna put that. We're gonna tell you that, like, you know, misogyny is an inherent part of black. I don't know. This is so racist.
Thank you, Dad. I love being a boy.
No problem, son. I know you'll grow up to be an amazing man. I love you.
I love you too.
It's okay to be a man and have old school morals. There's nothing wrong with accepting the trans community, but there's also...
And this is the ironic thing, is like Samir has made what he, you know, thinks are like pro-trans movies in the past, right? Pro-trans movies, I call them movies, videos, right? They're they you know, these cheap little badly acted videos that he does, right? And gets like 1 million views on a lot of them. Like, right, he's got more subs than Sam Cedar or Tim Pool, right? With this shit. Now, this isn't everything that he does. A lot of it's just weird, sensationalistic, you know, weird stuff. But yeah, this is his take on like social issues, right? You know, which is like, oh, no, nothing wrong with being trans, but also nothing, I don't know. There's nothing wrong with the straight community. Anyway, so I just wanted to show you a graphic demonstration, and I'm sorry if this is hard to watch, but this is what they're teaching. This is how they're grooming your grandma, okay? Because that's really what these people are doing. They are grooming the olds to be these disgusting, like, you know, genocidal freaks, and I don't approve of it. Can't wait for the sis is a slur video. Yeah, yo, okay, wait. Now you made me curious. What
Let's make a TikTok video, Daddy.
What? Oh my god, this is gonna be bad. What's he been up to lately? What have I missed? Teacher gets pregnant by autistic student. Bully slaps disabled girl. 9-year-old runs away from home and meets kidnapper. Undercover billionaire gives away millions. Wife cheats on disabled soldier, and wife cheats on... Okay, so yeah, he hasn't been on the culture war grind. I don't think that worked out for him, actually. He was on it for a while. Guy copies Andrew Tate and then says regrets it, ? And spoiler, like, he doesn't. It's the right move to be like it's this is a pro Andrew Tate movie video here. And then I'm trying to remember, there's like one more. Oh, kid gets shamed for supporting Kanye West, right? This is a pro Kanye West, you know, like you know, video, and this was right at the height of all of the, you know, anti-Semitic crap that Kanye was saying. So yeah, Samir's a weirdo. Oh my god, look at these thumbnails too. Like, seriously. I'm just like constantly amazed that this channel exists. Kids copy Stranger Things. Oh god, the husband, my favorite, the least like harmful Samir videos are the ones about farts. Like, he's got several videos about, like, husband dies from smelling wife's fart, husband divorces wife for farting, like, where his takeaway is that, like, you know, women fart and that's okay, and you shouldn't shame women for. That's probably the most based take Samira's ever had. But, like, no, I loved it where the okay, so the husband, like, the wife farts and the husband shames her for it, so then she holds it in and it causes her to die from holding in the farts, and she dies, and he's at her, you know, funeral, like, you know, looking at the body, which then releases a bunch of gas. Yeah, here it is. Husband dies from smelling from wife's fart. And then so the wife's body releases a fart and the husband dies from it, and then he's in heaven, he's in the afterlife with her, and she's like, the thing I love the most about the afterlife is I can fart as much as I want to. It's just like anyway. But yeah, it's weird though, because there is like a pro-trans, like, or it was trying to be some pro-trans takes, albeit, you know, kind of ham-fisted somewhere in here. Anyway.
But this is
where they never had any medical intervention. This is how actually.
If that was true, my ex would have unalived me.
Trans care actually goes, Tim. 8 to 13 years old, you're put on puberty blockers. Those are entirely reversible. Then after that, that is 100% true.
It's not even like, okay, so like she says 8 to 13 years old, but it's real. We're talking about at the when puberty stops, right? Or starts, right? It wouldn't make sense to, like, right, the puberty blockers are administered when puberty starts.
It's not true.
That's 100%
They're not entirely reversible.
Does Samir have a fart kink or something? Yeah, like, don't tell Tim Pool though. Tim Pool will get mad. Remember the first time a girl trapped me under the covers? Isn't that called a Dutch oven?
16,
to a certain degree, they can be.
Then why are they used in instances where someone has puberty that
precocious puberty?
That's precocious
right,
puberty.
right, exactly. And there's a carve out for that in the Florida bill, by the way. So cis kids can have it, but trans kids can't.
Because that's the primary label.
16 years
that's the
old,
primary use of the drug.
Okay, but that's not what.
It's actually not. He's wrong about that. Like, right, the precocious puberty, I think, is like a second, is like a off. Well, I mean, like, I'm trying to remember how this works, right? But the original use of the drug, I think, had to do with cancer, maybe. And you know, it turns out it also treats precocious puberty. And you know, in a situation where you want to say that, like, you know, the child shouldn't have to decide at that age, right? If you want those irreversible changes that puberty brings on to not happen for a little bit longer, and for the child to be able to make that choice later on, puberty blockers make all the sense in the world. Igor Krasnov, Russian's prosecutor general, has initiated an armed revolution case against Prigozhin, which that's the Wagner PMC guy, right? I don't know if it's a Dutch oven. I'm not Dutch. Yeah, did Dutch people do that? I don't know. What if you talk to Dutch people, they were like, nobody does this in the Netherlands. I think Samir is trying to play both sides for money, probably. Or either that or he changed his mind or something. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, that could be it too. He's trying to stake out some middle ground in much the same way as Tim Pool, I guess.
Doctors say, no, then 16 years old, that's when hormones happen. Very, very, very rarely are there any surgeries under the age of 18. I don't hear you talking about rhinoplasties under the age of 18 on your program.
We have.
Oh.
Maybe you haven't heard it because you don't watch the show.
Okay.
I've also said child beauty pageants are wrong and they're disgusting. I've also said Hooters is inappropriate for kids. And I said we shouldn't be giving minors any kind of cosmetic surgery. I don't even like tattoos or piercings. So when it comes
to... It's quite puritanical of you, Tim. I'm surprised. You have a lot of swords
I don't think
and
children,
and stuff in here.
I don't think children should should be altering their bodies.
But you just said parental rights. So if under 18... parents have to give consent for piercings and tattoos. And
do you think a mom should have the
rhinoplasties.
right to remove the salivary glands of her child?
No. Are you for parental rights or not?
That is so bizarre. Remove the salivary glands? What are we doing? The Pavlov experiment? Okay, let's take a look at this. I don't know if this is going to be...
Reports that Wagner chief Yevgeny Prigozhin has finally completely broken off relations with the Russian military and essentially declared war on the Russian Ministry of Defense. According to a prominent translator who has examined freshly released audio of Prigozhin's fiery message on Telegram, the Wagner leader begins with, PMC Wagner Commanders Council made a decision. The evil brought by the military leadership of the country must be stopped. They neglect the lives of soldiers. They forgot the word justice, and we will bring it back. It comes amid unverified reports that the regular military launched an attack on a Wagner encampment, after months of soaring tensions, which the Russian MOD has just denied. All of this has quickly given way to reports from the region that Prigozhin is ready to lead a full-on coup against top leadership, military brass in particular. The translation of the Wagner founder's words continue as follows. Those who destroyed today our guys, who destroyed tens of thousands of lives of Russian soldiers, will be punished. I'm asking, no one resist. Everyone who will try to resist, we will consider them a danger and destroy them immediately, including any checkpoints on our way, and any aviation that we see above our heads. I'm asking everyone to remain calm, do not succumb to provocations, and remain in their houses. Ideally, those along our way do not go outside. After we finished what we started, we will return to the front line to protect our motherland. Prigozhin accuses Russian army of attacking Wagner, threatens to respond. Wagner Group chief Yevgeny Prigozhin said Russian Defense Ministry attacked the group's bases in the rear. We have 25,000 soldiers and we're going to respond, he said. At this point, the Wagner boss should certainly avoid staying in tall buildings and near windows. Currently, Russian state-run RT has the following military statement pinned at the top of its homepage. Wagner chief spreads misinformation. MOD, all messages and video distributed on social networks on behalf of Yevgeny Prigozhin about the alleged strike by the Russian military on the camps of PMC Wagner in the rear areas do not correspond to.
So the background to this is that the Wagner Group is, with Yevgeny Prigozhin as its head, is maybe the most effective subdivision of the Russian armed forces. Instead of running it all under the Minister of Defense, like most countries would, Putin, purposefully split this up, right? To where, there's different kind of leadership, right? And, they're both involved in the Ukrainian conflict. Prigozhin has been complaining that his troops are being sent into battle without any ammunition and therefore, are just kind of targets, right? And, it threatened to withdraw from Bakhmut at one point. And now it seems like he's saying that they've been fired upon, right? So the PMC, which is, it's one, you could think of it as a branch of Russia's armed forces. Any aircraft, sheesh, I hope no passenger aircraft. He's not even angry. Putin eats smug Putin's face. How could anyone have predicted a military group getting too powerful could end up like this? So like he is, this is like it sounds like the lines have been drawn. You've got Prigozhin and the Wagner Group on one side, and you've got the Defense Ministry and Shoigu, is that his name? Is the guy in charge of the Defense Ministry, and Putin on the other side. I put more pictures and such in stream suggestions. Let's take a look. Prigozhin and the military company Wagner Group are apparently declaring war on the Russian Ministry of Defense. They have said there was a Russian rocket strike on Wagner's mercenaries. Could this be the start of oh my god, that's that aggregator guy on Twitter. A full message from Prigozhin declaring war on Russia Ministry of Defense. PMC Wagner Commanders Council made a decision. The evil brought by the military leadership of the country must be stopped. Neglect soldiers' lives. They forget the word. Okay, so we heard that part. So, okay. So is it? I get that it's like not. The AP's reporting that there's now an investigation into whether he's calling for a coup. He has like basically declared war on the defense ministry, but like again, these are two branches, of the Russian military. So it's like one branch of the Russian military is declaring war on the other after what they claim. They're claiming that they got hit by a missile strike. I don't know about that. I don't know about that one. The other thing about breaking news is it's really dangerous in that, like, I've gotten...
Мы били по ним, они били по нам.
They were shooting at us, we were shooting at them, and that's been going on all these long 8 years from 2014 to 2022. So there's kind of been like a unspoken conflict between these two branches of the Russian military since 2014.
И это происходило все эти долгие 8 лет, с 14 по 22. Иногда нарастало.
Sometimes the amount of shelling and exchange of fire rose, and sometimes it decreased.
Количество различных перестрелок, грубо говоря.
But yeah, I mean, like the meta of this is that they're competing. Yevgeny Prigozhin and Shoigu, is that his name? The defense ministry. Basically, they're both trying to present themselves as the most valuable part of the military. And in general, Prigozhin has won out. Shoigu. Okay, I did get it right. Yeah. In general, Prigozhin has and his troops, like, they have the reputation as now, like, look, none of Russia's armed forces are like particularly effective, if I'm being honest. But the PMC, the Wagner PMC group is more effective than the defense ministry troops.
Обмена боеприпасами, обменом выстрелами иногда уменьшалось. На 24
On February 24th, there was nothing extraordinary. Now Russia Defense Ministry is trying to deceive the president.
февраля ничего сверхординарного
6 hours ago.
не было. Сейчас уже Министерство обороны пытается обмануть общественность, пытается обмануть президента и рассказать.
So yeah, this is like he's saying that they're trying to get Putin's ear, in other words.
Историю о том, что со стороны Украины была безумная агрессия, и они собирались вместе со всем блоком. Безумная агрессия, и они собирались была безумная.
The public deceive the Russian president, the public, and tell them there was an insane aggression on the part of Ukraine, and that they were going to attack us together with the entire NATO bloc.
Вместе со всем блоком НАТО на нас напасть. Поэтому.
So the so-called special operation. So February 24th, he's talking about last year, yeah, was launched for completely different reasons.
Спецоперация, так называемая 24 февраля, она была начата совершенно по другим причинам. Для чего была нужна война?
Why was the war needed?
Война нужна была.
The war was needed so that a handful... Here, I'm gonna, like, turn his volume down. so that a handful of scumbags could have a blast and get PR attention, showing how strong the army is. It sounds like he's kind of disavowing the Sergei Shoigu could become the marshal and decree that he was ready. Decree was ready then. He could get a second herb star because he really wanted to become part of the Russian history and the great Tuva national, twice hero of Russia. The marshal basically, and a marshal basically during peacetime. War was not needed in order to return the Russian citizens to our bosom, and in order to demilitarize and denazify Ukraine, it was needed for 1 star with additional embroidery for a mentally sick man could look good on a coffin pillow. So it's assuring his place in history. Shoigu lives by the principle that a lie must be horrific for people to believe it. That's when lies come. 2 different realities are created on the ground right now. Today in Russia, army is retreating on the Zaporizhia Kherson axis. Ukrainian forces are pushing the Russian army out. We're wallowing with blood. Nobody is giving up any resources. There's no control. There is still hysteria in which the head of the general staff, after a glass of vodka, is squealing like a fishwife. Like a pig into the phone receiver, ordering to take back positions. As a commander, I say it's been taken back and draw a red line on the map marking several kilometers further north than it really is today. So what they are telling us is a deep fake. Interesting. Yeah, where my fishwife at, right? It's a military medal, the Hero Star. So he's saying that Shoigu wants to have this wants to be buried essentially with this military medal and to assure his place in history. That's why this war was authorized. And so it sounds like he is against the Ukrainian conflict at this point, which obviously is not going to sit well. Not going to sit well with the with the Russian, with Putin or with the defense ministry.
An invasion based on lies. That is according to a stunning tirade from Yevgeny Prigozhin, leader of the mercenary group Wagner. In this video released via Telegram on Friday, he appeared to question the reasoning behind the war.
The Defense Ministry tried to deceive the public and the president, to tell a story that there was a crazy aggression from the Ukrainian side, and that they were joining with the NATO alliance to attack us. Therefore,
that Ukraine was joining with the NATO alliance to attack us.
So-called special operation of the 24th of February was started for other reasons.
Prigozhin reserved particularly strong criticism for Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu, who was name-checked in the video.
Yeah, it sounds like he's got a lot of medals already.
What was the point of the war?
But I mean, like he's basically it's not really about the medals. It's like the status.
The war was needed for the self-promotion of a bunch of bastards to show off what a strong army it is, so that Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu gets a marshal.
The video comes against the backdrop of a Ukrainian counteroffensive, which, according to Kyiv, is picking up pace. Ukraine's defense ministry say that armed forces have halted a Russian offensive towards the cities of Kupiansk and Lyman in the east of the country, and are separately advancing in the south, where everything is going to plan.
In the military, according to their reports and positions, everything is moving according to plan. It's not necessary to expect the offensive to be something that happens very quickly.
These claims contradict the Kremlin's assertions that the Ukrainian counteroffensive has failed, and many areas of the country are still under regular Russian attack. On Friday morning, the city of Kherson was targeted by shelling.
I always mispronounce it Kherson.
With at least 3 civilians killed.
I used to call it Kherson. Is this new?
News: Russian authorities are telling Wagner fighters
27
not
minutes ago.
to follow their leader, Evgeny Prigozhin, and also to take measures to detain him. That coming as the infamous head of the private Wagner Russian mercenary army is making a stunning claim tonight.
So yeah, he's made these claims. He's basically, declared war on the other element, of the Russian military. And in Moscow, he's being investigated as to whether he is calling for a coup. But they are telling his troops not to obey his orders and actually to detain him.
Using Russia's military leadership of killing a, quote, huge amount of his Wagner forces in a strike. That is a claim that Russia
I think he says a missile strike.
Denies. We have CNN's Ben Wiedemann on the ground in Ukraine and our Oren Lieberman monitoring at the Pentagon. Ben, I want to go to you first. What can you tell us about
that
this
top medal? He wants another one like
claim
that
from Prigozhin and how Moscow is responding tonight.
Well, actually, Alex, that's just one of many claims made by Prigozhin today that's clearly going to get him in trouble. He started the day with a video interview in which he claimed that Russia had no pretext for invading Ukraine last year. Then he went on to make this claim that the Russian military leadership, without specifying who or what exactly, attacked a Wagner base, killing dozens of his mercenaries. Now, it's not clear where that base is. Some video is circulating in social media of that base. The Russian Defense Ministry has said that this is simply not true. The Russian Russian state media is saying that President Putin is being kept aware of these claims by Wagner and the situation in general, and that, quote, all necessary measures are being taken. Now, Prigozhin went on to say that the evil being carried out by the Russian military leadership must be stopped. Now, many people are taking this as a call for a coup, although Prigozhin came out later and denied it. Now, as a result of this obvious shock of instability hitting Russia, there are reports on social media that military vehicles have been seen outside the State Duma in Moscow, as well as in the city of Rostov, Russian city to the east of here. Now, in reaction to Prigozhin's statements, the FSB, the Russian Federal Security Service, has announced that it has begun criminal proceedings against Prigozhin for organizing an armed insurrection, and this is, according to the statement from the FSB, punishable by 12 to 20 years in prison. Now, the Ukrainians are obviously watching this with intense interest. Now, we did see a tweet from the Ukrainian Defense Ministry simply saying, "We are watching." Alex?
This certainly is an earthquake in Russia's war in Ukraine. Ben Wiedemann, thank you very much. We have new reporting now on the U.S. reaction to this showdown between Russia and the Wagner mercenary group. Here's our Pentagon correspondent, Oren Lieberman. Oren, what are you being told?
Alex, certainly after Ben laid it all out like...
Yeah, Shaxby, I've got like 7 minutes left of this, and then I'll jump into the waiting room.
That, the friction we're seeing between Prigozhin and the Russian military leadership, it's easy to see why U.S. officials are watching this so closely and are tracking this so closely to see how this develops. The U.S. has watched, and we have watched, friction between the two in the past. Threats coming from Prigozhin aimed either at the Russian military or its leadership, Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu or the Chief of General Staff Valery Gerasimov. But one U.S. official tells us
that
most
of the time previously the threats were things like pulling out of Bakhmut, right? So claiming that his troops are being sent in there without ammunition, and saying that like he needs to get supplied or else he's going to pull his forces out, which would be disastrous considering that Bakhmut was such a high priority target of the Russian military.
There is a sense here that this goes above and beyond that. This isn't the usual rhetoric. There is something different here. There is something perhaps more escalatory here, and that's one of the reasons the U.S. is watching this so closely to see how this develops over the course of the next several hours and days. It's also worth pointing out that Prigozhin has normally attacked Russian military leadership following some Ukrainian battlefield success or breakthrough or tactical success, and it doesn't appear to be the case here. There doesn't appear to have been some sort of Ukrainian success that precipitated these sudden threats by Prigozhin, and yet we have seen this friction with what appears to be an increasing frequency. In fact, just early last week, Russia's Ministry of Defense said that private contractors, military contractors will have to sign contracts to try to bring them in line with Russian military leadership and the Russian military itself. And it was Prigozhin who said that Wagner would not be doing that. And so you see that leading into this friction here as the U.S. watches this, Alex.
Yeah, the U.S. and certainly the rest of NATO are going to be watching this very, very closely. Orrin Lieberman at the Pentagon, thanks very much. Let's get more now with our military and Russia experts, Colonel Cedric Leighton and Dmitry Alperovich. Thank you both for joining me. Dmitry, I want to go to you first. You say that Prigozhin massively overreached today. You're comparing this to gang warfare. This is very different than what Prigozhin has said before. It is an escalation. What do you think is behind it?
Well, what Prigozhin has been doing for months now is criticizing, of course, the Ministry of Defense, Minister Shoigu, Chief of General Staff Gerasimov for being incompetent, trying to draw a distinction between his own capable Wagner forces that were able to take Bakhmut by destroying it, and the Russian military that has been suffering loss after loss. But what he couldn't do, and the big mistake that he made today, is to go after the pretext for this war. When he announced that this war was launched under false pretenses, he blamed Shoigu for it, but everyone knows that Putin is the one that ultimately made the decision. And thus, he gave the opening for Shoigu and others that have hated him for a long time in the Kremlin apparatus, as well as in the FSB, to go after him.
And Colonel Leighton, as Dmitry noted there, this is a feud that has been brewing for quite some time. Prigozhin's been lobbing those bombs for months. But how do you assess this claim that Prigozhin made that Russian forces, the Russian military, actually targeted and killed many Wagner mercenaries, as Prigozhin claimed?
Yeah, Alex, that's a very inflammatory claim under almost any condition that you can imagine. So, what Prigozhin seems to be doing here is upping the ante. He's basically saying this area has gone way beyond what I've intended. It's gone way beyond what the Russian state should be doing, and the Russian state has killed its own people. So that, is a very significant I think, departure from the messages that we've seen from Prigozhin before. It's much more virulent, much more really part of a campaign that seems to be designed to topple the Ministry of Defense, at the very least, and possibly Putin himself. But I don't think it will be successful.
So, Colonel, what are you going to be watching for now as the FSB is calling on Wagner fighters to detain Prigozhin?
Well, I'm going to be watching for exactly that, Alex, whether or not the Wagner forces remain loyal to Prigozhin, or whether they switch allegiance to Putin and Shoigu. We've had generals come up on social media that have urged the Wagner group to actually disband and to actually detain, as you mentioned, Prigozhin. We've also had, other members call for calm in this situation. And of course, the broadcasts on state television have been, I think, a very significant departure from what we've normally seen when it comes to these kinds of spats. So I'm going to be watching for these kinds of tensions to unfold, and whether or not Prigozhin stays a free man.
Dmitry, same question to you. What do you expect the next moves to be?
Well, what you're seeing right now is armored vehicles being deployed on the streets of Moscow for the first time since the early 1990s, out of fear, of course, that Wagner may have supporters that may help them orchestrate a coup. So Putin does not want to take any chances. He's deploying not just the FSB and the Russian military, but the Rosgvardia and the National Guard, effectively his Praetorian Guard, hundreds of thousands of men that have armor, that are very loyal to him. So he's got the overwhelming advantage here. I don't expect that Prigozhin and Wagner would be successful here. I don't even expect that they would survive the weekend, or at least remain free men. But it's certainly interesting that Putin is very concerned, perhaps for the first time in his presidency about a potential for a coup.
Dmitry, have you seen fractures within Wagner? Would you expect Wagner fighters to heed that call to arrest Prigozhin?
I'm not sure if they would arrest him, but certainly if you're a Wagner personnel right now, the last thing you want to do is either be killed by the Russian military and the Rosgvardia or be arrested and then potentially be sent again to fight in Ukraine now as a convict yet again. So not a lot of good choices for them. Most of them I would expect would probably try to disappear and try to get home.
Colonel Layton, do you agree with Dmitry that Prigozhin's life is now at risk?
Absolutely, Alex. I think Dimitri's spot on in this case, because what you're looking at is not only a power play, but it seems to be a power play done by someone who is not quite ready in terms of the forces that he has at his disposal to actually mount a coup or other other type of action of that type. So I don't think he'll be successful, and I think that his demise may be coming up very shortly.
And Dmitry, in terms of what could happen in the coming weeks and days, we're in the middle of this counteroffensive. Putin has acknowledged challenges during this period. Do you think that these developments make it more difficult for Putin to spin the realities of how his forces are doing on the ground?
I don't think so. I think he can present this as a rogue paramilitary contractor, Prigozhin, that is trying to actually not even orchestrate a coup against Putin. He's been very careful to promote his support of Putin. He's saying that he wants to clean the Russian military and the general staff of the traitors that as he calls them, that are just destroying the Russian military in Ukraine. And he doesn't necessarily want to stop the war. He just thinks that.
But it does sound like he's questioning Putin's judgment in authorizing the war. Now, in the context that of claiming that Shoigu has maybe has deceived Putin, has given Putin's bad information, and that the whole idea that Ukraine is a threat. Ukraine will attack Russia with NATO. That was a lie, and like, but I mean, like, I don't know. I don't see him being able to get on Putin's good side at this point. Now, that being said, right, a coup or a change in leadership in Russia isn't necessarily going to result in a cessation of the Ukrainian conflict, right? There are just as many hardliners in Russia as there are people who might question the wisdom of the Ukrainian special action, right?
He can prosecute it better. But look, Alex, the way you orchestrate successful coups is not by announcing them far in advance, especially against a state that controls the military, controls the security services, has enormous firepower. You try to do it quietly and then announce that you've been successful.
As far as we know, Putin's alive. Thank you, Gazebo, for re-upping your sponsorship on YouTube.
So Prigozhin is doing this completely backwards, and that's why he's very likely to fail.
All right. Well, thank you both for joining me to break down these stunning developments. Colonel Cedric Layton, Dmitry Alperovich, thanks to you both.
Okay. Oh my god, I forgot to put my Twitter thread. Lipstick taser? Is that what that looks like? Yeah. Let's go over here. If anybody wants to help me out with my with the Twitter thread, give that some love. I will put it both in Twitch as well as YouTube. Make sure you're liking the stream in YouTube, and as always, wait, looks like you might be just getting served with an ad break right now. if you're not getting hit with an ad announcing weapon before attack, to quote Despicable Me Too. Okay, so yeah, if you're not stuck in an ad right now, understand that those happen. No, actually, you probably are. You probably are. I picked the exact wrong time. I'll find another time to give the spiel of how you could get out of those ads on Twitch, because I know they are really distracting. So let's have a little conversation with Shakespeare about what is going on in Russia as we speak. Hello.
Hello.
So, kind of an eventful day, right?
Yes, very, very eventful. Like when I got the news, I was kind of like, not like I was like I know that Prigozhin was has been this way, kind of like complaining a lot, I guess. But when I actually heard that he actually turned his forces the other direction, I was just like, whoa, like I don't know, like someone who someone needs to talk about this, because this is really important.
Right. And there's been some expectation that something like this could happen for a while now, just given there's a gap between what's actually happening in Ukraine and what people in Russia are hearing about. Sometimes that gap gets crossed. Sometimes some information does get through, and overall, there definitely isn't the kind of support for Putin's action that there was in the beginning of the conflict. And there always has been this dynamic. Putin is older, some say not in the best of health. This, along with people questioning the both questioning the wisdom of of going to war in Ukraine, and questioning the way that it's prosecuted, maybe on the side of some of the hardliners that think that Putin's not being tough enough. It does put us in a situation where there's a decent amount of chaos and fluidity to the situation. And
Yes. And so that's why I try to find articles, because at first I could only find stuff that was from RIA Novosti, which is like the biggest like news corporation in Russia. And then I found out that so the live stream, I found the person that was doing the live stream, but they were talking in Spanish, like they're bilingual, so sometimes they'll do the stream, and they were they were live streaming the events, but then they had switched to focusing on speaking in Spanish, so that's why I didn't link it otherwise.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
But the point being that so one thing that I found really important to look at was, this is what I meant to say. Rossiya in Russia 1, which is like one of the main TV stations in Russia, actually came out to do a special report just a little while ago, where it actually gave a summary of what's going on and all of these things. So it confirmed a lot of the preliminary things that that had been told. And then recently I told you about the how the prosecutor general, or the attorney general, if you want to think of it like that, same office, is going to actually start armed rebellion charges. But the Federalnaya Služba Bezopasnosti Rossiyskoye Federatsiya, or the FSB, to shorthand it, I would have to say the whole full name in Russian, but the FSB, they are also been the ones that have been releasing information. So that's why a lot of I can say that a lot of the information that has been shown vis-a-vis talking about like movements of armored vehicles in Moscow, etc., have been confirmed by this. And like you said earlier, there was this was eventually going to happen, in the sense that Shoigu and the entire top brass of the Russian army, in particular, the Russian Ministry of Defense, a lot of them are again people who, I mean, like we saw earlier, with lots of medals, even if they have never technically seen war, so to speak. And so that's one thing that Yevgeny tries to make a big fuss about how they're kind of like, they are generals from the rear, right?
Mhm.
That they're always, in camp, as opposed to fighting alongside the soldiers. And so
And that's what makes me
one thing,
question the narrative that like Yevgeny's troops might go against him. My understanding is that he's maybe got more respect, amongst his men than some of the other leaders of the different branches of the Russian armed forces. And was I correct in the assessment that the reason that it's set up, the reason that Putin sets this up like this, is that there's no centralized military command to orchestrate a coup of him, right? There are
yeah,
competing factions essentially, and he'd rather have them fighting each other than fighting him.
right, because in essence, both Shoigu and Prigozhin both are like, we like, I need to be the one that's the right hand man of Putin, right?
Mhm.
As opposed to questioning, like, hey, why is Putin mobilizing the entire country into war? And so that is also another thing. But we also have to remember too that like Prigozhin was able to become the sort of oligarch that he is to start the PMC that he has, because he started off catering state functions for Putin. So that's kind of like an important detail. Like, Putin is like responsible for his ability to essentially monopolize the catering industry,
Mhm.
right? So
So maybe the way
and
to
so
Putin's heart is through his stomach.
right,
Delicious
exactly.
food gets you a good job, yeah. Good military job.
Right, exactly. And so what recently happened, though, that kind of isn't being mentioned, is that Shoigu and other people that were from the Ministry of Defense said that they wanted to found their own PMC that would be a rival to Wagner.
Okay.
So, so if Shoigu was to found it and was to be in charge of it, then that means that catering of duty, modern dinner fare. Yes, exactly, Zira.
So Shoigu
So
wanted Putin to try his dish and see if he maybe liked that better.
yeah, exactly. Toss salad and such, etc. But but anyway, the point being that that because of that, Shoigu has been complaining since the beginning, as he said, like even in 2014, like, and even in Syria, that that the Ministry of Defense was sort of like not giving him everything that he needed, not giving him support, not giving him. And this is why someone in chat said, like, well, one reason why is that that they're seen as important is because the Wagner, the Wagnernits are very expendable, and that is to some extent, I don't say true, but it's because they did take in a large amount of people who were in prisons, right? Like they took Yevgeny was given special permission by Putin to go into the largest prisons in Russia and to say, if you fight with me, then I'll let you out, right? Like you will be let out.
Mhm.
But if you like try to desert or you try to do anything like that, like you will, be cumstered and dumpstered, as Polly would say.
Yeah.
So that was one of the reasons why he did get. I mean, that's why he can count on so many people, because if they're with him, he is one of those those billionaires that has all of this money as power. But of course, Putin has showed his willingness to get rid of those people, like send them to
Oh yeah,
Siberia if necessary.
they're yeah, potentially
Um,
yeah, a threat to him.
hmm And this is something that I saw online, but like when I first went on Twitter, I saw that Wagner was trending, but now I see that Russia and Prigozhin are trending, and there's this one NetBlocks. Again, this one I have no, I don't, I've seen their stuff before, but like now that check marks mean nothing on Twitter, I can't,
Oh yeah, good
But it
point.
says that the Google News aggregator platform has become unavailable for many users in Russia. So they're attributing that to to what's going on. But on Nexta TV, which is a Russian television station, Yevgeny Prigozhin announced that he is now has left the front lines in Ukraine and has now entered the border province of Rostov-na-Donu. So now he's apparently essentially turned around and is telling people don't stand in our way, as we heard just a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
And that well, in essence, Prigozhin said that he would destroy everything in their way if anything stood. And another thing too, if I may just add, I feel like I don't want to just keep rambling on, but the Russian-based social network, or Vkontakte, is has blocked all of the statements of Prigozhin. So even that, like the decree that was made by the Ministry of Defense to essentially no longer allow the news in Russia, like for not even RIA Novosti or anyone else, to publish or to talk about what Yevgeny Prigozhin is saying. Now also even their Facebook, etc., like their Twitter is a center, whatever it might be, is also now has gotten rid of, suspended the account of Yevgeny Prigozhin.
So to put this in Twitch politics terms, this is like if you try to say no comment chick in Demon Mama's chat, right? You can't say Yevgeny, you can't talk about Prigozhin on Russian state media without getting the ban hammer.
Right. Exactly. And there are again so one of the things too was that that the FSB, right, as I rather that the prosecutor general already said that they were gonna press charges tonight. So essentially the judge, so even in the US they always have a judge that's on call somewhere, right? For these things. So essentially one of the judges right now, because it was the prosecutor general that told Putin that what's going on. And the FSB has now declared Prigozhin, and this was on RIA Novosti, so it's from Russian, like the major, it's like the Russian CNN, I guess. I mean, like in the
CNN,
sense of
yeah.
Yes, state CNN, right? That it's declared Prigozhin an enemy of Russia. So, this is that's why I think to me that it's really interesting to see that. Also, because I think that then that goes to show that some of the reports, while some of the reports were kind of off, and I didn't post those in stream suggestions. I try to make sure the ones that were from the most credible sources were there, and I try to corroborate them with the Russian sources.
Yeah, that's why breaking news can be so difficult to cover, is especially in a situation like this. There's a lot of people who are it's in their interest to spread disinformation about what's actually going on. So it's nice to have somebody that can kind of filter through that stuff and separate the BS from the reals.
Yes, because like one of the things that was spoken about was that there were clashes, but that has not been confirmed by not even neither the Ministry of Defense nor any Western news. In fact, as we watched, like they also didn't say that there were anything, and that not even Ria Novosti, not even Rosia One or anything like that. There are people that have like posted videos, but I don't put much stock in that until they've been independently
Right.
verified. But we do know from, again, this is from Ria Novosti, and that Yandex, it's Yandex is kind of like Cox Internet, like how like it kind of like does like phone, home, like it's kind of like that in that kind of
Mhm.
like that's the kind of company it is. And so this is saying that their internet service, which is one of the largest, I think it's like the second largest in Russia, has begun blocking services to like Wagner servers and to Yevgeny Prigozhin in particular.
Mhm.
So yeah.
So it sounded like from Yevgeny's appeal that the audience that he was targeting was maybe Putin himself, in terms of appealing to him as a more reliable voice than Shoigu in terms
Yes.
of the real nature of what's going on in Ukraine. But the appeal was almost like we shouldn't be in this conflict. And so I don't know how that sounds like an appeal that's going to fall on deaf ears if I'm guessing.
Well, I definitely think that one aspect, like just from the Russian and from other stuff that Prigozhin has said before, is that there has been this view, and hence why a lot of people that like served in the military, but then didn't want to go into like the civil service, like as in the Ministry of Defense, or some people that left, like why they started PMCs was because they did not like the kind of old boys club, right? That the Ministry of Defense, right, and the highest ranking officers in the Russian, I mean, and kind of like what you said earlier, like the Russian armed forces have shown themselves not to live up to their, to their supposed grandiosity, right? That they were so powerful, and people always being like, oh, if Russia were to ever invade X country, right, like it would be like an easy victory. And so Yegevny has attributed that, like why the Russian armed forces got to the gates of Kiev, and then had to turn back, was because because they didn't have the right people that they wanted to have there to get the right medals or the right honors, right? And that's one thing he's really particularly goes at with Shoigu, because again, I mean, we saw that picture of Shoigu, right, where he's in full military dress. I think it's probably during Victory Day,
Mhm.
or during one of those, and
Victory Day being celebrating the patriotic war from the 40s, right?
Yes, exactly. And yes, yes. Thank you for clarifying that. Yes. And so he has. So they have this thing called Geroye Russi, and so that means like heroes of Russia, right? And those are seen as some of the highest honors that you can, if not the highest honor that you can receive, right? They had, and they existed even in Soviet times, where like to be called a hero of the nation was like the highest honor, right? And so that's what he's saying. Like, oh, he has this one star that's for valor, I believe. Like, I think that's or for service to the Russian armed forces, but it's like it's not the highest level of star, and so he can't call himself a hero, right? It's not one of those, right? And so again, I'm not focusing on the literal aspect of it, but but why he's mentioning this is because he's trying to show that like Shoigu doesn't actually participate in the war, right? He's just kind of like meddling in Moscow whilst Prigozhin, right? Yevgeny is there in the action, in the thick of it, right? And so that's kind of what he's trying to be like. Oh, there are these group of like this clique of people that think they know everything, that they're but they're not like real patriots, right? Because that's one thing that everything that Yevgeny and people that have come out in support of him have said is that they see him as a patrioti, right? Like they see him as a patriot, and that's that is kind of why there's a lot of conflicting reports that I've seen, because some people want to see him as a patriot, and other people are sort of like, well, but now you're, taking your PMC and attacking Russia, right? Or at least that's how it's being said. So
Right. So yeah, I mean, he's got to have something in mind, right? And part of this sounds like an appeal to Putin himself. I don't think that that's going to convince Putin, but in a tough spot, right? If Putin feels like he's on the losing side, right? That's maybe part of this whole anti-coup strategy of him having so many different divisions, so many different centers of power for the Russian military, is that if he does get in a tough spot, like he can make that call. So maybe that's the end game, is that like you're getting Putin to side with him, and then that way Putin can kind of have clean hands when it comes to the Ukrainian conflict and say, oh, I was deceived by this awful, general who there's a whole narrative, right? There's a whole narrative of like, these are the institutional people, this is the old boys club, and this is why Russia is weak. We want, if you want a strong Russia, you want a patriotic Russia, maybe support the guy that's actually out there fighting rather than the guy that's sitting back in Moscow collecting medals and giving Putin bad information. So that's a possibility, but I'm just wondering like what else, because like at this point I doubt that any one of these factions can really do it themselves, and by it I mean overthrow Putin's dominance. I doubt that that just like it's the only way that could happen is if more people decide to side with Yevgeny in this conflict, and we haven't heard any signs of that happening. That doesn't mean that it won't happen. A lot of the stuff can kind of happen behind the scenes, and with the element of surprise, maybe even. But yeah, Putin and the defense ministry seem to be worried enough that they've actually done something that hasn't been done since the end of the Soviet Union, in terms of the military presence in the streets of the capital
of Moscow. Yes, the last time was when the Russian Parliament, during when the election when people were given the chance to vote, they voted the Communist Party back into power, and Boris Yeltsin didn't want that. So
and that was
and then,
96 or 98.
Yeah, I believe that was 96, if I remember correctly. So this is from TASS, which is also like a huge, it's like the Fox News, like same thing, like a huge equipment belonging to the Rosgvardia, which they mentioned in the news report we heard earlier, started to block the roads in the vicinity of Rostov. So Rostov is on the border with the area where the Wagner has been fighting in Ukraine, right? Like it's so it's right across from like the Donetsk area, right?
Donetsk
The
Oblast.
Donetsk. Yes, exactly. And so now if the Rosgvardia and other groups are also are also doing this, it does mean that that the reports, I mean, again, from this is from TASS. So they are saying that yes, it is true that he did try to lead a contingent of people to go to get to Rostov, and then from there, which from what I understand, they do have some kind of base or something there. Definitely a recruiting base there, but not quite sure about that. In the Russian, it doesn't specify what it is. It just says like there are reasons why he would want to go to Rostov na Don. So that's the main thing. But yeah.
And do you have any opinion about, like I said before, there are forces that might displace Putin, that are that might want I guess like an end to the Ukrainian conflict, that might see this as a huge mistake, and there are also forces that think that maybe the problem with Putin's prosecution of the Ukrainian war is that he hasn't gone hard enough, right? Any indication as far as whether how destabilized is Putin's power structure? Is his game of playing one against the other, is it still working? And were there to be a displacement of Putin's power, who's in better shape to capitalize on the power vacuum? Somebody that's that's more hardline, because like this, it's weird because this mirrors like how you would talk about events like the coup of Gorbachev, right? Gorbachev, there were hardliners involved, but these are different, in terms of what the Gorbachev's hardliners wanted was a return to the Soviet, the previous forms of Soviet communism, or Soviet, rather than these hardliners. We're talking about people that are maybe just more hawkish in general, right?
Yes, and so sorry, there was just another update from that I just got from TASS. But anyway, yes, in my opinion, just from knowing this, I mean, power structure wise, obviously, I would say that it's not good to be playing these types of factional games, because eventually it will come back to blow up in your face, so to speak, right? In that kind of in a non-literal sense, of course. But the point being that because Putin is so used to playing one off the other, like that's been a strategy even with dealing with the United States and China, right? That's been a very common theme that he's also had. Is that now it definitely does seem that if anyone were to benefit from it, it wouldn't be Yevgeny Prigozhin. I think that if anyone would be able to usurp and to do so, it would be the people that already are very deeply ensconced in the very nepotistic, cronyistic, military high command that's already there, because so many of them, like Shoigu, for example, like they might have never have ever seen war at all, right? But yet they have no problem starting wars, and in this case, kind of like the U.S., right? Like forever wars, right? Like it doesn't matter to them how many Russian lives are expended, so to speak. What matters is that, oh well, now the guy that this is part of imperialism, right? That the guy that makes the bullets and the tanks, and now they're all making money, and now they would back me in and those machinations. Whereas Yevgeny Prigozhin, because he's an actual like a mercenary group, I think that's why Shoigu wants to create like an alternative to him, because I think this actually kind of plays into that, like, Yevgeny is a gadfly, right? And we need to get rid of the gadfly if necessary, right? And so I think the only people that really would benefit from this right now, just based off of like my knowledge of Russian history and everything, it would be the military high command. It would be the deeply ensconced people already. It would not be Yevgeny Prigozhin, nor any of the other PMCs, because they are not. They're more vehicles for for Russia's imperialist missions abroad, and that's why I think that Prigozhin might try to be oh, I'm the person that's speaking with reason, but I don't think that that's going to benefit him very much.
Mm-hmm. I'm just trying to figure out like what his motives would be. In this case, you wouldn't think that like what is that phrase? Like if you come for the king, you best not miss. He's not exactly coming, like not in rhetoric, coming for Putin. He's definitely leaving Putin the room to be on his side and sort of play him. Yeah, you got to come correct, says Revolver Osathot.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yes.
yeah, I mean, like I know that like he and his forces, well, at least if you listen to him, have been kind of stretched to, the breaking point in terms of just being thrown at the conflict in Bakhmut without even as much as proper equipment, let alone ammunition. At times, is it just the culmination of the frustration that he's feeling? Because I'm like one way of diminishing his power would be just that, to put his troops in a position where they're going to suffer huge casualties and not be able to be very effective. A lot of the power that that these military commanders achieve is based on prestige, talking about the medals, and based on the perception of achievement, perception of effectiveness. It sounds like he's got the perception of patriotism, maybe more so than some of the military establishment, but yeah, he's got to have some game, some
I mean, I definitely agree with you that it is the culmination of this frustration that he's had, because like when he was in Syria, or in Syria, right? Like he was given free reign, right? To do as much harm as possible, right? I mean, I've already told you before, like I was in Syria, south of Damascus, when there was a U.S. drone strike. So I mean, like when it comes to discussing that, I don't want to go too much into detail, but it's a very scary situation. It was a very scary situation. I'll just put it like that. But it becomes very clear that like now that he's right closer to home, so to speak, and that he's put under the, like now that all of his logistics have to be granted by Shoigu, that this and that they've always kind of been locking horns since the beginning, so to speak, that this is just that it is the culmination of this hence why I believe the FSB was so quick to launch an investigation into him, like right away, to call it a rebellion.
Yeah, and that's them putting their hitching their train to Shoigu then.
Yeah, exactly. And so that's why I think that yes, I think that's true. And also, well, another thing is the fact that the FSB has even tried to communicate with Wagner troops themselves, and to tell them to arrest Yevgeny Prigozhin. So, and also top generals of the Russian armed forces, which again sort of shows that Putin has also gone with the Ministry of Defense line. Top generals, not Shoigu. Very interestingly enough, on Rossiya 1, have been appealing on Wagner on television to stop the movement that they're trying to do. But and that security forces in Moscow have been put on high alert, and Putin is receiving round-the-clock updates now. Apparently, Yevgeny Prigozhin just released a new message, but it's sort of what they already said in the report we saw, that he's going after Shoigu and Gerasimov, right? And that now security forces in Moscow are put on high alert because, of course, and state TV like Rossiya 1, etc., will be airing special news bulletins all overnight, or rather for now, time ongoing.
So when you say going after, you don't mean like militarily, like going after their forces, right? Do you just mean like as far as like in terms of like rhetoric?
You mean Prigozhin in regards to Shoigu?
Yeah.
Like going. So the way how it seems to be is that if it is true that he has crossed back into Russia, and it seems to be that is perhaps the case. Again, I haven't seen RIA Novosti or TASS, which are the two big news outlets in Russia, confirm that yet. So, but in when he says that, he also says for destroying 100,000 Russian soldiers. So that's what makes it seem that like if they are blocking the roads out from Rostov, right? So that has been confirmed that the Russian military is blocking, and that's the Rosgvardia. So that's like they have called that up, and again, as they mentioned, that is like Putin's, Praetorian Guard, right? It's like it's like Napoleon's Imperial Guard, right? Like it's Putin's special army, right?
Yeah.
It's his. So
yeah, for protection, for his personal protection.
Exactly, and so the fact that they did call in the Rosgvardia to reinforce the these movements in Moscow, and the fact that they also again confirmed that they do have tanks in the streets outside of the Ministry of Defense, does make it seem that he does, on some level, does mean it physically, which is probably why they do have that.
Or at least they're preparing for that possibility.
Yes, that possibility. Also, in the case of maybe not Yevgeny himself, but like other PMC, Wagner PMC members that are still in Moscow, are still in St. Petersburg, etc.
Yeah, because one would expect there to be conversations between the go-betweens of these different factions, trying to feel each other out as far as who they can get on their side, and who's because on some level, like this, at some point it becomes like a calculation of the relative strength and the alliances between these groups. God, Putin really did build himself kind of a house of sand. Like, I mean, it makes sense on some level why he, this is like out of necessity, but I do not envy him.
Definitely not. But yes, I don't know. Oh, you know what you were saying earlier about civilian aircraft?
Oh, somebody in chat was talking about because
Yeah.
one
Oh,
of the
yeah.
things that Yevgeny said was that that were he to see any aircraft overhead, he's basically warned that he would fire.
Yes, because when he says the head of the general staff, that means Shoigu, is not calming down. But he does say in this recent update, right now in the air are two planes numbered, like he says their flight number or whatever. So I don't know. to me that was that's kind of interesting that yeah, the FSB, the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Russia's Rosvardia report to Putin around the clock on the measures being taken after the instructions given by Putin in connection with the attempted armed rebellion. So this is from TASS, from the Kremlin itself.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's the latest. But yes, it seems to be. Yes, it seems to be confirmed now by even by the Kremlin that yes, it is. At least in attempted rebellion. So.
Or they're calling it that, right? Because I mean, this is a whole thing of declaring him to be in rebellion against Putin, which all you'd have to do is really convince Putin to be, to take your side or to remain on your side, is a way to tamp down if it is indeed like he claims, somehow just a conflict between himself and the top brass in the defense ministry.
Right.
Mm-hmm. It's gonna be with
yes, they would try to use these means to try to cast him as a upstart, and instigator, many different things, and of course
a clout chaser.
Yeah, a clout chaser. Yes, exactly. Yes, Yevgeny is doing an armed rebellion for clout, so to speak. Or rather, they want to call it that. Like Shoigu would want to call it that because then that would make Putin not listen to him anymore, right? Not listen to Yevgeny anymore, right?
Is there any chance of people of like is there a road back for Yevgeny now, or has he pretty much got a? Does he need this to does he need to be able to displace Shoigu and the defense ministry in order to remain viable both as a power figure and maybe maybe to remain alive at this point?
I think that one way, well, there are many ways this could happen, right? I think that I think that in some ways Yevgeny bit off more than he could chew, and so to speak, and I think that the things that could occur would either be that they roadblocks him, right, which is probably like the worst case scenario, I guess, is one way. Because I just don't see him being able to take on the top, all of the armed forces of Russia at once, right?
Mm-hmm.
With his 25,000
well, I mean,
force.
Yeah. I mean, he'd essentially need to get somebody, he'd need to get other people on his side, right? And generally to do that, you need a show of force, to make that happen, because nobody wants to sign up for a rebellion that's doomed from the start. He'd need to be able to make other people believe that joining him is joining the winning faction.
Right, and I think that's why he's appealing to patriotism and stuff. But I think it's kind of a little late to do that. I mean, at least in the sense, I mean, if at least rather, let me explain myself. Now that there are supposedly reports of columns of trucks that carry that have the PMC logo and have PMC men in there, I think it's a weird time to try to start awaken, Russia, the cries of liberty are upon thee, you know what I mean,
So
it's
this may be a last ditch kind of Hail Mary effort on his part after perceiving himself of losing out in the power struggle.
Yeah, at least that's how it feels to me, right? At least for right now. I mean, from everything I know of Prigozhin and this whole situation, I mean, it's been Putin never did anything contra like whatever Shoigu ever said. So again, so that kind of shows that like, yeah, he'll give Wagner like tell Shoigu like, oh, you know, give Wagner more of this, but he'll never tell Shoigu to, you know, to contramand, you know, like to contramand him or in any way. So I think that's where, you know, Yevgeny is really rolling the dice of this one, I guess is one way to put it. And so again, I think that's the reason why, you know, they were able to do a legal case, start the FSB investigate, right? All of that stuff.
Yeah, because you'd think that if this was dicey, if he was looking strong, you'd expect, you know, people not to want to go along with that at the risk of pissing. You know, if he was being looked at as possibly the new power center in Russia, there's no way that you know, it would be harder to get people on board for anything like that.
Exactly. Anyway, well, thank you so much for having me on.
Thank you
I don't
for
want to
coming
take up
on. It was really nice talking to you, and you know, helping us understand the inner workings of Putin's complicated power structure and all the players within it. That's and like I said, and like you said, it's a fluid situation. We don't information at this point is going to be, you know, hard to verify. But I will kind of keep you know, checking in, and if chat, if you know, see anything that I should pay attention to, let me know, because I mean, this is you know, like it's definitely eventful, you know, given that the Russian military has responded in a defensive way towards the capital that it hasn't done since the coup of Gorbachev. But at this point, it doesn't look like, you know, it doesn't look like we're meeting the new boss. So
Right. Well, anyway, thank you so
yeah.
much again, and
All right, thank you. We're gonna get back to our coverage of Tim Pool and Emma Vigeland. I know some of you are wondering if I was gonna get back to that. I mean, I could always give it a spin and see what the YouTube algorithm is saying. Oh no, what? Oh no. I'm sorry. Hey, looks like there was a So we're gonna watch this Russian dude.
Guys, this is huge what is happening.
It looks like if you notice, there was a so I'm just seeing that my title on YouTube is not what I thought it was. It disagrees with my thumbnail, in fact. That's anybody else notice that? Are you serious? How did it revert to that? Okay, well, hey, if ever anybody notices anything like that, right? Let me know, right? It's never, you're never gonna get, like, you know, I'm never gonna be mad at you for telling me that I did something. Because the whole time I was under the impression that that my title was agreeing with my thumbnail, that the title was correct. Like, I'm now noticing that the title actually says that we're covering MTG and Laura Boebert, and you know, that was the original idea for the stream, but I thought I changed it. Yeah, see, that can be really bad, because then you know, you end up getting less views because people don't know what your stream's about. The thumbnail says one thing and the title says another thing. It's very confusing. I never mean to confuse you like that. So let me know if that happens. Should I check on Twitch? The Twitch one is okay. The Twitch one is okay. The YouTube one was confusing. I apologize, chat. Like I said before, anything that happens in this stream is my fault. So, but yeah, feel free to let me know if something doesn't add up, because there's a chance that I just I'm not seeing it. Matt Walsh's audience is mad at him because he said they're mad at him for defaming Nazis because he said that. Oh my god. Wait, where are you seeing this, Chat Alpha?
Right now I had to record this special part and include it in the beginning of my today's episode because it looks like that right now in Russia the military coup or military revolution is happening as we speak, and the leader of this is the head of Wagner, obviously Yevgeny Prigozhin. It all basically
Yevgeny.
started with Wagner releasing this video saying that the Ministry
I was trying to make sure I got his name right.
of Defense of Russia and the conventional Russian forces were attacking Wagner soldiers basically in the back behind the front lines, and as a result they showed us this video. And in
You're seeing this on Twitter? So wait, his Twitter fans are like mad at him for associating, which is weird too, because the Nazis literally like burned, books about gender studies.
response to that, the leader of Wagner, Yevgeny Prigozhin, he directly blamed the Ministry of Defense of Russia, and then he said that the next step is on us, pretty much saying that Wagner will respond and most likely attack or do at least something bad against the Ministry of Defense of Russia or conventional Russian forces. The Ministry of Defense of Russia said that all these allegations and that everything that Yevgeny Prigozhin is saying it's fake. He did not mention anything like this, and was even artificial intelligence generating his voice. And then Prigozhin said that the justice will be restored. His soldiers will do everything to see it happen. He also urged everyone who will be resisting Wagner to not do it, because Wagner is on the side of truth. He pretty much declared
Wagner shot down a Russian helicopter. So, I mean, look, if this was like two nations going at each other, you can come back from shooting down a helicopter, right? Like at this point, you'd be in the gunboat diplomacy stage of things, which is very, it's very worrisome, but it doesn't necessarily equate to like a larger conflict, right? But with the way that this is like factional, I don't know if they're like shooting down an aircraft is a pretty big deal.
declared a war on the Ministry of Defense of Russia. But wait, there is more. Then Yevgeny Prigozhin mentioned that approximately it's 25,000 Wagner followers as we speak, and then he urged any single person who supports either Wagner or who is against the government of Russia to take the arms and join them in this peaceful talk, peaceful march. And I mean, okay, in his favor he did not say to take the arms. What he literally said is that we will find the weapons. Prigozhin then also added that if you're a patriot of Russia, you have to punish the actual criminals, which are Shoigu and Gerasimov, the Ministry of Defense, and the representative, the head of the General Staff of Russia. The next thing Wagner said is that right now Minister of Defense of Russia, Sergei Shoigu, he fled like a coward to Rostov region, and Wagner will find him there. They will go to Rostov and see what's up. And in response to that, already on the streets of Rostov there is military vehicles patrolling, and they even declared a fortress plan, which basically means high security alert and anti-terroristic actions. It was even mentioned that the same fortress plan was announced in the capital of Russia, Moscow. And the FSB, which is pretty much modern KGB, they also responded to this terroristic threat, let's call it like this at this very moment. Long story short, they went to Wagner headquarters, which is located in St. Petersburg, and started to do their own research and intelligence activities. And there were even several reports from people living all the way across Russia that suddenly their TV channels stopped working. They got
Yevgeny has said that he wants to, that they're gonna find him. They're gonna find Rostov.
Hacked, apparently, and then there was a picture of Prigozhin with pretty much his statements, urging people to join them in this, let's call it by its own name, military revolution. Then we have the statement from the press secretary of Russia, Dmitry Peskov, who said that Putin is already informed about this current situation with Prigozhin and the appropriate actions will be taken. And at this very moment an actual criminal case is already created against Prigozhin on the basis of terroristic activities, military coup, military revolution and urge of the population to pretty much overthrow the government, which in terms this is confirmed, he can get up to 20 or maybe even more years in prison. So pretty much this is exactly every single piece of information I have at this very moment. Right now we might have pretty much historic events happening as we speak in Russia. It will be very interesting obviously to see how this develops. If you don't want to miss any of this, because as soon as we have some major updates I will release a video, so just please subscribe to my channel. And just before we proceed with today's episode, I have one question for you. So, if Prigozhin goes to prison, will he be able to be recruited by Wagner and be sent to Ukraine? Let me know in the comments. And now let's get back to the video. Only 3 months left. Russia selected their date for their potential either partial or mass mobilization, and this will inevitably lead to another escalation. And at the same time, the Russian authorities finally, for the very first time since the beginning of this war, acknowledged something very important. And ultimately, Prigozhin is done with Putin and Russian military leadership, so he decided to literally threaten, ridicule them and even sue them. But more about all of this in just a couple of minutes. What's up, investors? It's the Russian dude. And let's go straight to the point and talk about some ridiculous Russian propaganda. And so, recently, the Russian authorities proposed a new idea for those high school kids to study the basics of the military service in their 2 last years of education. So basically, according to them, 16-year-olds right now will learn how to march, how to do a first aid, and also the basic principles, ranks within the military, and how to basically do a combat activity. If this is not yet just another step towards militarizing the population of Russia, then I don't know what else is. But, I mean, wait a second. There is more. Recently, the Russian government also said that they will allow to recruit prisoners with easy, like low and medium level of convictions into the Russian army, once again closing completely the door for prison recruitments towards Wagner. And to completely just summarize all of these military activities by the...
So this may have been the impetus, right? Like they're shutting off the spigot to Wagner procuring more troops through the prisons.
Russian authorities for the last several months. Starting October 1st, they decided to turn on this unified database registry of all the Russian men eligible to be drafted. And if you've been watching my videos for the last several months, you already know that the government of Russia slowly but surely has been building this legal basis to draft whoever they want, whenever they want, and making dodging the draft extremely complicated and the consequences for doing this extremely severe. And well, now they announced...
So a lot of people avoided the mobilization earlier by you know, leaving Russia. There are like a lot of people who, you know, would be of the right you know, age that have done just that and gone into, you know, countries that they think will be at least tolerant, you know, and like, right, in other words, like Belarus would probably be a bad place to hang out, I'm guessing, being that they're Russian allies, as opposed to, you know, some other place in the area. There's the death. That's a death knell for Yevgeny, because otherwise he'd have no recruits. He can't recruit. He can't recruit conscripted men.
The exact date when this recruitment machine will become operational, which is once again October 1st, only approximately 3 months or 100 days away from the moment of recording this video. And as people say, the devil is in details, so maybe all these past activities which they did, they do not make much sense separately, but now when all the puzzle pieces are glued in together, we can clearly see the whole picture. There is a probability that Russia might announce another partial or maybe even full mobilization on October 1st or couple of weeks after that specific date, and there will be definitely, most certainly, another major escalation after this. And as always, I will be right here to report on every single step throughout this process, so if you don't want to miss it, just feel free to like this video and subscribe to my channel. You can also follow me on Instagram. I will see your guys' profiles and I will follow some.
God, this makes me feel like I'm not telling you to like and subscribe to my channel nearly enough, but you should totally do that. In addition, if you're on, oh my God, I always say it at the wrong time. If you're on Twitch, you probably just saw an ad, right? And that was not fun. If you want to not see the ad next time, there's several ways you could do that. One is to buy a sub for yourself. It's $5 on Twitch, right? Another way is if you have Amazon Prime, you can use that to, you can integrate that with your Twitch in order to get a free Prime sub, which is just as good as any other subs. It gets you the emotes and it gets you out of the ad break. Maybe more importantly, that's another way to go about it. The other way is, you know, maybe you don't have Amazon Prime and you can't afford $5. My advice then is to just be, you know, really chatty in chat. And those are the people who usually get gifted gift subs when gift subs are gifted, which is, you know, you're lucky enough. If you're lucky enough, and if you're active enough in chat, you might also be gifted a gift sub. So yeah.
Of you back. The link is down below. Alright, and now let's briefly talk about the Western military support to Ukraine, then we'll go to the East and talk about the partial success of Ukrainians, before going to the South and talking about the disruption of Russian logistics and their solution, and then we'll talk about Russia finally acknowledging something important and Prigozhin suing the top military officials of Russia. And first of all, right here you can see Ukrainians using the American self-propelled artillery system called Paladin. Next we have the statement by Dmytro Kuleba, who is saying that once again American tanks Abrams will most likely arrive before the beginning of the next counteroffensive, approximately somewhere in 2024. And then, speaking about the country of Germany, they pledged another 20 infantry fighting combat vehicles called Marder to Ukraine. Next we have the country of Turkey, which says that it will start producing its Bayraktar drones on the territory of Ukraine, which will significantly decrease the logistics times before Ukrainians can actually receive and use these drones. And ultimately, unfortunately, Russia allegedly will be increasing the production of its missiles, Kaliber, Kinjal and Ha-101 up to 3-4 more times per month, approximately 30 to 40 units every single month. Right, and now as promised, let's talk about the situation in the east and Ukrainians finally liberating some territories which were occupied all the way since 2014. But first of all, as always, we just have to make a stop on the territory of Russia, in Kursk, where recently some very loud noises were heard by the locals last night. And at the same time, even though Russians continue to attack Ukraine pretty much every single day, they brought their main helicopters and attack planes further away from Ukrainian front lines, specifically all the way to Caucasus Mountains. Mountains in North Ossetia. Because as you can see from this satellite image, there is definitely some new planes which arrived to this airfield recently. But nevertheless, luckily the Ukrainian air defense system is also not that bad. That is why we did not receive any major attacks last night, because Ukrainians were able to intercept all 13 out of 13 Russian missiles. And speaking about the East, according to the report by the Institute for the Study of War, yes, Russian offensive still dead after less than 48 hours of trying, but Russians and Ukrainians tried to do some offensive operations along Kupiansk-Svatove-Kreminna front line, with now Ukrainians being a little bit more successful to the south of Kreminna, taking their positions and trying to push Russians further away. And obviously the combat activities around Bakhmut, they continue pretty much daily. That is why I was able to find this almost 30-minute first-person documentary of the close combat footage, and I decided to upload it completely for free on my Patreon, so you can see something on the weekend. The link is down below, and once again, it's completely for free. Just a couple more words before we go to the south. So if we move closer to Avdiivka, as you can see according to this map, Russians were able to capture a little bit more land to the north of Opatne, but if we go a little bit more to the south, to the settlement called Stara Mikhailivka and Krasnohorivka, as you can see right here, Ukrainians were able to liberate a small territory, but the most significant part about this is that this territory has been temporarily occupied all the way since 2014. So this is one of the very first cases, or probably even the very first time, Ukrainians were able to liberate such territories, and this is huge. And yes, I also do have the footage of this liberation. Unfortunately, YouTube will not allow me to show it all. That is why, yes,
okay, you know what?
It is also on my Patreon.
I feel like he has packaged his like normal his normal like videos about you know, the conflict in Ukraine into really effectively into a video, like a breaking news video, in order to get more views, including mine. Okay, let's see what he has to say about Yevgeny Prigozhin.
It's again way too optimistic for me. I really hope it happens, but just let me know in the comments, what do you think? Will Ukraine be able to liberate Crimea this summer or not? But despite all this, Russia decided to finally acknowledge something very important. And what I'm talking about here is that the Ministry of Defense of Russia, and specifically even Sergei Shoigu himself, like what they were saying in the past, they were always denying Ukrainian counteroffensive. They were always denying any advancement or success by Ukrainians. They were always calling, whenever Russians were retreating, something like strategical relocation and like advancing backwards, but they were never actually acknowledging that Ukrainians are succeeding. Well, it changed now. Because pretty much every single daily report we receive from the Russian side right now, they do acknowledge at least the existence of Ukrainian counteroffensive. They barely still say that they are succeeding, but at least it's there. And Ukrainians sometimes they advance a little bit here, a little bit there, and it's pretty complicated for Russians to defend against this. So finally, once again, I don't know if it's a bad thing or a good thing, the time will tell, but Russia, in this case, I guess it's unfortunately for Ukraine, Russia is now finally learning from its mistakes. Because if you remember in the past, whenever they were saying that no, there is no such thing as Kharkov or Kherson counteroffensive, we will keep it, we will not retreat, it is our territories. And these were also the statements literally days before major liberations of these regions. Well, we do not hear that many statements about Zaporozhye right now, once again confirming the fact that Russia acknowledged their mistake, at least indirectly, and most likely they're switching their media tactics. And well, to be honest, at this point it is a little bit too late, because the reputation of these highest Russian military authorities is already ruined, not just outside of Russia but also inside of Russia, starting with probably the biggest their opponent, the leader of Wagner, Yevgeny Prigozhin, who has always been criticizing them without fear of any prosecution, and recently he even intensified this as well. We thought he couldn't go any further, but he did. It all started with almost the 30-minute interview that Prigozhin gave. He said that Russians in the south are suffering a lot. The losses of Ukrainians are not even close to be that high as the Russian military leadership is giving to us. There is definitely no 60 Leopards which are destroyed. Couple of them maybe yes, but not even close to 60. Russians are not succeeding a lot in the east, also once again like Ministry of Defense claims, and Prigozhin pretty much refutes every single thing in being in open contradiction with the Ministry of Defense, with almost even Putin, Shoigu and Gerasimov. He even mentioned that probably two biggest reasons why this entire war, I mean special military operation was started, is to finally give Shoigu some military rewards due to his lack of military experience before, to finally show him as an effective military leader, and at the same time because the conditions inside Russia was kinda unstable, Putin's power was kinda in danger, the population was not united around a strong leader like he always claims. That is why what do you do when your leadership is in question? Well, you find an external enemy, and if you want to go even further, you actually start a war. So as you can see, these were literally direct attacks against Shoigu, Gerasimov and even Putin himself by Prigozhin. But wait, there is more, because later on Prigozhin even officially sued Gerasimov and Shoigu, and he confirmed it himself. He sued them for the genocide of the Russian population and the intentional voluntarily surrender of the Russian territories. I mean, most likely, 99% of the time, this will not go anywhere, but the fact is the fact, and now it is official. Prigozhin is completely not afraid, he does not even care about being in open contradiction with the highest military officials of Russia. So it will be pretty interesting to see where it goes. Because it is my own personal understanding that in one way or another there has to be one winner and one loser in this situation, and both figures are extremely massive and influential. So once again, this will be probably the biggest political drama in the modern history of Russia, and I'll be very excited to report on this situation for you. And if you don't want to miss it, same as me, just please subscribe to my channel. It only takes one click. The absolutely best way to support my channel is through my Patreon. You can also become my channel member or simply use the PayPal link. Everything can be found to the right and down below. Guys, be careful, there are scammers in the comments pretending to be me.
Okay.
Thank you so much for your attention.
Oh my god, yeah, like I should probably mention that too. What he's talking about is a scam that goes on in YouTube comments, right? Where somebody in the comments will pretend to be the content creator. That would be me, right? And we'll ask you for money or something like that. Let me like make it really clear for you right now. Now, I'm not gonna be in the comments offering any kind of, any kind of special deals, right? If there's something like a Patreon link or anything like that, it's going to be pinned, right? So you'll know by the fact if it's a pinned comment, then it's me. Otherwise, be really careful, because it's fairly easy for people to spoof your account on YouTube and to look like you. And apparently that's what's going. Apparently, a fake Sam Cedar has been going around asking Majority Report members for money, and then spamming a link that's not really a Majority Report link. So yeah, watch out for that. Let's get back to, I said we were gonna do this. Not Samir Bhavnani, anything but Samir Bhavnani. No, not you either. Not you either. There we go.
See, this is
every right has limits.
What is actually interesting, because what you're asking, we've actually talked in a great depth about on Timcast IRL. That
are you for parental rights or not? I just asked.
That question right there leads in two different directions, which is, again, we've addressed. If you watch the show, you'd have heard the statement we made about it.
Well, I heard you 5 minutes ago say you were for parental rights, and now you're saying you're not.
Where do parents' rights begin and where do they end is strictly a moral question based on the moral frameworks of an individual. If there is someone who goes to a doctor in, say, Saudi Arabia, and the doctor prescribes female circumcision, they're going to argue it's the parents' rights. We would argue
another
against
hypothetical.
that.
I'm talking about reality.
But these things literally do happen in other countries.
But it wouldn't be.
I'm talking about this country, and I'm talking about parental rights.
A point. Right? The point is, the idea that parents have a right is limited to what our moral limits are. Meaning, if you morally are okay with a child sex change, then you are going to argue in favor of parents' rights. If I say you shouldn't be able to mandate vaccinations, you'd probably argue against the parents' right, right? Should a school be
that's a bullshit argument right there. Right? Basically, he's saying that, like, you know, if you, it's like the equivalent in the abortion debate would be saying if you believe in a pregnant person's right to choose, then you want abortion. You're pro-abortion, and it's just like that's literally not what I said, right? Pro-abortion would be like you should get an abortion, people should get an abortion, right? Abortion, like, right? That's kind of an absurd position. Nobody holds it. She's calling him out on something, doing like a basic debate bro tactic, and that is the bizarre, absurd, and gratuitous hypothetical, right? The one that, instead of elucidating the point, which is supposed to be the purpose of a hypothetical, right, to give you better insight on what you're talking about, it takes you away from the argument and distracts, right? So, you know, if my hypothetical is like, what if aliens? I'm probably not being good faith. That's what she's calling him out on. He's acting like, oh, what? You don't believe in hypotheticals? This is basic, you know, like he's trying to say that he's making a point with this, that, you know, she's being obtuse. It's not really what's going on here, though. It's not really what's happening. Something like that. Oh my god, the one thing that I lost, like for real lost, was the wood. That's a weird thing. Yeah, I did not get the wood back, unfortunately. Let's take one of these and one of these.
Allowed to mandate vaccines for children.
Yes.
But what about parents' rights? Are you for parents' rights?
Well, I'm for public health.
But you're not for parents' rights. You see, that question leads nowhere.
No, I mean, look, Tim, I've never made parental rights a plank of my own politics. I'm saying this within the
It is kind of a silly question too, because like it's like you can't just be like parental rights in different contexts, right? So one version of parental rights might be something like, I believe that I don't believe in masks, I don't believe in vaccines, therefore I want my kid to show up at school with no mask, with no vaccines, right? And you see what happens there is also, you know, your parental rights in that situation get in the way of, the other children's rights by exposing them to COVID. So obviously it's not like a... It's got to be a little bit more nuanced than that.
Context of what you just said 5 minutes ago.
And I'm explaining.
Yeah,
parental
so
rights extends to my morality.
So, right, your morality says that you think that trans children and parents, even if they agree with their child and the doctor is supervising this kind of transition, you're essentially saying that you don't believe that they should have the power and ability and that the state should intervene. That sounds like big government to me.
Yeah, I don't know if you know who I am.
Well, okay, then there you go. That the state should intervene because you don't believe that parents should and their children.
Yo, you're Slim Shady, right? Is that who you are? You are whoever you say you are, whenever you need to be, right? And you can just flip back whenever. Yeah, that we know who you are, Tim. You're a weasel. You are a weasel. Tim has no morality whatsoever.
They're in agreement.
So at first,
Tim has a very flexible sense of ethics. Let's just say.
First, my position was, early on, if the doctors are prescribing it and it's the best thing they can do, I think we're looking at in the past 4 years about 50,000 or so cases of cross-sex hormones for kids. So be it. Then we started seeing like the Tavistock scandal. We saw Finland, Denmark, Sweden start pulling this. The research coming out showed that it was not particularly effective. And then we also had multiple studies showing that desistance rates for those who did not take any, who did not receive intervention.
And again, these are the old desistance numbers that he's talking about, right? It's not really desistant. Anyway, desistance doesn't mean, he's trying to imply desistant means like a child thinks that they're trans, and then later it's like, oh no, not trans, right? That's what he thinks. Like he thinks desistance is like detransition, right? Or maybe like, from a social transition, detransition, right? That's what he's calling desistance. In actuality, desistance is like you do a behavior. Like let's say I start drinking green tea every day, right? and at some point I decided I like coffee better. No more green tea. I have desisted from drinking green tea, right? So that's what that means in terms of there was a behavior that the child was engaged in, at one point that was seen as aberrant, as not in line with the child's gender, and that's what gets them into the desistance study. That's what makes them one of the that's the criteria for inclusion, right? And then you look forward to the child being a certain age, and they're not trans. That is considered desistance, right? That's different than what Tim Pool is trying to get you to think it is. He's trying to say that these were people who had socially transitioned, who had expressed a different gender identity than the one assigned to them at birth, and had then changed their mind, right? That's not what happened. That's not what the study was about. Tim is lying to you. This is the way that transphobes lie to you.
Was actually upwards of 95%. And then my position became, it probably is the appropriate thing for the legislature to say, we're not going to allow this anymore.
Okay, I just listed the American Journal of Pediatrics. That's incredibly reputable. Incredibly reputable. 94% of children continued care after age. Take a Netherlands study. This is Lancet. 98% continued hormone therapy on follow-up.
After what?
So she's talking about actual kids that had socially transitioned or were being called other pronouns or right. Like she's talking about actual how likely is here. Let me roll her back a little bit so that you'll.
Describing it, and it's the best thing they can do. I think we're looking at in the past 4 years about 50,000 or so cases of cross-sex hormones for kids. So be it. Then we started seeing the Tavistock scandal. We saw Finland, Denmark, Sweden start pulling this. The research coming out showed that it was not particularly effective. And then we also had multiple studies showing that desistance rates for those who did not take any, who did not receive intervention was actually upwards of 95%. And then my position became, it probably is the appropriate thing for the legislature to say, we're not going to.
It's actually for people who were not asking for any sort of intervention, right? These aren't trans people. These are people that put on their mom's earrings at one point, or put a bow in their hair, or I don't know what the I don't know, put on daddy's shoes, right? Or right, if they're doing something that surprises the parent as far as the gendered nature of the behavior, they meet the diagnostic criteria for the study, right? So it's a bad study if what you're trying to study is trans people, because we're not talking about trans people. Sure, out of any group, there are likely to be some trans people, right? Oh my God, no. Interrupter. And also, why don't I have my... Okay, so out of any group, there's likely to be, a small number of trans people. Now, if we do something there might even be a correlation there, right? In other words, 5% of the people that he's calling desisters, the people that did some behavior that the gendered nature of which surprised their parents, is of that 5% turned out to be trans, right? The normal rate of trans people, in the standard population is lower than that. So there's a correlation there, but no, it's not a, you're not doing a, what Emma's talking about is an actual study of trans kids. What Tim Pool is talking about is a study of kids who engage in paint their nails one day, right? That would get you included in the study, right? And if you never do anything again, according to Tim Pool, you detransitioned. I would like to say that I know a lot of kids that did something that was not to the gender expectations of their gender assigned at birth, and that aren't trans, and that's absolutely normal. And I don't consider them detransitioners, and they don't consider themselves detransitioners. That's a completely separate category, right? Even in a social sense.
Don't allow this anymore.
Okay, I just listed the American Journal of Pediatrics. It's incredibly reputable. Incredibly reputable. 94% of children continued care after age. Take a Netherlands study. This is Lancet. 98% continued hormone therapy on follow-up.
After what?
The other one's a 5-year study. This is just secondary
after
one.
what point.
Well, no, so this is the issue, right? Those studies were based upon whether a child was placed on puberty blockers or not. When a child is placed on puberty blockers, they tend not to desist. When a child is left alone, they tend to desist. So the issue is then if...
but they've got the option to, like, either way. When a child is left alone, they tend to... No, okay, so this is bad science. And, like, look, here's the problem, right? Here's the big problem. Look, I love you, Emma. I don't know the chances that you'll end up watching this, but I appreciate your content. I appreciate what you're trying to do here. As a trans person, I would like to ask you to maybe think twice about this, right? Because this is an easily debunkable point if you know it, but obviously you're not familiar with the study that he's talking about. He's beating you over the head with a study that really doesn't have anything to do with trans people. Like only, you know, kind of only tangentially related to trans people, right? And he's now comparing your study, which is an actual study of trans kids who did, you know, medical intervention to at least pause puberty, right? He's putting those stories on an even footing, and they're just not. They're just not. By Tim's metric, 90% of all the children who attend preschool will detransition. Right? Yeah.
according to, 10 prospective follow-up studies from child and adolescents.
I'm going to argue with you that most kids could meet this diagnostic criteria for the study that Tim's talking about, right? It doesn't take much. It just takes one act that's like, surprising for somebody assigned, what the kid was assigned at gender.
Found desistance ranging from 61 to 90%, then the safety of the children would lean towards non-intervention.
I'm go ahead. You can, again, we should probably agree to look at these kinds of studies before we're going to pull them up for a debate, because what I'm pulling.
You gotta realize that Tim Pool is gonna do it to you. You gotta realize that Tim Pool is gonna do this to you, right? You gotta, every single time he's ever talked about trans people, he has brought up this study. You gotta know that he's gonna do this shit, right? And like, I'm getting from Emma that they talked about the conversation ahead of time and agreed on a certain number of subjects to talk about, and that this wasn't one of them. You gotta know that he's not gonna be honest with you. Please understand, Tim Pool is does not bring you on for a fair conversation. He brings you on to manipulate. He brings you on to deceive. He brought you on to get his fandom to talk about putting you in a wood chipper. Like, please don't play with him anymore, right? I know that it's tempting because he won't talk to Sam, and we all know why he won't talk to Sam, right? But this is not the situation you want to get in. You're in his house. He's paid for a hotel for you. He's got backup. He's got another person. It's 2v1, right? Like, this is not the situation to be going into.
Up, and what I'm referencing is inherently reputable, and you can find any information that you want on the internet. I am with a majority of doctors on this front.
That's a broad statement. I don't know about that.
No, that is actually a fact. That is 100% fact.
Well, I've seen this movie before. So what's happening is you're referencing detransition under a system where they wouldn't be put on puberty blockers necessarily, and then they would go through the cross-sex hormone. So everybody who would have desisted at the point of puberty, which is what you're referencing, is already excluded from her sample. So and I don't even think you would disagree with that once they're actually past the point of puberty and they still think they're in the opposite body or whatever, and they go through the process, there's a very low detransition rate. But you're specifically talking about desistance.
Look,
and I remember this because this happened when you argue with the SERPs.
This is what it boils down to. I'm not a moralist. I don't have the arrogance to believe that
AJW is a huge Tim Pool fan. That's probably why he got. That's probably why he's on here, right? That's probably why he got on the show. He's not. It's actually kind of funny because he's not that big of a figure. But then again, I have seen some marginal figures. Like I actually ran into a Jamie Kilstein episode of Tim Pool. If you know who that is, you're that's a deep cut right there, right? It's really funny that Tim would have Jamie on. It's kind of funny that Tim would have AJW on. These are not big figures, but apparently AJW putting in the hours of watching Tim Pool. We are not trying to listen to the coup in Russia. We're trying to listen to this.
Personal preferences for how my life would be lived should be imposed on other people. I'm trying to make a argument for a case for, I'm trying to make a case for a broad set of policies that are going to make sure people are as happy as they can possibly be and can live their life to the fullest. So if you want to impose your morality on people, it sounds like fundamentalism. For me, I'm in favor of
a real argument.
But if most
I am having a real argument.
That's not
You just said your morality
here's
is
a study.
Oh man.
Here's a study that shows resistance rates up to 95%. Hold on. Resistance rates are shown up to 95% with non-intervention. So then we would lean.
This is really frustrating to me because I don't know, like, okay, I suspect that Tim Pool doesn't understand this either. I know that Emma does not know the, you know, the study that's being referenced here, right? So you've got two people talking about a study that neither one of them really understands. Like, that's worse than useless.
Towards non-intervention, and you said you're a fundamentalist. You didn't make an argument.
No, earlier you talked about how your morality is what you want to dictate in terms of this policy.
You see, this is what I was talking about with Sam.
Okay.
Right?
Here we go.
The inability
Here we
to
go.
grasp philosophical concepts. When I explained to you that
Tim, you're not a philosopher, okay? And like neither is Emma, but she's not representing herself as one. Like, this is worse than... No, Vosh would say something like this. I mean, I guess this is just general debate, bro.
you are opposed to parental rights because you're in favor of vaccine mandates, right? I don't think you can understand the...
You never know any of Tim's schools? Yeah, most of them I'm not super familiar with.
The duality of the statement you're making. Are you in favor of parental rights can go in one of two moral directions? You do have a moral stance.
I wasn't
You
talking about parental rights. I was using that as a way to talk about your
My point
statement on
is,
parental rights.
If
And I
you
fully
have a
grasp
moral
concepts
position
of
on public
morality.
health
Tim,
and you want
I
to
have-
impose that, then you too would be a fundamentalist and you've made a nonsensical statement.
If
you want to make an argument about why me using this data is incorrect, I'm all ears. If you want to tell me I'm a fundamentalist...
I haven't seen the data, so I can't...
Well, then
I
don't make
can't-
an argument about it if you don't know the data.
No, I do know the data. I use the American
You
Journal
said
of
you didn't.
Pediatrics. I don't
Tim, apparently you don't know the data.
know the data that you just
You
pulled
did
up.
not look
Amanda?
up resistance rates. You did not look up anything other than what fits your narrative.
Tim, what you just
Tim left school at like 14. I didn't know
said
that.
is that you want your morality to dictate
No, I
policy.
didn't.
I want people to have freedom
I
to do
certainly
what
did not.
they want.
That's just not true. I said that everyone's view on a question like parental rights is dictated by their morality. You do have one as well. People have a moral framework. You've told me that you're in favor of public health. That is a moral stance. So are you a fundamentalist? Do you want to
I
impose
talk
your
about
moral?
politics. I don't talk about things that are so abstract. I talk
You're in
about
favor of
what's
vaccine mandates or not?
Of course.
That's a moral position, not a
it's
scientific one.
No, it is a public health position.
Well, it's sure your morality dictates.
Is it a moral position? I mean, if the morality you're talking about is like, I want less people to, you know, I want less people to lose their lives and suffer adverse health effects by being exposed to, you know, a pathogen, then I guess. But God, you're really reaching, aren't you? You're really reaching.
That the government can impose a medication on people against their will.
Because I'm trying to create a
That's
society.
a moral question.
No, because I'm trying to.
That's moral.
Sure, I think I am more moral.
But you just said you weren't. You said you were not a moral.
No, but you're missing the point there. Against their will, Tim, you got multiple wills involved here. You got multiple, you know, stakeholders in this situation. And what the public health does is it prioritizes the stakeholder, you know, that is the person who doesn't want to be infected over the anti-vaxxer, Robert F. Kennedy, Q. Shaman Kennedy, you know, conspiracy theorist, right? As I would hope you would do, right? If there was somebody that like thought that you know, it's dangerous to I don't know. I'm trying to think of an example, like, right? I mean, you could compare this to somebody that thinks that, like, you know, aliens are coming, right? Are we gonna, you know, say that? Are we gonna bend ourselves to? Anyway, God, I don't know why I was trying. I was there. Now I'm being the debate, bro, trying to bring aliens into it, right?
No, I'm not. I am dealing in politics, and politics can create outcomes that are moral or immoral, and I'm dealing in the ones that I think will create the most
So you're
the
moralist.
best outcome. No. Moralism,
understand. What do you-
moralism in the way that I was referencing it is one that falls back on notions of fundamentalism and imposing morality that is individual to you on
I'm
the
not
rest
talking
of
about
society.
imposing
I am
morality.
talking about
I'm talking
creating
about-
a
There's a difference between saying you are not allowed to have sex, right? Because my sky daddy says it's bad and it hurts his feelings, all right? And saying that I don't want to be around you if you're not going to put a mask on during the pandemic, right? There's a difference between those things, right? And the difference is it shouldn't matter to you whether I have sex or not. That doesn't really affect you. That doesn't apply to you. That holds no bearing on you. Whereas if you cough in my face while you're infected with something, that very much affects me. There's a huge difference here that he's just glossing right over.
Data that shows
creating
children,
a society that gives people the freedom that they
moralism.
No, that's politics.
You want to
bro.
create a society that does a works towards a goal of your personal.
There's a difference between moralism and morality, right? Moralism is more of a connotative phrase, right? It's more in the, like when we say moralism, you're talking about somebody who wants to impinge your freedom past the point where it affects them, right? I.e., the example I gave earlier, that, if somebody has sex before marriage, that, would be punished, in the situation. Gay relationships would be punished, right? That's moralistic as opposed to having morality. Tim, you are the one who doesn't understand philosophy. You dipshit.
Perspective.
What you are talking about is imposing your narrow set of ideas about how society should be. Or
Based on the
how
scientific
things,
research I pulled up.
No.
I literally pulled a study
No,
up.
you want to restrict people's ability to do what they want to do with their bodies. That's what you want to do.
Do you think
I don't
that people
believe
should
that.
cut their hands?
You pulled a study up that didn't have anything to do with the group that you were talking about. Tim, you got no standing here. I hate to break it to you, bud.
Stuff.
I don't deal in abstract, ridiculous hypotheticals because I deal in reality. I cover politics.
So you're in favor of female circumcision?
That doesn't happen in the United States.
How much do you want to bet? How much do? No, you're wrong.
There are very small amounts. I am not in
So
favor.
you're in favor of it?
I wouldn't.
If you want to restrict what people do with their own children, you're against parental rights?
That's
Don't
not
play
the
stupid
same
games.
thing. Is a doctor?
You want to talk about Dearborn, Michigan? I've actually gone there and done the research. I've actually done the boots on the ground journalism in this story. Okay. Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, right. Because female circumcision is a bad thing. We do not want these things to be happening. And even the parents were going to doctors to get it prescribed. There are limits. There's the famous story of the Kennedy. They got the Kennedy got it lobotomized because the doctors prescribed it. Just because there's current scientific research that leans one direction doesn't mean we move absolutely in one direction. What we have here is a very
Lobotomies are not this is a different, like you're comparing like forced lobotomy to the administration of puberty stopping hormones that can then be ceased if the child decides that they're they were assigned the right gender at birth, right? There's two totally different things, and the big difference is that that
prominent set of studies, which we've referenced on the show numerous times, showing desistance rates for minors who do not receive intervention in terms of affirmation or gender sex change is upwards of 95%, in which case science dictates we do not intervene. If you want to take the 5% chance that
you are so lacking here. The thing that's frustrating is okay, as much as he has no business around like an abstract, like which looks like what he's showing. It looks like he's showing us an abstract, right? I wonder if he knows. That if you try to, cite an abstract in an academic environment, you're going to be laughed at by, not just your teacher, but your class, right? That an abstract is it in and of itself is not proof of anything. It doesn't tell you about the study. It doesn't let you evaluate the study. It's a thumbnail. That's like saying that's like citing a YouTube thumbnail, right? That's essentially, you've done the scientific equivalent, Tim, of citing a YouTube thumbnail, okay? That's what an abstract is. It's supposed to give you a little flavor about what the study is about, what its conclusions are, but it doesn't really work as far as adding to your understanding unless you're able to go through and parse the other sections that I doubt you ever read, that I'm not even sure you're aware of, right, of the study. The methodology is important. Yeah, the methodology in this one is really crucial, right? I don't know if I want to cut Tim. Well, here's the deal. I don't want to cut him the benefit of the doubt because he is very dishonest. But I also don't want to assume that he knows more than he probably knows, because he's not exactly an intellectual heavyweight. Although try telling that to his community.
We then intervene in these children's lives, and
It's going in these anecdotal
that can result in even
circles.
one kid being harmed. That sounds like an immoral action.
Now, these are extremely specific hypotheticals that you are maximizing in this current instance, and I am interested in creating a society that is not that is yes moral, but it's based on outcome.
Also, what you just said is anti-scientific, right? Every single scientific intervention, especially when it involves medication, right? And I'm talking about, like, you know, anything from treating a cold to treating heart disease. There is some chance of an adverse event. There's a category of pathology, right? That is is it idiopathic? I'm trying to remember. Is it iatrogenic? Oh my god. I'm trying to remember what this is, but there's a category of pathology that basically is for things that came from medical intervention, right? This happens a lot, and if you're gonna make that statement where there is like the Hippocratic Oath, right? There is the like do no harm, clause of the Hippocratic Oath, right? But if you take that to its logical extreme, you can't practice medicine, because there's always going to be a risk of an adverse event from any medical intervention. And so what you do is you estimate the likelihood of a negative impact, a negative event, an adverse event, right? And you weigh that against what is the drawback from not intervening, right? And when you have a situation where the drawbacks from not intervening outweigh the drawbacks from intervening, that's when the medical, this is just basic, like, right? You don't have to be a doctor to understand this stuff. Oh my god.
Not just
That's what I just pulled up. Like, I mean, I can read to you again.
Right, but pull up the American Pediatrics study.
But we're talking about
can I ask a hypothetical while you pull that up? If it is true that prescribing puberty blockers prevents people from hitting that point of puberty where they would decide, and largely they would decide to desist, right, when they hit the point of puberty, would you be in favor of removing that from the gender protocol? Because this only is talking about desistance at the point of puberty. So, like, what he's concerned about is that
what this is people who don't want trans people to exist putting their finger on the scale, right? Also, the other thing that's not studied by that's not interrogated by the study is the question of, like, how long the desistance lasts, right? Because, if you're taught, like, and I'm not even sure what study we're talking about, right? Tim's study, was about desistance. Let's get this out of our head, right? The difference between desistance and detransition. This is like, I'm talking about detransition even in the sense of from a social transition. People who detransition, right? People who say, I am trans, I want to be called these pronouns, etc., right? When they change their mind and they say, I was wrong. That's not right. I am, my birth gender is correct. I want to go by the pronouns, like, right? So when that happens, most of the time, what you'll find is that later on in their life, that person changes again and says, actually, you know what, I was trans. Because guess what? It takes a lot to be like, I'm trans. And there's not a lot of people who make that statement and then it turns out, you know what, I was wrong. It was this other thing. Like, right? They want to think that happens all the fucking time. They want to think that trans people are confused. They want to think that there's a large number of trans people that regret, any sort of intervention. The fact is, the opposite is true. But yeah, no, this is my heart goes out to Emma, right? Because she said she didn't agree to talk about this. Tim basically sprung this on her, right? So I feel for you, Emma. But again, like, this is why I would say, like, going on the Timcast is a bad idea.
if you stop people from going through puberty, you stop the changes in their bodies and all that, and then they can't like rationally make that choice because they haven't hit that point in their development.
I don't have...
See, like, what you're saying doesn't make sense. They can't rationally make that choice. That's not... You have this idea that there's like irrational, and that's like everything before. What did he say? Like hitting puberty? Right. There's this irrational stage, and like nothing's rational, and then puberty, rational. Wait, no, actually, what did he even say? That doesn't make sense. Did he say what I thought he just said? I want to make sure.
It's not that is more, yes, moral, but it's based on outcomes, not just.
That's what I just pulled up. Like, I mean, I can read to you again.
Right, but pull up the American Pediatrics study.
But we're talking about.
Can I ask a hypothetical while you pull that up? If it is true that prescribing puberty blockers prevents people from hitting that point of puberty where they would decide, and largely they
hitting that point of puberty where they would decide. Oh my god. Hitting that point of puberty. So, like, he's just basically extrapolated a narrative from Tim's study, right? Tim's study is on desisters. That is people that, when you desist, it is like I would say that by Tim's definition, the vast majority of humanity are desisters, right? To be a desister, all it takes is for you to ever do something that goes counter to the gender role that you were assigned at birth, right? So, you know, painting the nails, a little mascara, some makeup, you know, wearing shoes that are not for your gender, wearing, you know, an outfit that's like, right? That is what gets you included. Like, right? That's literally their criteria for inclusion as far as who's included in the study, right? So if you ever do anything like that and it turns out you're not trans, according to them, that's a desister, right? They're confusing this with, you know, detransition and maybe like a you know, detransitioning in a social sense, somebody that says, I am trans, I want to be called different pronouns, and then later on says that they don't. Now, I don't know if they have any data about this, but yeah, he has internalized this idea that what's happening is that these kids are like, I'm trans, and then they go through puberty, and there's a certain magical point where they're like, oops, I'm not really trans, and that when they're given there's something about a certain point in puberty that bestows this clarity, right? Just like magically overnight, you're like, "Whoa, I know what my gender identity is." Like right at this point, and that you only get that if you're going through, you know, the puberty of without any sort of intervention, right? That it's not a thing about, like, you know, getting to a certain age or knowing yourself in a certain way. It is about a certain point of puberty, right? So after a certain number of secondary sexual characteristics like manifest, like what do you mean after you reach certain, they have it in their brain that, I swear to God, I've seen this time after time, that being trans femme is, you know, transitioning MTF is it's like a symptom of testosterone deficiency, right? They have this concept that they think that it's not that I am trans and therefore I take you know, testosterone suppressing drugs and I take HRT. They think that the HRT and the testosterone suppressing drugs are making me trans, when in actuality that is not chronologically true, right? The one happened before the other. But yeah, you know, he's got this weird ass idea in his head, and this is being platformed. This is what happens when you don't make fun of dipshit douche bros for not knowing what the fuck that they're talking. These people need to be ridiculed mercilessly, because the fact that this motherfucker thinks he's smart, the fact that Tim Pool thinks he's smart, the fact that Tim Pool's audience thinks he's smart is like a huge problem, right? This is the equivalent of, like, I hate to be stereotypical, right? Because I'm sure there's some captains of football teams that are smart, you know, people, right? But the most stereotypical jock in the world the teacher is starting to teach, history or something like that, and they're like, the American Revolution happened in 1776, and the jock is like, actually, it didn't really happen in 1776. And that the American Revolution took place in Paraguay. Actually, you know what I mean? Like it's just bad information. It's wrong information, and it's only standing because of the appearance of authority that's given to people who really don't deserve it, right? Like, these guys are mentally masturbating about things that they don't understand, studies that they don't read, right? And there's nobody to make fun of them for being like, oh, you read the abstract. You read the... Look, I hate intellectual elitism usually, but I'm starting to see a real use for it here, right? These motherfuckers need to be shamed into shutting the fuck up because they don't know what they're talking about, right? In terms of this study. But like, go on. No, he's got this weird idea that there's a magical point in puberty where like kids are supposed to read, like, there's some kids that are troubled and they're like, oh, I don't know if I'm the right gender or not, but just make them go through puberty, because then they'll be like, oh, magical time happened and I realize I'm in the right body and everything's good and everything's great, right? That's what they want to fucking think, because they're trying to deny the existence of trans people, right? Trans people exist. Now, I know that if I said this to Tim, he'd say I was putting words in his mouth. And he says, I accept the fact that trans people exist. I accept the fact that some people transition. However, I think that it's really important that, that we keep the kids, don't push it on the kids or anything like that, right? What he doesn't get is that when I say trans people exist, I mean trans people exist before we turn 18. We don't become trans at some point. We are trans, right? Trans people were trans kids, whether they had access to hormone blockers or any kind of medical intervention or even any kind of social intervention or not. That's what he's fucking missing, right?
They would decide to desist, right, when they hit the point of puberty. Would you be in favor of removing that from the gender protocol? Because this only is talking about desistance at the point of puberty. So, like, what he's concerned about is that if you stop people from going through puberty, you stop the changes in their bodies and all that, and then they can't, like,
You're missing so much. You're missing so much, and you're not asking questions about it, right? You're making so many assumptions, right? He gives you a study that he doesn't understand, a study that he hasn't read the methods section, a study that he's vastly misinterpreting, and now you're going off and building narratives on this.
Actually make that choice because they haven't hit that point in their development.
I don't have the kind of, I guess, arrogance, I would say.
I mean, I asked you hypothetically.
Right, but again, this is exactly what reactionary conservatives do.
She's actually bringing up a good point, right? The people that should be talking about this are people not only with a certain degree of medical literacy, but a certain degree of understanding about this subsection of medicine, which not even all doctors really understand. I mean, if you get a group of doctors to talk about this, you're going to have a very different result, even if they're not specialists, right? But to really parse these details, right, you need some expertise. What they've done is they've taken a decision that should be made between medical professionals, people who have the understanding of the science, the understanding of the research, and how to interpret the research, along with a certain degree of clinical experience, right? That's who is supposed to make these kind of medical assessments, right? And I say assessments because to make the decision, it means the consultation of the medical professional with the children and with the parents. And so, it's not driven because I don't want to make this right to get picked off by some transphobe and saying, oh, you're saying that the doctor should be going like, I diagnose you with being trans and here's your medicine, and the kid's like, what I don't understand. No. This diagnosis, this is only going on, is initiated by the child and in most cases by the parents coming to the medical professional, not the other way around.
You know, it's a red flag from
you deal with hypotheticals, because when you actually deal with the practical reality and the outcomes that you're dealing with and that you're prescribing onto society, it creates an inherently unjust society.
So as the right-wing conservative Destiny said recently when he was debating the left-wing pro-lifers, it is a definite red flag.
I get the feeling that the left-wing pro-lifers he's talking about, now we ran into these fuckers before, right? This is the progressive, oh my god, PUAA, progressive something with a U of against abortion or something like that, right? These are the people that basically took medical waste from a medical waste truck and then unboxed, you know, a number of like embryos and fetuses. And then gave them names and gave some of them burials, right? These are some wackos. These are some, like, I fucking hate saying I probably should find a different way to say that, but these are some extremists with some very bad ideas, right? That's who he's talking about, Destiny. And of course Destiny talked to them. Of course Destiny could not resist that. I'm sure as soon as Destiny saw that Jubilee, he was like, oh yeah, we're definitely getting these fuckers on the show. Speaking of lobotomies and those who, and you just have to be smarter than Tim Pool to understand this. Well, look, here's what I'm gonna say.
When somebody is
like, it's not just intelligence, it's wisdom, right? And wisdom is knowing what you don't know. Wisdom is knowing where your expertise end and understanding that there are certain assessments. Yeah, like if you misinterpret an abstract the way that Tim Pool misinterpreted this abstract, right? Then you got to recognize that you're not literate of you're not scientifically literate enough to be able to interpret that, right? And you got to kind of back off, right? And that's what Emma says is like, Tim Pool calls it an appeal to authority, but Emma says, hey, listen, when we both don't know this stuff, like, what else are you gonna do but appeal to authority, right? Like, appeal to authority is like, Joe Biden's, Joe Biden believes that Corn Pop was a bad dude, right? And you say Corn Pop was a bad dude. And I ask you, how do you know Corn Pop was a bad dude? And you say, because Biden said so. Biden's the president. He said Corn Pop was a bad dude. Therefore, Corn Pop was a bad dude. That's appeal to authority, right? This is different. This is a subject that you don't understand, that you don't have the education to understand, that you don't have the scientific literacy to understand, and furthermore, you are just not in the field to be able to understand. These are decisions that shouldn't be being made on a political basis. They shouldn't be being weighed into by individuals that are just lay people, right? You're talking about standard of care here, and what you're having is based on transphobia. People who are unqualified to speak to these questions, weighing in on them nonetheless, right? Totally devoid of wisdom. You could say that, right? That's a lot nicer than me calling them wackos, right? Or I don't know. I think I called the anti-abortion progressive people wackos, but regardless, I shouldn't do that either. These people would take those ex-celebrity turned me gay memes as evidence of a social contagion. Oh my God.
Unwilling completely to engage with the hypothetical. If you want to say why the hypothetical doesn't apply, that is totally fine.
No, because I want to talk about
say,
reality.
oh, it's a hypothetical, I can't talk about.
It's up to you, asshole, to say why the hypothetical does apply. When you're going to bring in a gratuitous, absurd hypothetical, right? You have to tell me why that makes sense. Okay, it's not up to me to debunk, like to go like these people would have you going around and unwinding every single gish gallop that they do. That's not on you. These people would have you, they're essentially just shifting the burden of proof onto whoever they're debating against. And yeah, I would say, and this is going to make Tim Pool fans mad, they're using male privilege to do it, white male privilege, or in fact, to do that, just that, right?
If you don't know what a thought experiment is, it's kind of odd.
Look, I've asked you, we have here, I literally just pulled up detransition Wikipedia.
Okay,
I pulled up this stuff
that is the most Reddit thing I've heard in a long time.
that shows that without intervention, desistance rates are from 61 to 98%.
And here I have general acceptance of standards of care. The overwhelming weight of medical authority supports treatment of transgender patients with GnRH agonists and cross-sex hormones in appropriate circumstances. Organizations who have formally recognized this include American Academy of Pediatrics, American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, American Academy of Family Physicians, American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, American College of Physicians, American Medical Association, American Pediatric Association, dozens and
Remember
dozens
when doctors
of the
said smoking was good for you? You're not citing science. You're citing government approval.
No, I'm not. I am citing
and that's fine.
What does the government have to do?
She's citing standard of care, right? Which is, you know, the prevailing, like it's. He's acting like this is like something that the government was like, yo, we're going to have trans kids. It's going to be really fucking cool. Doctors, you better all get in line with this, right? Because that's how it's going. No, it's the doctors that have the conversation and they say, this is disturbing. We have, you know, like these, you know, rates of self-harm. We have, you know, like this and this and this effect from, you know, like, you know, you've got these individuals that are that are suffering. What are we going to do about it, right? And they say, okay, you know, here's, you know, an idea, GnRH agonists, right? Should we use them? And you have a doctor that says, here are the drawbacks. And you have a doctor that says, you know, here are the drawbacks if we don't do it. And you know, here are the benefits. And you weigh all those things. And when the weight, you know, and they're not even like saying in every situation, like this is a decision that, you know, there's standards of care that are guidelines, but that every doctor is like going through and weighing them. Like, you know, maybe a patient has a specific health condition that makes them more susceptible to a negative effect of this kind of thing. A doctor might decide to recommend against the use of the agonist in that case, right? It's
do with it. These are medical organizations.
Okay, sure. Fair point. You're citing medical organizations, despite the fact that there have been numerous instances throughout history, in fact, basically all of them, where we've been
there have been numerous incidents through history where science was wrong. Tim, are you going to tell me that we should ignore science and just go with our feels because of that? Because you could literally say the same thing, right? We used to think that the Earth was at the center of the universe. So how can you trust science? What if we're completely wrong? What if we're on the brink of a scientific discovery that lets us communicate with God, and God is all like, you know, oh yeah, you know, actually there aren't really matter and energy are an illusion. Here's how it really works, right? And then a whole new science replaces that, you know, and we're talking about like, you know, God's light instead of matter and energy. Like, Tim, what the fuck? Like, you could that is nihilistic solipsism, right? From underneath the beanie, that is pure fucking nihilism.
Like, hey, we were wrong about
you just justified nihilism, Tim. At that point, there's no point in talking to you. If you really believe that, then I guess nothing fucking matters, right? If you really believe, if you're gonna take that seriously of like, you know, medicine has been wrong before, and so therefore I guess we shouldn't listen to doctors or standards of care. Yeah, Tim, like, don't listen to the doctor when they tell you need chemo, right? I guess that's what that says. There's some people, I shouldn't say that because there's some people that like would take that, you know, that take that shit seriously. No, absolutely do listen to your doctor. I am being sarcastic here, right? Just so that's 100% clear. But you know, like your doctor says that you need something to save your life, right? And you say, what do you know anyway? You know, doctors have been wrong before. Maybe this is all, maybe, you know what I'm saying? Maybe your prognosis that I have 1 week to live unless I get this intervention is completely wrong. So therefore, yeah, just don't listen to your doctor, I guess, Tim. I guess, right? People tell you that you need food to survive. We've been wrong about things before. What if I can live on just my breath and the sunlight? That's right. I am Tim Pool. I'm now a breatharian. I'm going to survive without eating food, because what do scientists freaking know anyway? What the bleep do we know? That's what I'm getting from you. This is literally just
like maybe we shouldn't drink mercury if you get syphilis. But what I'm referring to specifically is if there is no intervention of
the same line of reasoning as the conspiracy, right?
Trans child.
He has really got trans kids on the brain in a disturbing way.
Resistance rates are from 61 to 98%, showing the majority of kids are better off not receiving.
No, look, I mean, you're on detransition Wikipedia. I just listed a list of dozen of
Again, he mentioned
half a dozen.
desistance, not detransition. This is like very important that we nail down what we're talking
Yeah,
about.
right. What I'm saying is, if you have a trans child,
you already missed the train on that. You started talking about Tim's studies like he was talking about detransition, right? I want to know, like, because the thing about this is, like, if AJW has been around Destiny enough, maybe he's heard of, maybe he's aware of, like, what desistance is. I don't even know if Destiny gets this right. I know they talk about this study. I would hope, because this is really simple stuff, right? This is really simple to understand what desistance means. It's desisting of a behavior, which could be as simple as a child painting their nails, right? It's not desisting from identification. It's not desisting from transition. It's desisting from, any behavior that to the, adult supervising that child seems to go against their assigned gender, right? That's
or a child who is suffering from gender identity disorder or dysphoria, and you do nothing. There is a 61 to 98% chance they age out.
There are people in chat saying COVID taught us not to listen to science. That's the lesson that they learned from COVID, right? That's the lesson that the scientists know nothing. That is the lesson that they took from that, right? And YouTube has gone back on its medical misinformation policy, right? And it's now just basically allowing people to do full-on COVID denial. Yo, somebody says in this chat, right? This chick is dense. You want to know how they spell dense? It's a Tim Pool chatter here, right? This chick is dense. D-E-N-C-E. Dense. Okay. Doesn't know how to spell dense, but that's not going to stop that Celtics fan here from calling Emma dense.
Of it and grow up and are happy and fine.
That's made up.
It's literally right there. What are you talking about?
On Wikipedia.
At the point of puberty.
No, I pulled up the NIH. You said you can pull up anything. Yeah, so here you go. NIH.gov.
Tim,
here you go.
Tim.
Are you happy?
Tim.
NIH.gov.
Deal with what I just said about the level of medical organizations. You're saying that they're all wrong and that you have some sort of like special knowledge that you can supersede their expertise.
No, he's not. You're cherry picking American
and you're making
organizations.
the appeal to authority.
First of all, I just cited one from the Netherlands, but American Academy of Pediatrics, American
Appeal
Academy of Child
Appeal to authority. Appeal to authority. Keep going.
I mean,
but not even that.
but I'm not a medical authority, and neither are you. So why
all I
wouldn't you
can
appeal
do
to
is
the
point to a
authorities?
study and say, wow, if this study is true, I'm opposed to this.
It's not just it's not just medical authority, it's pediatrics. It's a specialty. Pediatrics is a specialty, right? So it's a specialty within medicine, and even within pediatrics, it's kind of like a specialty among specialty. But no, Tim Pool knows everything. He's got all the facts and reason. He's got all the facts and reason all tucked up inside his beanie.
There's also all these European organizations that are getting rid of this specific practice that he's focusing on, which is the puberty blockers. And
at least he recognizes Destiny is right.
Reason they're not on your list.
No,
which is
we are properly
like
assessing when intervention is appropriate here. I mean, it's pretty obvious.
But why would they suspend in these better healthcare systems in Europe? Why would they suspend this specific practice that we're arguing
you
about?
listed Sweden and Finland.
You're talking about countries that these decisions were basically made politically, not medically, right? This is transphobia intruding on the standard of care, not the the standard. And also, like, we need to get this idea of Scandinavia out of our head. A lot of Americans have this, particularly left-wing Americans, think that Scandinavia is this wonderland and it's how everything should be. Look, there was a time when Scandinavia was mostly democratic socialist, and I can see to an American who lives under a neoliberal government how that would look appealing, right? However, first thing, it wasn't as good as you think in the first place. Second thing, They are not that way anymore. They are right-wing. The Scandinavian countries have politically gone right-wing. So now with the new right-wing politics, they've bulldozed the standard of care, right? And that's what Tim Pool wants for us, right? If he got his way, that's what would happen. Never mind the science, never mind the, standard of care, never mind people who actually know, or in any way scientifically literate. No, we gotta bow to the fucking, anti-woke mob.
Just elected far-right governments, but
there we go.
But anyway,
yeah.
again, this is what I'm interested in talking about in terms of politics. I want to create a more equitable society for people. We should have socialized healthcare, Medicare for all. You should talk about that more on your program. You say you're in favor of it. I haven't really seen. I haven't seen much.
When you guys cherry pick stuff to talk about
we should
music
talk
or
about
whatever,
ending child poverty. I mean, it's funny. You should talk about ending child
but
poverty.
you could have talked about my position on universal healthcare any one of these times. You never do. Why? It's not going to get traffic for you.
Well, I mean, you don't clip anything about universal healthcare. You should focus more.
This is like a Vosh person saying, "No comment, chick. You never cover when Vosh says trans rights." There's a video right here where Vosh says trans rights. You never cover that. Okay. Tim is so mad because his band sucks. Well, that's where it started. That's where we started out with. Like, look, Tim, if you wanted to convince anybody that this wasn't like a personal, petty little thing here, maybe you don't start out by like just being utterly pissed off that the majority report played your song and it didn't sound as good as you thought it should. It wasn't the fidelity, the audio fidelity was not where you thought it should be.
We would do, and then we would focus on it.
Because, like,
what we try to do
when are we going to be like, for no reason,
time,
let's just make a universal healthcare thing?
What we try to do in
play better music.
real time is
answer.
correct right-wing lies, whether it's you or Dave Rubin or Steven Crowder. We do talk about abortion a lot.
Yeah.
We do.
What's my abortion position?
I'm not sure.
Why? You've not watched any of the 8,000 segments we've done on it?
I do know that you called that 10-year-old case a hoax, a political hoax.
The political maneuvers around it to change the law was a hoax.
Yeah.
Sure. So, how do you not know my position on abortion? I mean, you watch the show. You watch at any point, you can see the arguments we have.
I don't have a ton of time to watch all
You
your
specifically covered his episode with the serfs where they talked about it in depth, so it's weird that you don't
Well, reiterate your abortion position for me and I'll respond to it.
It's obvious that he watches them.
Okay. In what way?
I think Roe v. Wade was the right decision.
Okay.
I think that life should be mandated, should be protected under the Constitution at the federal level, and that it probably does make sense for the Supreme Court to overturn Roe v. Wade, but that means Congress needs to codify it.
Okay, but that's not going to happen, and that's because we don't have.
That's a different question.
Because we need filibuster.
Wait. What is he actually saying there? Okay. Is he saying that he thinks the laws regarding abortion under Roe v. Wade is preferable to what we have now? Right. But he feels like instead of that being that it doesn't make sense as a Supreme Court decision, so he disagrees with the legal arguments for Roe v. Wade, right? He doesn't, maybe even doesn't see privacy as being a what's up? Oh my God. Does anybody know what he means? I hate rewinding him because that means I'm going to have to watch him for longer. How is the debate going? I don't know. It's doing my head in. You know, obviously she's getting 2v1'd here. I don't think she should have done it. We just got done with the conversation on trans kids. And unfortunately, she wasn't familiar with the desistant study that all these chuds always use. And so she wasn't able to debunk that, right? Overall, like I like Emma. I get what she's trying to do here. I support her, right? I just don't think I don't think it was a good decision. You know, there's so much pushing against her. And I don't know. Like, I don't know. Maybe she could make an argument that the potential benefits outweigh the risk. I know she's not going to make the Lance argument where she thinks she's going to come in and change Tim Pool's audiences. Yeah, like he thought that maybe like one or two people he could get them on his side. I don't think that Emma thinks that. I think it's more like that she knows that this conversation is going to get a lot of attention on it, and she's looking to change minds, you know, amongst people who are more towards the center. It's a waste of her time. Yeah, I mean, I think it's more than just that. I think it's I think it's allowing yourself to get used by Tim Pool. I think that people underestimate the value that somebody like Tim Pool extracts from having a respected, lefty political figure on with them. I think that this legitimizes Tim Pool in a way that maybe isn't super apparent to Emma. But again, these are all strategic disagreements I have with Emma. They're not like, disagreements on the issue.
Not going to happen, and that's because we don't have
that's a different question.
Because we need filibuster reform.
He's saying I'm left-wing for practical reasons. We should live under right-wing fundamentalist theocracy. It has nothing to do with his opinion. Just geared to please his centrist audience. His audience has been the scariest thing, right? So he mentioned that that there was this meme of like wood chippers, right? That whenever they talk about trans kids, people start saying wood chippers, and you know what they're saying there, right? It's not a very, it's not a very abstract dog whistle, right? They're basically saying trans kids and people who support. Anyway, I don't even want to say it. This is genocidal shit. And he mentioned that he thinks that's too far. He doesn't agree with that, right? He's not like that. And then his chat proceeded to just go just meme off of that for they are very much in favor of wood chipper, whatever that means. And I think we all know what that means, right? Yeah, so this is scary stuff. Like he's claiming that he's got this center audience, maybe a center right audience. It's anything but. These are a bunch of fascists. And he's absolutely a fascist enabler.
So I'm not really interested in process. I'm interested in outcomes as we get back to, again, the differences that we clearly have here. I don't really care who imposes the right to abortion in this country. I just care that we have a right to abortion in this country, and we don't.
Well, right. Yeah, I think at first when Roe v. Wade was overturned, I thought that it was probably good it would go to legislation because the Supreme Court arbitrarily setting law is probably dangerous. But however, since then, I've looked at it and said, it's a 14th Amendment question, the right to life. And, looking back on that now and understanding Roe v. Wade actually was a pretty good decision. I think now at this point, you'd need some kind of codification. I don't know how the Supreme Court's going to go back on it.
Wait. Oh my God, I'm so confused. Does he mean that he thinks Roe v. Wade was a good decision? Or does he think that overturning Roe v. Wade? It's not clear from what he's saying.
But that's a political conversation, not a personal perspective on abortion. So my view is pre-viability, it's individual discretion. Post-viability, it's probably going.
The Wagner mercenaries are heading to Russia, and Moscow is locking
to
down.
require some kind of.
Yeah, we covered that a little bit earlier.
Depending on the circumstances. Can the baby survive on its own?
Okay. Well, 90% of abortions happen in the first trimester, which is the first 12 weeks. 99% happen in the first.
Yeah, I think I remember the conversation with Lance. Actually, from the conversation with Lance, I didn't come away with the idea that he was pro-choice in any sense. I do remember Seamus was to the right of him, was even more extreme, anti-abortion, forced birther than Tim Pool. But what he's saying is that he feels like that abortion. He's saying he thinks that abortion should be allowed up until viability, right? Up until the fetus lives outside of the mother, if the birth happens early, right? But here's the fucked up thing, right? Is that that's generally where she's gonna mention it here, right? The radical thing about him is that the thing that's radically anti-choice about him is that he wants to eliminate. He's against the exceptions in cases he's very dubious of the idea of the mother's life being in danger, and he's against the rape exception, right? Just messed up. Some reports are stating that the Wagner Group has taken over the Rostov Southern Military District of Russian Federation headquarters. Yeah, when we last left them, they were headed that way.
20 weeks. The rest that happened, the 1% that you're talking about, which is overrepresented constantly for fear-mongering purposes, is the 1% that happened when the life of the mother is in danger or there's a issue with the fetus.
Well, there's no question.
So there's no need to parse and draw arbitrary lines, because what that does is it essentially, especially with rape and incest exemptions, which you speak about, it makes it seem like...
I'm not in favor of incest exemptions.
Okay, the one that we spoke about earlier, okay? I'm not even speaking about your specific opinion about this. I'm talking generally about the notions of abortion. You can't have rape and incest exemptions because it takes so long to prove those cases that it would completely nullify the need for an abortion, because as the pregnancy is going along, you would be unable to perform the abortion in the time that it takes to prove that kind of stuff. So when that stuff is put into legislation, what it does is it waters down and makes the public seem like, oh, we're not so barbaric. That's why we should not be intervening in what doctors and patients are doing. I want people to be empowered over their own health care. Same thing with trans kids.
So you disagree with
same thing with abortion. Sorry?
Do you disagree with Roe v. Wade in that regard?
Well, no, I want there to be an abortion.
Would you prefer Roe v. Wade stood?
Of course.
So then you would be against abortion after a certain amount of time.
I mean, Roe v. Wade essentially
Set
created the viability standard, right?
So then you have a 14th Amendment question, whereas you would need some kind of government intervention post viability.
Yeah, I believe that doctors should be able to make these determinations, and it should not be. We should have a right to an abortion broadly, and doctors can make a decision.
To be clear, real quick, I think you're in favor of the overturning of Roe v. Wade.
No, I'm not, because I would never want to overturn something to go backwards and then bring it up to the legislature where we have crazies and Republican nut jobs in the Senate, and there's a filibuster that doesn't provide us with the ability to codify it.
Because of the overturning of Roe v. Wade, you now have states like Colorado removing restrictions.
No. This isn't accurate. So Roe versus Wade protected at a constitutional level.
He's basically trying to give you the idea that that there's like, and you'll hear this from Republicans, right? When they talk about abortion, they start talking about they start talking about it in terms of like live births. They start implying that there's something like post birth that's going on through some kind of slippery slope, right? That's what he's like feeding into.
The second trimester for elective abortions, and then afterwards it was up to the states. So Colorado could have extended this prior to. In fact, Andrew Cuomo did this before. So
there's not that Emma saying that she agrees with Roe v. Wade doesn't contradict this. I don't know what point he's trying to make here.
Just to clarify that.
Okay, never mind. I stand corrected. I thought that it was because I remember reading. What was the guy's name?
Seriously?
He wrote about 14th.
Did AJW just correct him?
Amendment kicks in upon viability, and then you have a constitutional right to life and all of these things, and there's questions around that.
Colorado may have passed that law in response to Roe versus Wade, but they weren't prohibited from doing so before. It's because Roe versus Wade says at this point the states have no issue. It's a constitutional issue, and then third trimester, which is why Roe versus Wade constitutionally is a ridiculous decision. They're like, it's a states' rights issue because
Yevgeny is saying that another helicopter, he shot down another helicopter.
The Constitution obviously delegates the trimesters in the 57th Amendment somewhere.
And again, Tim, the reality is I don't
designates the trimesters.
Really nice to me here. Yeah. I don't really care about you personally. I care when you say things that are harmful and wrong, like the hoax statement about
that wasn't wrong. That was an opinion.
It was wrong. It was completely factuly inaccurate.
It's not factually accurate.
You called it a hoax because you know that your audience is going to feed into it, and then you parse it later so you have plausible deniability about it.
But specifically what I said was, and we talk about it in depth. I think the issue is just you don't watch the show. To be fair, I don't watch Majority Report. But if I'm not gonna come out here and be like, you said this one time, this one thing. I've not watched the show, so I don't know exactly what you're talking about.
I feel like you watch a lot of Majority Report, Tim.
But I said, the idea that you would take a tragic circumstance like this and then create a political story, put it out to the super PACs to try and change laws. That's a hoax.
Yeah. Well, okay. Yeah. How about the fact that you called the shooter in the neo-Nazi Texas shooter who watched your program, you called that a false flag?
Because you don't even know anything about that story.
I do.
It was four clips of the episode, and you can see in the images he wasn't even subscribed to the channel.
Yeah, but he watched your show.
No, he didn't.
I gotta call bullshit here, right? I either gotta call bullshit or I gotta call boomer. The old model of YouTube was that your viewers are people who subscribe to you. Now there's still some functionality, there's still some utility in subscribing. I would never tell you not to subscribe to me on YouTube. You actually absolutely should subscribe to me on YouTube. But if you watch a lot of my videos, you're going to see me regardless of whether you're subscribed, right? If you watch a lot of like, you know, videos that are similar to mine, you're going to see me in your recommended. This is not how YouTube works anymore, right? You don't need to subscribe to somebody to be a viewer. And like, what is his point? Like, we found a YouTube account where he wasn't subscribed to Tim Pool. Therefore, he's not a Tim Pool, you know, fan, despite the fact that, you know, he's got... Now there are Russian army vehicles being seen with a... Oh, what? That's kind of wild, Shakespeare. That's kind of wild. A V instead of a... Is the V for Wagner somehow? Yeah, so you know the famous the Russian force that moved into Ukraine, they marked a lot of their vehicles with the Z. So what Shakespeare is saying is that now you're seeing vehicles show up in Moscow that have a V instead of a Z. Those would not be people that are loyal to the current Russian government. So very interesting developments in Russia.
We watched one guy.
Yeah, have you ever went to those time codes? He was highlighting specific, and I won't name the guest from the guest.
But
like,
he
I've
did
seen
watch
that.
your show.
Like this is
So
like
you're saying he watched an
nasty
episode?
smear.
Sure, but do you understand
come
why?
on.
And he posted
That
about
one, who was that one guy who
why
watched
do you
Majority
think-
Report and then commented on what Sam did?
Why do you think that? But no, this was a neo-Nazi. Why do you think your content appeals to neo-Nazis?
Are you kidding me right now?
No, I'm just wondering why you think that.
Okay, I'm gonna do something I don't normally do, but that was an egregious over the line statement where I don't know if you are intentionally trying to just generate clips that are nonsensical or you're just really that stupid.
Oh man.
The idea that because a Nazi watched your show appeals to Nazis is like, look, if you want to have a real conversation, we have a real conversation. If you want to come up here and do exactly what the
Tim, you had groypers in your chat. You had people calling for trans people to be put in wood chippers. Tim, you do have fucking Nazis in your chat, okay? I would say a lot. I'd say that your show is very appealing to Nazis. And, you know, if you want to, like, make some point of, like, you know, you don't agree with them on abortion, you don't agree with them on this or that, I don't think that... I think that you're so vague about your point of view that they don't even know that you disagree on these issues that you're virtue signaling on. No, Tim, we can read your chat, homie. Yeah, his chat is so bad.
Flag, though.
Get her, Tim.
You want to do what the Majority Report does, and exactly why Sam isn't welcome on my and many other shows. Feel free to do it, and I'm willing to have you on here. Did you know that? You know that, like, I don't know about you specifically, but this is exactly why people don't like your show. Okay.
I think people like our show.
Yeah, maybe ask why some of these higher profile personalities and networks won't have Sam on anymore. And he can
They're afraid
cry.
of him.
Oh, they're afraid of him. How about it's because you just claimed that my show appeals to Nazis? Which it
He
clearly
watched your
doesn't.
show.
Because this show is predominantly like moderate libertarian leaning types.
No, you
but you don't
say
even
that,
watch
and
it.
that you say that because you're trying to draw a line and make the really far right people that watch your show feel like their positions are a little bit more close to the mainstream than they actually are.
Okay, let's say for
So you called it a false flag, and then when you were proven wrong the next day, you
Called what a
said
false
you thought
flag?
it was funny.
Called what a false flag?
You called the claims that the neo-Nazi shooter watched your show a false flag.
I don't know if I said that. That sounds awfully specific.
I don't have the exact quote in front of me, Tim. But
So you
that
don't know
was-
what I said? Where did
yes,
you
I
hear
do.
that?
I would listen to you.
Did you say something like, it sounds like, I said, it sounds like a psyop to have this profile appear one day after the shooting where it's got like a bunch of screenshots on it or something?
Sure.
It really does sound to me like someone told you to say things and you don't know what you're referencing.
I'm not shocked that that is the only way that you're going to try to react to this.
To react to what? Like, okay, no, this is fairly obvious. So I'm willing to bet Sam was like, hey, ask him about this and say these exact
No,
things.
I came up with, I mean,
Come up with original thoughts.
Wait,
Come on.
it is my original thought.
So
No, it isn't.
It's
some guy posts a screen.
Yo, I just want I want this moment to transform, okay? Right here. I want this to transform, and Emma like pulls off the mask, and it's Sam. That's what he's trying to say, though. He's trying to say that like Sam told you what to say. Sam told you what to say. He's a child in an adult's body. The Russian coup news scares me. Will the nukes be under control?
out of one episode of a show he's not subscribed to, and you think that's an attack vector for something political, but it's a personal snipe that has no bearing on any of the arguments we've made the entire show.
I disagree.
Yeah, so
you disagree with what? With what? Elaborate.
I disagree that it has no bearing on what you've said throughout your entire show.
Like what? What did I say?
This is
Come on,
the claim that
let's
you
hear
made.
it. Let's hear it.
I believe that your program appeals to a right-wing audience, and there's a reason that the neo-Nazi shooter watched your program.
And how do you know he watched the program?
Because he posted about it.
What did he post?
Tim.
What did he post?
He posted parts of an interview that you did.
No, he didn't. You're wrong.
He had 4 screenshots on his phone. From
You
the
don't
same
even know what
episode.
you're talking about, and all you can do is laugh and say,
No, it's because you get
some
specific
guy,
to obscure
some
the fact.
guy
You called it
posted
a
one thing one time, and that's the only argument you have.
Did you go to the time codes?
You're like talking about Napoleon, and Tim's like, and what was Napoleon's dog's name? You don't know. You don't understand Napoleon. You have no standing to speak about French history since you're not aware of Napoleon's dog's name. I know his name. It was. I was gonna say Robespierre, but yeah.
That were in that episode because
Bad
I
joke.
did. I ran this down, and one of them was a clip of Elijah Schaefer, and like weirdly for this like neo-Nazi Hispanic shooter, it's Elijah saying that we shouldn't be
had a
emphasizing
swastika
race
tattoo.
specifically. No, he's a neo-Nazi Hispanic shooter.
Right, but Tim called it a false flag and then corrected himself the next day and then said he thought it was funny after a mass
Also,
shooting.
when they say stuff
I think
like
that-
no,
I mean,
no,
someone
no,
told you to say this and-
she's kind of calling him out on the fact that, like, you know, like they both know that this guy had a swastika tattoo, right? But some of Tim's audience is gonna hear Hispanic neo-Nazi and be like, that doesn't sound right. When he says it's a psyop too, what are they supposed to think, right? It seems like it might be a psyop, but no, he didn't literally say the word false flag, or at least he claims he didn't. I mean, like, who fucking knows? He gets specific to such a degree it's ridiculous. Yeah.
You don't actually know what you're talking about.
I think that it's not shocking that you think that based on my judgment.
Okay, you're not saying anything anymore.
But like I screen grab because I do YouTube clips, so I will screen grab a time code so I know where to go later. So like when I saw that, I knew, or I had a feeling because obviously he's dead. So, or was he captured or was he killed?
I think he was killed.
Oh,
yeah,
no,
so he's
are
dead, so he
those,
can't tell us. But
those
like
are the
I think
dudes.
people screenshot because this is why I do it, and you can find them in my phone.
Thanos.
Moments in things so that they can go back and reference that clip. And I ran down both of those time codes. Neither
look,
one.
I get it, but look, man, this is the majority report. This
Yeah, but
why-
it
this
is
why-
it is a nasty smear. Like you're doing it on purpose.
And
without
it's
running
not a
down the
political
context.
statement. It's not a political argument.
You're like he
Argues
watched
nothing.
an episode of her show. I'm sorry, of his show. Like that's
There was that one guy who
Yo,
posted
you
San Cedar a whole
misgendered
bunch.
Tim
Remember
Pool.
the guy who killed all those people at the bar in Ohio?
You misgendered Tim Pool? What was that?
I don't remember that case
Why,
specifically.
why did that guy watch Sam Cedar
How
so
did
much?
that happen?
Why did Gavin?
Why do you guys appeal to mass shooters? Why do mass shooters
There's a
talk
qualitative
about Sam
difference.
Cedar being so inspirational to them?
Why did Gavin?
Why
Long,
is Emma Vigeland inspiring mass shooters?
Why did Gavin Long?
Why are you okay with porn being shown to children? Look, if you want to play a game of nonsense statements for political brownie points, feel free to do so. But I'll say it again.
Tim, I didn't mean to upset you.
This is exactly why Sam is not welcome on my show. But it's not something that I just one day was like, you know what? No, it's because I had serious conversations with networks and other high-profile individuals, and I love.
Can you name the high-profile individuals?
That's their business. But I absolutely love how the response is, they're scared of Sam. It's like, no, they despise him. He's a bad faith actor who does exactly what you just did. We're having a conversation about scientific research, data, my position on what I like about DeSantis, and then you go, your show's for neo-Nazis. It's like, okay, dude, are you stupid?
I'm just stating facts.
Have you
Okay, this is like lowbrow. This is why you guys have 170 Dave Rubin videos. Do you think the average person cares about Dave Rubin?
No, I'm
no,
just
but
trying
you
to
guys get
combat it.
clicks by doing it.
Yo, Dave Rubin's catching strays. Dave Rubin is catching strays here. And I'm
And see you on Monday.
no.
Hey, how about you guys run a video about how Tim Pool got into an argument with a pro-lifer about how he's in favor of pro-choice policy? You didn't run that, did you? Because you guys are grifters.
Yo, this is literally Vosh being like, you didn't watch my video about why trans rights are great. Like, okay, I'm sorry, Vosh. I guess I'm misrepresenting you.
This is what you do. I can invite you on for a real conversation, and what do? Your show's for neo-Nazis. This is why you guys don't get invited places, because you're not having real conversations.
I don't really care about getting invited places.
Yeah, right. So go live in your grifter echo chamber where you guys can play songs with bad audio and then say, whoopsie.
I'm sorry that audio thing really upset you.
Wait, have you ever
What
covered the
upsets
Gavin?
me is when I talk about Ron DeSantis making fake things to trick people, and that's what you guys do. It's kind of like, how about
We
that?
do AI images?
When you run audio that sounds bad to make a nonsensical video where you're like, Tim Pool sounds like Nickelback. It's like what you're doing is just trying to generate rage drama. It is internet blood sports level garbage. It doesn't answer any questions about the questions of pro-life and pro-choice, progressive tax policy. It doesn't answer questions about how we're going to protect or we're going to help kids. All it does is drum up support from your base.
To be fair, I think they talked about your music for like all of like 5 minutes. No, there might have been. Okay, they did have a caller that wanted to talk about your music too, right? But I don't think they spent a lot of time analyzing your music, Tim.
So they can hoot and holler and give you clicks. Then you complain, we can't get any advertisers. Maybe it's because you make lowbrow drama garbage.
No, I mean, the first hour of our program is the one that's free.
For neo-Nazis, you mean? The one where that mass shooter watched Majority Report? Is that what you're talking about?
The first hour of our program will usually
that guy's name?
have Social Security and Medicare
remember that
like
guy's
kind of discussions, or we'll essentially talk to an expert on, say, policy in Latin America, that kind of thing. The stuff that's behind the paywall and then gets clipped is stuff where we respond to right-wingers. We want to get into the...
He got really mad when I said that he got kicked off of Bob's Burgers.
Oh, no, that's funny.
No. He probably reacted to it because it's funny that you'd think that was, a way to get his goat, right? Anyway, go on, Emma.
He was joking, right? He was being sarcastic.
I didn't watch the clip. I just know that.
Yeah, he was
got
hilarious. You
didn't
first
even
of all,
watch the clip?
creator is one of his best friends.
I mean, should I be surprised? You didn't read the study. You didn't watch the clip. You don't know what you're talking about. Like, why am I surprised? Why am I even surprised at this point? I shouldn't be. This is a real hissy fit.
Sam's like...
Oh, Sam came to me and said he was upset that
accusation is an
they were
admission.
moving his role from the show.
I think he was joking.
But used to be at TYT, and Gavin Long, who was the Baton Rouge shooter, watched, reposted, and did reactions to Young Turks videos. A lot of them were straight misinformation. There was one in particular where they were going after a cop who slammed a woman, which, by the way, the cop acted inappropriately, but they wildly speculated that it was a black woman. It turned out to be a white woman. And there was a call in the video of like, what do you do if you see a pregnant black woman being assaulted by a cop? Gavin Long said he's going to step up. You can watch these videos. They're available online. And he shot 4 cops.
Yeah, I mean, that wasn't my comment.
I didn't say, no, hold on. I didn't say it was your commentary, but you're saying screenshots on this guy's phone, big problem. I got to bring it up right here. But have you ever covered at all what inspired Gavin Long?
Because
he killed 4 police officers.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. That wasn't my coverage, so I don't know. I was based in
What
New
about
York.
the guy in Dallas? Remember him?
That was a different shooter.
Sam, I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to trigger you. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just curious where your standards are. Like, have you gone after the host on the Young Turks for that one?
Clip farming. Is that what you're doing?
I don't know what you mean.
Okay. Your demeanor changes before the show.
Whoa. Okay, so here's the thing. We were talking about blood sports. We were talking about Destiny, right? Clip farming is what a loser like Destiny will accuse Demon Mama of doing when she's kicking his ass for a good 30 minutes, right? Now, I reviewed that video, and I'm not going to give that to Demon Mama as a win overall, right? But she came on strong. She got Sleepstony, and she absolutely had him on his heels, right? And his cope for that is you're coming on here trying to farm clips. That is absolute cope.
To all of a sudden now you're going, what do you mean? I'm so sorry I triggered you. Oh, geez.
Well, I mean,
get it. You guys are going to make clips. You guys are lowbrow grifter drama garbage.
I'm trying
you
to
want to talk about the merits of policy?
Tone, so maybe that it calms you down a little bit.
You want to talk about policy, or do you want to just insult people?
I would love to talk about policy.
So continue, Sean.
Yeah. So if screenshots, which are of clips that weren't even him speaking, is Tim Pool inspiring the shooter, then how come you've never done this commentary at a place you used to work at of direct inspiration? Like, he saw a clip, cuts to himself saying, I'm going to step up because I'm the real one.
I've never heard of this. So
that's interesting that you never heard of that.
So it happened. Why do you think it is that your former program appealed to mass shooters so much?
I cover right-wingers, and I know that right-wing terrorism in this country dwarfs any kind of left-wing terrorism by like a 9-to-1 figure.
What does that do
I
if I
might be
just ask?
underestimating. Because I cover the real threat in this country, which is right-wing terrorism.
Sure. So I'll ask again, I guess. Why do you think it is this mass shooter was inspired by your former program?
I would have to look into it to make a smarter
Do you feel
comment
bad
on
that he
it.
was inspired directly and admitted he was?
Sure. I mean, it's not.
Do you take responsibility?
It wasn't even my program. I worked there, but yeah.
So you were providing material support. Wow.
I don't know if she was there at the time. To be fair to you,
I don't think I was.
But I will say, it is interesting because the Young Turks did cover this shooting, and
he just admitted that we're talking about a time when Emma was not working for the Young Turks. Like, not only was she not on that segment, not only does she not know what you're talking about because she wasn't there, she literally wasn't there. She literally was not working for the Young Turks at the time. Didn't ask this earlier, but is the other guest Tim brought on? Oh, bad. The other guest is actual justice warrior, kind of a cop simp.
even though, again, reacted specifically to Young Turks videos covering the cops very poorly, propaganda inspired him to commit this violence, in my opinion.
If you want to talk about the Young Turks, you should talk to them.
I would love to at some point in my life. But So he does this, but the Young Turks coverage of it called him just a sovereign citizen. So this would be categorized as that right-wing terrorism, even though he was inspired by a left-wing news organization, specifically left-wing figures.
I'll do a semi-segue, and I'll talk about, what irks me is like the Burisma scandal.
You're talking about a sovereign citizen?
For instance. Any kind of reasonable assessment over the story.
Oh no, we got to talk about the Biden crime family. That's what we're doing. We're talking about the Biden crime family.
Hunter Biden, anything. It's pretty shocking. But it's not something you see in any of these quote unquote left-wing media sources for like no reason. I think the best example is it is so omitted from the narrative that when we had Hunter Avalon on the show, he didn't even believe that Joe Biden admitted to engage.
Yo, you are scraping the bottom of the barrel, Hunter Avalon. Are you fucking kidding me? You might as well invite me on. What are you talking? Oh my God.
Quid pro quo. And so I played the video for him. So what's troublesome is.
What are you talking about?
He's talking about the fire the prosecutor clip from Joe Biden. Specifically,
right. But I'm not surprised you're not familiar with it, right? It doesn't exist in the left's echo chamber.
I am one bad breakup away from being, Hunter Avalon. I don't know.
Well, it's funny. You call it the leftist echo chamber. I mean, I am a consumer of leftist news sources, but also I read right-wing ones just to check in on it. Centrist news organizations. I think this is a very, very specific echo chamber that I can't speak to. The Burisma thing, I look, I'm not going to defend Joe Biden. I mean, I'm a leftist. I'm to the left of Joe Biden. But this story, I mean, it's pretty much a nothing burger. The Durham investigation essentially Durham, sorry, I misspoke. The investigation being done in the House right now is like looking into the whistleblower who's suspiciously gone missing, and they have an FBI tip for 17 different calls between Hunter Biden and this oligarch.
That's weird.
It's all completely gobbledygook made up. But at the same time,
but why are you defending Joe Biden like that?
No.
Like, why not just say, yeah, sure.
Well, I'd love to criticize him on things that I think are actually real, like the fact that he's continued Trump's border policy and ramped it up, honestly, with Title 42, where he did sunset that because it was a part of the emergency and during COVID. But he's largely continued militarism around the border.
If Trump is the nominee, do you think he'll win?
No, I don't. But I think he will be the nominee.
So wouldn't you rather have, say, Bernie Sanders as the candidate for the Democrats?
Of course.
So isn't it in your interest then to say, by all means, investigate Joe Biden? If he's corrupt, get rid of him.
Well, I don't think, sure, you can do an investigation. Everything that's come out so far seems like it's bullshit, but I would rather criticize him on things I find more substantive.
So I can tell you definitively and factually, it's not BS. I mean, certainly there are political elements of it, but I mean, Joe Biden, this is what I was talking about with Hunter Avalon. Joe Biden's literally on camera saying that he threatened to withhold congressionally approved loan guarantees unless they fired Victor Shokin. Victor Shokin signed a sworn affidavit saying this was intentionally to protect Burisma from
this was stated U.S. policy to fire Shokin. This was not a quid pro quo outside of
Joe
the United
Biden
States.
said if you don't fire the prosecutor, you're not getting the loan guarantees. That is illegal.
Okay.
The vice president does not have the authority to withhold loan guarantees from a foreign nation that have been approved by Congress.
It was not because they were investigating Burisma. It was because of European policy.
Well, intent is immaterial.
But you're claiming it's a quid pro quo.
It is a quid pro quo for Joe Biden to literally say on camera, which he did, fire the prosecutor or you're not getting the loan.
No, it's not.
It's actually
this is weird. It is.
So the president might have the discretion to not do that, and Obama might have.
Here's Tim Pool. Right? Don't listen to doctors who come up with the standard of care for trans kids. Listen to me. I know better. Don't listen to prosecutors, right? Who you cannot claim are all in the pocket of Joe Biden. You cannot claim they're all in the deep state. Prosecutors, judges, an entire legal system. If there's anything there, fucking file the charges. They won't do it. They can't even find these tapes, right? They can't even find these whistleblowers that they say that they have, and then they disappear, right? None of this pans out. All of this is smoke and mirrors. There's just nothing there. Burisma is like a nothing burger chopped up into bits and wrapped in a nothing burrito, right? It's just...
Well, they impeached Trump for the same thing.
You represent me in that regard, so it's illegal for him to do that for the investigation. But you guys are off into a different point. The point you were making originally was that Hunter had never seen this clip, but you've seen the clip that they're referencing,
Hunter
right? Because
Avalon
he was making an echo chamber point.
I've read about it, but I read.
Do you know
that's very interesting because that clip was plastered all over.
No,
are you familiar with Gazprom?
Mostly my workflow is I read
all the way to Gazprom now. We're on Gazprom.
Honest question, are you familiar with Gazprom?
No.
Let's talk about
Gazprom.
The Qatar-Turkey pipeline.
Oh yeah,
no, this is related.
You are?
Yeah, I've heard about it.
Okay. Are you familiar with U.S. intelligence policy 2009 Syria and how this relates to Gazprom and Burisma and all this stuff?
Vaguely.
I don't understand how, if you have an understanding of that, you would just be like, all of that's true, but the Joe Biden stuff's not true, because it doesn't make any sense as to why you would defend Joe Biden in that way.
I just think the investigation's largely BS. I'm not defending Joe Biden.
No, but I mean,
look
like,
into the investigation. If they
if
want
we-
to do
if we
some sort of
know-
special counsel investigation outside of the political process where it's not a Republican witch hunt, I'm all for that.
But here's what I'm trying to understand. You think that the quid pro quo is not illegal. You think
It's not.
that-
It was stated European policy by the government.
You-
and
so-
and you're connecting it and saying it's a quid pro quo based on a variety of different assumptions that have not been able to be proven yet in the midst of the investigation.
Well,
in the House.
this I can't understand.
The real
right?
issue isn't Biden, it's
Like when Donald
imperialism,
Trump
yeah.
called Ukraine, it was called a quid pro quo. Whether it was U.S. policy or not. It was. The president sets the policy. So if the president calls Ukraine and says, I got this video of Joe Biden, I'd like someone to look into it, he's impeached under a quid pro quo. Right? Whether it is or isn't.
Because he was withholding aid to Ukraine.
Hey, just like Joe Biden tried to do, right?
This was stated U.S. policy at
And
the
the
time.
president sets US policy,
but
right?
if it's quid pro quo, what was he getting in return?
Joe Biden?
Yes.
He said fire the prosecutor. The prosecutor had 12
Presumably, it would be the prosecutor that was investigating Burisma, but I do
What
want
was Biden getting in return?
But right, okay, so I'll tell you. First, the Viktor Shokin had about a dozen plus open investigations into Mykola Zlochevsky, the founder of Burisma, and I believe into Burisma as an ancillary factor.
But I just want to say real quick, impeachment
and
doesn't
Shokin was not
necessarily.
investigating Burisma.
He was.
But
he was not.
Yeah, he okay, dude, look, if you don't know about this, just don't say no. I can tell you definitively, he was. It was a huge issue. There were a dozen plus investigations open into Mykola Zlochevsky.
You're
In fact, to the point where
misrepresenting it.
Zlochevsky fled the country. Zlochevsky fled Ukraine amid these investigations. Upon Shokin's firing, returned to Ukraine. After Donald Trump then says, I want this looked into, Zlochevsky flees again.
Okay, but
Like,
what
it's
was the
weird to me
quid
that
pro
you're
quo?
defending this.
What was Biden getting in return?
They would stop investigating Burisma,
No,
which is where his
that's
son
not
worked
it.
at.
The quid pro quo is fire the prosecutor or I will withhold aid. Okay? You can say it was...
That's not proven.
But she's asking,
He said
no,
it.
he did say that. But she's saying it's not proven that he did that for personal gain. She's saying,
Yes. It doesn't matter.
where's
That's
the
not- that's not
benefit
the
for
question.
Biden?
Yes, but that's not illegal.
Can I clarify a legal
then
point
Trump's
real quick?
impeachment was not illegal either because what was his intent?
That's the exact point I want to clarify. Impeachment is not actually a real legitimate criminal process. It is a political process.
I understand that.
So like him being impeached for this, like doesn't actually say anything to the legality.
Trump was not following United States policy. Biden
He
was.
sets the policy. He's the president.
Congress does.
No, they
we
don't.
have separations of powers.
The
in this
president
country.
sets policy.
Not
for the executive branch. Congress isn't the one making calls to foreign
not for
diplomats.
aid.
No,
Congress-
they allocate the aid, but he's able to pull it under certain circumstances.
It's not just that foreign policy is set by the president.
Oh,
Wars are
yeah,
declared by
a
Congress.
huge portion of it.
Right. Okay, nothing's absolute.
Yeah.
But the idea that we would elect a president to negotiate on our interests when it comes to the issues of military, and then we would be like, but in this one instance, he doesn't have the authority. What do you mean? He's the one who sets the policy.
No, he has the
It was
authority.
the argument is that Joe Biden wasn't engaging in quid pro quo because it was the policy of our administration. Yeah, Obama had a policy.
A quid pro quo is when you get something personally in return.
So something for something is what it means.
Right, but the nature of the investigation that they're looking into is they're trying to say that there was a
This is weird.
bribe via Hunter Biden, and there has been
Joe
no
and Hunter. They say both of them.
right, but there has been no actual evidence on that front.
Well, I'm not super concerned about what they may be investigating currently right now. I'm talking about it is the whole point of this was I can't believe we're even arguing it right now.
But
I don't understand why you, who's someone who has every reason to oppose Joe Biden, are like, he said it on camera, but you know what? It's fine. I don't get it. Like, just be like, yeah, sure, fine. I
But
guess.
she's making a very specific point that for it to be a quid pro quo, you have to explain how Biden benefited from this. So, like, it's not necessarily that she's disagreeing with what you're saying, although she's saying it's part of policy, but she's saying you have to actually, to complete this, like, basically you're 2/3 of the way there. That final third is
my
how
point
he
is,
benefited.
Biden was
I'm
not
not
in
talking about
opposition to
personal
congressional
benefits. Right,
policy,
but that's what
and
she's
Trump
talking
was.
about. I just
I'm
wanna make
talking
that
about
Trump
Joe
was, that's the
Biden threatening
difference.
to withhold loan guarantees goes against, it's not legal.
But you're talking past each other because she's saying, like, there's a reason for that and it's not corrupt related.
But that has nothing to do with what I'm saying is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know. I'm just clarifying where you guys are miscommunicating.
Here, this
The
is,
vice
this is
president-
where I'll say I have differences with Joe Biden. First of all, I can't even understand why he hasn't or didn't, when he had a House and a Senate that was Democratic, push for any kind of single payer or socialized healthcare. I wish that was happening. He's certainly to the right of me on the border. The fact that he broke the rail strike, that's something that I'm deeply in opposition to, and I'm happy to discuss those kinds of things with you. But
I don't really want to get into the Burisma thing. It came up as like an example of I don't understand why there's like a tribal need to defend Joe Biden.
it was the it's not tribal. It was U.S. policy to get rid of
And
corruption.
It's not defending Joe Biden as much as it's just like not being convinced by right wingers, right? He's complaining that you're not like, yo, Joe Biden needs to like resign right now. That's his complaint. It's not that Emma's like, yo, Joe Biden is the best, and how could you ever say anything bad about him? And he's our special dude. So far down some crazy rabbit hole. Yeah, are we gonna get through this?
Ukraine.
Are we gonna actually
Shokin was
finish this?
not investigating Burisma. Biden was in concert. He was continuing U.S. policy. Trump was in opposition to it. That is the difference in the hypocrisy that you're trying to highlight here.
You guys are going to go in circles on this. But
I
why
have
did
to
you...
pull it up, but like, because we covered this a long time ago, I didn't want to do the whole Burisma thing. But my point was simply that, like, having covered this to such extent, it is confusing to me the need to defend the Bidens on this one. I just
criticized Biden in a bunch of different
But I don't
ways.
understand
So being proven wrong, you're just gonna fall back to this, like, why do you need to defend Biden? Why do you need to defend Biden? I'm not defending Biden, you dipshit. I'm not defending Corn Pop.
While you're saying there was no investigation, like, you're just making that up.
They're in the middle of an investigation.
No.
right now.
Michael Zlochevsky had 12 to 14 open investigations, and Shokin had a dozen plus investigations into Zlochevsky in Burisma.
Okay.
But I don't know why you're like, no, that's not true. Or like, what? I don't know. It's been a couple of years since we covered this in depth and had all the articles pulled up, to be fair. But yeah, they did. Like, that's not even a question of the facts.
Okay.
The question is whether or not, like, they wanted someone else to do it.
I feel I kind of delineated why it's different pretty
what's
succinctly.
different?
Trump was in violation of U.S. policy set by Congress. Biden was not. That is the difference that we're laying out here. And you have been unable to establish how Biden benefits in a quid pro quo from this in any way.
Well, currently, the argument is that, his son was on the board of Burisma. I mean, so that was kind of obvious, as was a CIA director.
Yeah, I mean, totally.
So as a counterterrorism director of the CIA on the board of this company, and the so-called left is like, but it's fine. Like, what is going on? I don't understand how the left became pro-war, pro-mandate, pro-big pharma. Like government should be able to give multi-billion-dollar
Tim, I'm against government corruption. The idea that these fail sons, what about vaccine mandates?
I said, I don't understand how the left became pro-big pharma,
Pro-big pharma. I'm pro-public health.
So you're in favor of no bid, no liability contracts for massive multinational pharmaceuticals?
No, I was literally just said earlier in the program that
the left isn't in favor of big pharma, but Tim, you and your shitbag conspiracy theorist, like, horse paste enthusiasts have convinced us. So congratulations, have convinced us that there is indeed something worse than big pharma. And that's big conspiracy. Thank you, shithead. Thank you.
I wanted the state to own it since we gave our money to that and created life-saving vaccines with taxpayer money.
So who gets the money?
The big pharma did. It's messed up. Yeah.
Right.
We should have socialized healthcare in this country and be manufacturing it ourselves.
Even if the patents were released to the public, they still gave the billion-dollar production contracts
but
to big pharma.
But that is what we live in, unfortunately, right now. And we were in the middle of a global pandemic, and we needed vaccines immediately.
That's not left.
No, it is. It certainly is. I believe that in the immediate, that is not. Excuse me?
Hyper-centralized funding of massive multinational pharmaceuticals is not leftist.
Well, what would be the alternative, Tim, in the midst of a global pandemic?
Decentralized bid contracts with liability.
I literally just said earlier in the program that I was in favor and much closer. First, also, I'm surprised you're saying this because didn't you say that you were more close to Trump on vaccine policy? This is Trump's vaccine policy.
No, you were talking about that.
Okay, I am closer to him than that.
Yeah.
On that. I believe that when we did give investment into these companies, yes, they were going to make some sort of windfall, but then the vaccines themselves should be owned by the public since it was our money that was given into it. That's the practical realities of what we have to deal with today in a for-profit healthcare system. I'm hoping that we transition away from that and that we have socialized healthcare. So none of the things that you're talking about have to happen anymore.
I don't think you need to give no bid, no liability contracts to massive pharmaceuticals to do what needed to be done. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's just that the government is crooked.
So you're closer to DeSantis on vaccine policy?
Probably neither. I don't know how it applies to what we're talking about. I'm saying.
So what's your alternative to producing the vaccine in the rapid way that the Operation Warp Speed did?
Well, there are a lot of questions about whether or not it worked in any capacity, right?
No, there's not.
What do you mean?
The vaccines were highly effective.
What does that mean?
Originally at preventing death. Then, of course, there were different variants and disease continued to spread.
No, I'm saying, like,
but vaccines were immensely effective in preventing death, the mRNA vaccines.
Right.
Not
so
the Johnson
what I mean more so
one.
is like the Operation Warp Speed was predicated upon preventing the spread, which it didn't do. Right?
Sorry?
Yeah, Operation Warp Speed was predicated upon, like...
Yes, it did. It helped prevent the spread.
It didn't.
Yes, it did.
It didn't.
Well, I mean, part of the issue was that in red states, there was no ability to actually...
May have prevented death, but I think, like, wasn't it like,
there was no...
actually stop
mass
spread?
mandates were immediately done away with in red states. They basically had no social distancing. That was much more of had much more of an effect on death in this country than like the inefficacy of vaccines. This has been borne out by data after data after data set. And then we have new variations of the vaccines, which have also helped.
Yeah, nothing was going to reduce the spread that much. It was like it was already one of the most contagious viruses, and then it mutated to become more contagious.
Well, it helped with both transmissions and severity. That's a fact. The mRNA vaccines did.
But I don't want to deviate too much. We're talking about
and it slowed spread, particularly with the wild type.
Pharmaceuticals. So my issue would be like instead of having like 3 big companies, I think it's like 4 big companies, just do it. would be to have it decentralized amongst many different producers who are not centralized. And that can be done. We just have to do it.
Talking like a prize, like, hey, if you develop this vaccine, whoever does it first, then you get the windfall.
Or even like a mandated coordination of production, but not have one company just be like, we're going to give $10 billion to company X. That's insane.
Didn't one of these companies refuse the money up front for fear of future ownership of it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, was that Moderna or something
I
like
don't
that?
remember which one.
I don't know. Anyway, my point was, there's that meme that Elon Musk made where like the left moves further and further left. I think that the left has actually gone right in a weird way.
How is preventing death in a global pandemic?
Well, like, are you in favor of the war in Ukraine? I'm sorry,
does that mean?
I'll rephrase. Do you believe the U.S. should be involved in providing material support to the Ukrainians?
I have been in favor of it. Yes, I do think that there are legitimate concerns about the continuation of doing so without brokering a peace and it becoming some sort of proxy for U.S. like war criminals within the United States. But in terms of like the Russian invasion, I am completely opposed and in support of the Ukrainian people.
Yeah, it's more a question of like, should we have given, what are we at, like 100, 200 billion?
I don't know, because there's guarantees which have not been delivered, and it's in terms of weapons. So I don't know what's actually been delivered.
This is what I don't understand. Like, people I used to know from back during Occupy are like flying Ukrainian flags and being like, we got to support this. Hassan Piker criticized me for saying we shouldn't be involved.
And he also said the invasion wasn't going to happen for sure, like 100%.
Sure.
It happened the next day.
But my position has always been 99% non-intervention.
The invasion, can we agree that the invasion didn't make sense? That can we agree that Russia, didn't achieve anything? And, even if the invasion had gone much better, that the diplomatic consequences to Russia probably make it not worth it, right? Can we agree on that? Can we agree that there was a lot of reason to think that maybe the invasion wouldn't happen? We can also agree that the kind of massing of troops that on the borders that had people predicting that there would be an invasion was something that had gone on before, and it didn't result in an invasion. And can we also admit that a full-scale invasion, which is what Russia attempted, was something that really wasn't, like, even the people who criticize Hassan, right? They believed that there would be war. They believed that Russia would go into the east, would go into certain areas, right? They didn't think that Russia was going to go to Kyiv, right? So when something really weird happens and Hassan gets it wrong, can you give him a look? Look, I'm not a Hassan defender here. I'm not a Hassan super fan, but even I can admit that like getting that wrong is not it's not some kind of slag against Hassan.
Like, I've not changed at all in that regard.
And
the left has become pro-intervention. Moving
but we're not.
Right.
But Ukraine is on the defense. They were invaded. This is not the same thing.
Talk about Kuwait and Iraq and.
You want to talk about that? I'm in favor.
I mean, look,
we were the equivalent of Russia in the case of Iraq. We invaded under completely false pretenses. We invaded under illegal
what I'm saying is, like, this just
and we killed and decimated that country. Hundreds of thousands dead because of the
If Tim was smart, he'd be talking about something more like the the promises that Bill Clinton made as far as not expanding NATO, right? Even that, I don't think justifies Russia's actions in Ukraine, but at least that's something. But Tim doesn't have anything. Tim's
position was only opposed to war because of the circumstances of the war. Then I would say the left is more pro-war and to the right of me on war.
I'm completely anti-war, but the war happened because Russia invaded, and now Ukraine is trying.
What does Tim Pool say about China, right? What has he said about China and Taiwan? What has he said about Iran, right? Because this is the thing. These Republicans will play anti-war, but usually it comes down to the idea that it's not the right war, that they don't like this war because they would prefer another war, and it kind of gets in their way of like, right? I don't know. I haven't watched enough Tim Pool. I honestly don't know. I would be kind of surprised if he was super consistent about this.
Defend itself.
Right. So you're anti-war. You oppose war.
Yes.
But you're to the right of me when it comes to Ukraine.
I don't think so.
Do you believe that the U.S. should be supplying and aiding Ukrainians?
I do believe so because they're defending themselves.
Oh, that's right. He's pro-American Civil War.
The military.
But
they're defending themselves.
Northrop Grumman, Lockheed Martin.
Totally.
Yeah, I'm opposed to all of that.
I mean, look, if
you're to the right of me on
if
that
you
issue.
believe that Russia should be able to invade Ukraine and take territory without recourse, then I mean that's pro-imperialism. That's not, and that's still pro-war.
No,
yes, it
a
is.
lot of people around the world do a lot of bad things. I don't think the U.S. should be an empire going and funding wars all over the world.
We're not funding wars. We're funding the defense. I mean, and there's something that you can be said where should we draw a certain line? I have already conceded that strings should be attached and we should be involved in peace negotiations. But to flatten the power dynamics here, I mean, I would imagine this is like the same argument that you hear when it comes to Israel and Palestine, right? Where Palestinians are defending themselves, and then it's, oh my gosh, they are just it's completely symmetrical. Israel and Palestine. These are two actors just battling it out.
So you're in favor of intervention there?
I would love to fund the Palestinians so that they were able to have a better
You are
life
to the
for
right of
themselves.
me on foreign policy.
Well, we already fund Israel, dude.
Yeah.
Are you against that?
That's a tougher question I don't have an answer to.
Then you're in favor of funding military.
No.
We fund the Iron
Me
Dome.
literally saying
we fund their
I don't
military-industrial
know
complex.
anything enough about it.
Then if
and
it's
I
your
lean
principle
against
and you're
intervention,
anti-war, then you should be saying that we should cut funding for
or
Israeli
I can say
defense
simply,
right now.
I lean. That's why I said 99%. I'll say I absolutely lean against providing military aid to Israel. I just don't know. I will say a new war in Ukraine, in a territory that we are not, the United States is not, doesn't mean that I'm as far.
Israel, like, constantly invading and settling and like, enacting apartheid, literally, quote unquote, putting the Palestinians on a diet, right? That's an old war. That's okay. That's all right. We just don't want a new war. That's and then, like, you're willing to let, like, Russia roll all over the plate, roll over Ukraine, for that that's not anti-war. That's like, in fact, that's not even just isolationist, right? That is pro-Putin, pro-Dugin, pro the reactionary right-wing movement, right? That's what you are. That's whose side you're on here.
Far left as possible on the question of imperialism, it means that you are to the right of me on that issue.
Yeah.
Like your position would provide funding for massive multinational military industrial complex corporations.
I mean, I think that's the fact that we do have
think
those contracts is messed up. I think the United States. I think the United States should be more primarily. You want to nationalize the defense industry? You want to go for that? I'm down.
I don't know about nationalizing that. That empowers it, makes it permanent.
Well, there's always going to be a weapons industry, and there's always going to be. It should be severely cut into. But the United States, by the way, made a promise in 1993 to Ukraine that we would defend them if they denuclearized.
That's true.
So that is part of what we're doing in this instance.
That's true too, and I think that's an interesting question about upholding our obligations that I don't disagree with. It would be very difficult for us. Granted, the issue is I think I'm like a little kid. I'm like 7 years.
Look, I could give him things to say if he really wants to. Then you could say, well, what about our promise to Russia not to expand NATO, right? Like, I could give him points to argue, right? I don't think they're valid points. I don't agree with them, right? But I could shore up his argument, if I wanted to, better than he's doing.
Years old when something like that happens, and now in my name, we engage in this conflict and war. I think it's fair to say that while I can understand that treaty exists, as a now adult who is paying tax into this, I have the right to object to past agreements that weren't made by me. That being said, I just my point on this one was specifically, I see all these Ukrainian flags and profiles. I make a comment in agreement with Hassan where I was like, he was right about Mr. Beast. And then I was talking about military intervention and how it's wrong. We're spending $100 billion on this war in Ukraine. We shouldn't be doing it. And then he laughed at me over it. And I'm just like, genuine question. When did it become, or maybe I was always wrong, when I was at like Occupy or doing these like anti-Iraq war protests back in the 2000s, I thought that it was the left position to oppose military expansion, military industrial complex. But today it's inverted. Strangely, it's the Trump supporters saying no war.
No, because they're in favor of Russian imperialism. That is, you're again flattening power dynamics of who was the invader and who has been invaded.
That's not what I'm talking about.
I'm in favor.
Yeah, that's just them being good little Eurasianists.
Of the United States abiding by the treaty that we promised Ukraine in 1993.
I'm not talking about
we said that we were going to defend them if they do denuclearize. And by the way, why I'm more pro-war than you, or anti-war, Jesus, anti-war than you, is that I'm in favor of broad denuclearization. And I think that we should continue to make our promises to countries that choose not to engage in making nuclear power.
How does that make it more than
in nuclear weaponry?
I don't disagree on that at all.
Okay, then there you go. But I'm in favor of committing and making our and because they denuclearized and said that we're not going to create nuclear weaponry, I am in favor of keeping our promise on that front so that we are able to incentivize and keep our promises that we are going to back you up if you choose not to make nuclear weaponry.
Maybe it's not a left or right thing. Maybe it's more of just like a libertarian thing.
I mean,
libertarian versus authoritarian.
I think it's that first of all, anti-war is a dumb position. I'm sorry. It's everybody's like anti-wars they don't like, but obviously like I can composite a scenario where you would support like an intervention. Like if you gave me time to like
that's
think
why I
about
say 99%, right? Because nothing's absolute. Like if you were to tell me that Vladimir Putin he's live streaming himself.
Yeah, if anybody actually gave him any trouble, it's AJW. Also, yeah, it's like a weird situation too, where AJW like at certain times has come in and backed Emma up or pointed out a flaw in Tim's argument, and but for the most part, he is it's 2v1. He did roast him a little bit, but then he popped back up at the right time to defend him.
About to launch a nuclear weapon at Washington, D.C., I'd be like, okay, we got to do something about this.
But there's something to what she's saying, where the Ukraine, after the fall of the Soviet Union, had the third largest nuclear weapon stockpile.
That's right.
And in exchange for giving it up, there were security guarantees. Now, if you're worried about nuclear proliferation in other countries that might lead to a nuclear war, protecting or making sure that they can maintain their territorial integrity, just as an example to other countries that might want to denuclearize in the future, is a worthwhile stake. And I think I understand that position. Like, it makes perfect sense in my opinion.
I understand it. I don't care though, right? So it's kind of like if some dude cut a deal with, like, someone in my family cut a deal with someone else, and then 30 years later they walk up and say, you know, your dad told me that if I ever had this problem, you were going to take care of me. I'd be like, I'm not my dad. I'm sorry. Like, governments change, policies change, and the idea that because 30 years ago someone cut you a promise means that I now have to spend $200 billion defending you. The people of this generation who are inheriting this country did not agree to that. No, it's
Tim, you just shitted away the good argument I gave you. You could say the same thing about, like, the promise not to expand NATO.
So what does that say to people who might be manufacturing their own nuclear weaponry? That it doesn't, that the promises made by the world superpower don't really matter. And I
don't like the idea
you
of
shouldn't
America being
necessarily
this, like,
trust it.
world superpower.
I
Like,
agree.
my view is probably different from you in that regard. I'm more so like, I think it'd be great if we brought jobs back here, if we protected the middle class, maybe had stronger workers' rights.
100%. You want to talk unions? I'm in favor of that.
Tariffs on imports for two reasons. The idea that we'd manufacture a car in China and then ship it on a boat over here just to waste energy because someone's willing to do it cheaper is nonsensical to me. Just buy American. So we need to build up the incentives for all the manufacturing to happen here in the United States, to create good jobs, to protect the workers. Worry less about whether or not we're going to go blow
It's starting to sound like Ross Perot or
up
something.
some foreign country, a bunch of kids in it or something like that.
But I think like there's like like you're not seeing this past like what's currently happening now, because I get it, right? And I was a big Ron Paul guy, and he didn't like the idea that one generation could promise the sons of a future generation.
Right. That's exactly
and
right.
I understand that position, but if we don't want Saudi Arabia to nuclearize, we don't want Iran to nuclearize, and we're like, hey, like, you know, like, we got you, like, don't nuclearize. We're going to try to, like, you know, be the 800-pound gorilla in the room so that you don't have problems. And then they look and say, well, you made that promise to Ukraine, and then 30 years later, they're invaded by Russia and completely
Why are we making
obliterated.
those promises?
Because that's the nature
want...
of a treaty.
No, you know, the idea
how
that
could any treaty exist, Tim, if it's people had your position and just said, yeah, fuck it.
People,
so that's anti-diplomacy, and that's pro-war.
Any treaty, oh, come on.
Being anti-diplomacy.
What's funny is that Tim has very strong opinions about issues he doesn't care about, except for the majority report ruining his audio.
We shouldn't go to war. Like, that's pro-war.
Well, being
the idea that
anti-diplomacy is
we can make a
pro-war.
treaty around, here's why we won't attack you. Totally fine. Here's a treaty around, I'm going to allow your citizens to cross my border with no visa and we'll reciprocate, like, back and forth. And then having one being like, in 30 years, if anyone comes to fight you, we will fight on your behalf, despite the fact that you're not an allied nation or a bunch of other issues. I don't think at any point ever the U.S. should have been making these promises. And then to come out and be like, but now Saudi Arabia is, oh, I'm sure every country is going to be upset if we don't fight on behalf of some other country.
No, it's not
about them being upset. It's about, like, look, here's the deal. Like, when you're a country, your word is your bond, right? So in other words, if you make a deal with Iran and then you go back on it, right? Because Trump wants to start a war with Iran, right? You get Iran to denuclearize, and then you go back on your deal, and you don't keep your deal, and you break that deal, then other people who you offer a deal to are going to say, you know what? I don't believe you. You say that you're going to make this deal with me. You say that you're going to do these things, but look what you did to Iran. I don't want you to do that to me, right? It's really, really simple diplomatic, like, right? I'm not, you know, I'm not a candidate for a job in the State Department. Let's just say I'm not, like, you know, I don't know. I don't understand, like, you know, diplomacy proper, right? But even I know that.
Look, nothing's absolute. I get it. We're in this position now. There's an interesting question of South Korea. People ask me, what if China invaded? And I'm like, we got a lot of troops
I don't know
there right now. So I understand the circumstances of today. But the issue is, you know, for one, we could have put a no-fly zone over Ukraine before the invasion started. That would have stopped Russia in its tracks.
Well, a no-fly zone is a de facto.
That is the worst idea I have heard. Okay, so you make a no-fly zone, and then along comes Russian plane. What do? You got a no-fly zone. No-fly zone means you shoot this down. Are you gonna shoot Russian planes, Tim? I don't ever want to hear him accuse any Democratic politician of risking World War III, because he just described the exact conditions to start such a conflict. He just described the exact conditions that could precipitate something like that, right?
Declaration of war once the plane gets shot down, once the United States.
And that means Russia would have to have shot down, would have had to attack us.
I mean, either way, that the no-fly zone and us getting more directly involved in that way would be
no-fly zone over Ukraine is not Russia attacking us. They're in violation of the no-fly zone, sure, but they're there, they're in their planes. And you're asking yourself, what am I going to do? Am I going to admit that, hey, I wasn't serious about this no-fly zone, it's not worth World War III? Or are you going to say, hey, you feel lucky, punk? And knock their plane out of the sky? What are you going to do there? That's a bad decision. You don't want to put yourself in that situation. Come on, NCC. It's not like Tim actually knows how a no-fly zone works. Tim, do you want World War III? Because this is how you get World War III. Violating a no-fly zone is just fly. Yeah, exactly. Like if you establish a no-fly zone, you got to put up or shut up, right? Somebody flies in there and you got to shoot them down, or else you weren't serious about the no-fly zone. And if you weren't serious about the no-fly zone, you're not serious about anything. So, yeah, it's
catastrophic potentially. War between two nuclear powers.
Agreed. Fair point. I think my position is more so just this is a Russian border dispute over the Donbass region. The U.S.
It's an invasion, Tim.
Sure. I'm talking about the specifics of why they're doing it, right? They've invaded Ukraine because they want the land bridge into Crimea. Why do they want the land bridge into Crimea? Because Western forces were courting Ukraine. Ukraine was being courted to the Russian Trade Federation and to the European Union. Ukrainians wanted to join the European Union. It would be a massive...
Didn't Turkey shoot down Russian planes before twice? Russia only backed off and apologized.
To boost their economy, and they get access to the Schengen zone. It's wonderful. Russia didn't like that. So Russia tried to intervene. Yanukovych was ousted, fled the country. Russia then immediately...
Wait, are you talking about Russian planes that are... Yeah, if somebody's flying over your country, you can shoot them down.
Immediately got their...
Russia shot down American spy planes and during the Cold War, and it didn't...
troops outside of Sevastopol and said, we're claiming this, our warm water port in the Black Sea. And then we started to see the bubbling up of the Eastern conflict. Some people call it a civil war. And then finally, when Russia was losing and said, if we cannot lose access to the Black Sea.
Tim would literally establish an Obama-style red line and then back away from
They said, we're taking the Donbass. And this
yeah,
is
it's
where
a territorial imperialism.
So why are we involved? Because of a treaty from 30 years ago.
Yeah, because we made a promise
I think we should not have made.
So you think that they should not have gotten rid of their nuclear stockpile? You think they should, because that was what the treaty was based on.
Oh, we could have offered them something else.
What?
But that's what they were.
A lot of things.
That's the reason why they would keep them, is to protect themselves from Russian aggression, because Russia historically expands westward until they hit a stronger power.
Is this really what's happening? Is this really what's happening? Tim is such Tim is so off on this issue that it's taking like AJW to talk him out of it. Like, what's going on? What's up, Phoenix? What is even going on here? But I know what's going on in 15 minutes, and that is the bottom of the hour ad break. That's an ad break that happens twice an hour. It's terrible. You get sucked out of here. You get sucked out of your immersion. You don't get to hear what I'm saying. You don't get to hear what Tim Pool's saying. You don't get to hear what Emma Vigeland is saying. It's a terrible place to be. If you don't want to be in that place, right, you can get out of that place in one of three ways. Either A, you have an Amazon Prime, which you then use to get a free sub to the streamer of your choice, which obviously is me. 2, you pay $5 for a sub to get out of the ad break and get yourself some awesome emotes as well. Or 3, you're chatting in here and you're lucky enough that somebody who's giving out gift subs and or community subs sees you and rewards your patience with a gift sub. That could happen. I don't want you to count on it though, because it doesn't always happen, right? We could have offered something else. What were you gonna offer?
Geographical limitations to how Russia can develop have been the same for hundreds.
Anybody know what do the turtles eat? Do they eat fish?
Of years, so they were all Russia always goes that direction. That's why Poland immediately in the first opportunity joins NATO, because Poland was called the Bloodlands in World War II because they had the unfortunate situation where two strong powers were attacking.
Wasn't there also a treaty that NATO wouldn't expand?
No, this is false.
There was never an agreement.
It wasn't a treaty, but it was discussed. It was like an assurance.
Interpretation that is often inflated, and Gorbachev has clarified this specifically. It's after the Berlin Wall fell, which the Soviet Union was still around. They said that they would not move their military forces within Berlin 1 inch eastward, right? This did not apply to Poland or any of these other countries because they were a part of the Soviet Union. And again, Gorbachev himself, who would have been the person in charge, has made this clear. So this is like weird propaganda that gets put out by.
What do you think happens if we let Russia take Ukraine?
I mean, I think they're going to try to expand their sphere of influence as far westward as they can possibly do, because that's what they do historically.
But this is completely denying the sovereignty of Ukrainians. I mean, what does Ukraine want? They want the ability to defend themselves, and the United States is providing them with that. And you can.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's a lot of things that would happen if you let Russia take Ukraine. One, the word of the United States is not considered to be worth anything, right? So any other country that we've made assurances to has to make other calculations, right? It could, like, worst case scenario, it would encourage, some people that are U.S. allies to ally with Russia instead, right? Or to, like, I don't know. There's like a lot. It would be destabilizing. It would basically be destabilizing. Not that I'm comparing Russia's imperialism to American imperialism. Of course, we are the best in the world, the greatest in the world at imperialism. But
We can talk if we want to follow our treaties and give them the ability.
There's reasons generally why like nations abide by certain like diplomatic conventions, right? And there, I just gave you some
to defend themselves against imperialism.
Man,
imperialism is war.
I think also the point I was making earlier is not that Saudi Arabia cares about Ukraine, but like when you're negotiating with somebody, right? Like, past behavior is the best predictor of future outcome. So when we're trying to negotiate denuclearization with any other country, and our example of what happened to somebody who agreed to give up their nuclear stockpile is Ukraine, which is currently now part of.
And the other example is Iran, who we broke our deal with, right? We made guarantees to Iran that we did not keep. We were not good for, right? So I mean, you've got a lot of questions about like anything that the United States says at that point.
Russia, like they're not going to want to negotiate with us. So it leads to potential problems down the line. Not to mention, historically, when conflict breaks out on the European continent, a lot of Americans eventually go over there and die in order to set things right. And I don't want a third world war.
I think this is what makes the Third World War.
I mean, could agree to disagree on that.
Russia could have taken the Donbass region, and we would have been like, "Wow, that was bad. That's horrible."
They didn't go to the Donbass region. They went to Kyiv. Okay. Please don't tell me you've forgotten already.
Would have been like Crimea. Crimea got taken, and it was a big news event. And
Is he making the assumption that like Russians go into Kyiv, Ukrainians stand down and surrender, and then the United States goes in there and somehow negotiates? Okay, here's the deal: you'll get Donbass, you'll get the other breakaway region, you'll keep Crimea, and maybe get a land bridge, and then they're going to be like, okay, cool, we are in Kyiv right now, but we'll go ahead and ixnay out of EFK, and we're you know what I mean? Why would they do that? Why would they're in Kiev? Do you see? You're not in a strong negotiation spot, right? Ukraine has stood down. They've disarmed. They've demilitarized, right? And now the United States is going in there trying to ask Russia to limit like how much of Ukraine they take. Why would they do that? Why would they do that?
Capital was it not beyond the Donbass region where they were attacking?
Pretty sure it was just the Donbass region.
No, they were shelling Kyiv. They were shelling all over the country.
I mean, look, let's be real. Russia claims the whole territory.
Shell into Kyiv. They were moving towards Kyiv. What are you talking about? Oh my God! Did people really forget this?
The Ukraine and like their greater Russia as part of them. So like they may be saying there's ethnic Russians right now.
Some connections here. There we go. That's beautiful.
Like there might be ethnic Russians in the Donbass.
Should we go to war with China?
Absolutely not.
Depends on for what.
We're not in war with Russia right now. So that's the difference. That's the real line that needs to be drawn, is making sure that this does not become a proxy battle. And there are forces that want to push for that. I mean, I think that, frankly, the Biden administration has been a bit more disciplined, and I'm happy than I initially anticipated on this front. I remember when initial invasion happened, Hillary Clinton went on cable news and said, well, this could be a real opportunity to weaken Putin. And we called that out in the majority report as an incredibly dangerous notion. So
she wanted war from the get-go back in 2016.
Sure. I mean, that's the kind of force within the Democratic Party I'm trying to beat back.
I think that America being a global hegemon is a good thing because those power vacuums will be filled when we leave. I want to not go to war, but I want countries to feel like we would go to war because I like deterrence as a policy. So like
I hear it. It's tough because it's not working. And that's why I'm at the, my view is strengthen this country, shore up our defenses, focus on empowering our people with the ability to live, work, eat, sleep, Medicare.
What does that look like?
Not Medicare, medical care in some capacity.
Medicare for all, potentially?
That's a specific thing. I call it
public option. How about that?
I
Drive
call
down
it universal
healthcare
basic
prices.
healthcare.
What does that mean?
We provide basic healthcare to all people.
How so?
Do you want Hillary care? What do you want?
Well, I mean, if you want to get into the intricacies of it, I could ask you the same question. I'm saying that
through taxation.
The average,
for me.
Creating
a socialized healthcare system.
But I don't know if I would call it a socialized healthcare system. Probably because I think you're going further than I'm going with it.
Okay.
I'm saying like.
How else do you raise money then to have like a
I'm not
government
saying not taxes. I'm saying like if my limit is usually like if someone's got some like rare degenerative genetic disorder that requires $20 billion to treat, like we have a limit. We can't do that. You know what I mean? That's why I say basic. There was a story about a kid in like I think it was Louisiana.
What? Yo, Tim Care is like, look, if you skin your knee, cool, we'll fix that up. If you break your arm, we'll put a cast on it, right? But if you got some rare degenerative disease, we're gonna leave your ass to die? Is that what my dude just said? I don't want Tim Care. I do not want Tim
who
Care.
had a genetic disorder. The treatment cost $1 million. And the family demanded the state cover it. The state said we can't afford to cover it. And
but why do you think that healthcare is so heavily inflated in terms of costs in this country?
Well, for one, the insurance companies are all corrupt and broken.
Absolutely. In Germany and the UK, they spend half of what we do, and they have socialized healthcare, and they have better outcomes in terms of life expectancy, infant mortality.
Didn't Trump do the thing with like cheaper insulin from Canada or something?
I think Biden might have done something to. Like,
the insulin was a part of the negotiations in the Inflation Reduction Act.
But I just want to point out, like, those are horrible metrics, life expectancy and infant mortality, for two reasons. Number one, if you take out car accidents in the United States of America, our life expectancy shoots dramatically up. In Europe, a lot less people drive. And considering we're talking about medical care, I think we should focus on things that describe the impact of medical care. As for infant mortality, this is one of the worst metrics, because if you are born at any point for a split second and you die, you go into our infant mortality statistics. In France, for example, you have to have the pregnancy gestate for over 20 weeks and you have to be alive for a full 24 hours. So this is just not an apples to apples comparison.
I think the doctors would disagree with your assessment that the infant mortality rates are overinflated, but I'll then just
They're just measuring different things. They can disagree with that, but they would be incorrect, wrong,
but
not
how
even
about
close.
the cost element that I just mentioned?
Yeah, cost is definitely a huge problem.
That's
I think this
because
has to do with third-party payers.
Healthcare. That's because we have privatized healthcare.
I would disagree.
It dominates.
I don't completely disagree. I got a kidney stone and my bill was like 40 grand.
So I've had a kidney stone before.
They charged me like 40 grand. And then because I was between jobs, I left Vice and I was starting at Fusion, and I had this 1 week gap where I told the guys, I was like, give me a week to get to move my stuff and then I'll start. And that week, all of a sudden I'm like, what's happening? It was crazy. People think that kidney stones are like you're going to the bathroom and all of a sudden you're like, no, it's like in your body, up in your back, like in your gut. They thought it was appendicitis.
He's talking about reference pain, right? So the stone is in your kidney. It's passing through it's trying to pass, through your urethra, through your ureter, through all the stuff, right? But because of the way the nervous system works, there's reference pain that feels like it's elsewhere in your body, right? So you're getting kind of pain from all over, and yeah, it's a really bad pain.
At first,
yeah.
I went to the hospital for
the same way that like sometimes with a heart attack you don't feel it necessarily in your chest. It can also manifest in your arm and your shoulder, right? There's a lot of in your neck. There's a lot of different presentations of that. Learning what I'll have to deal with. Oh no, when I go to pass my kidney stone, I do not. That's not. Oh, I heard men call it penis pregnancy. I mean, I've never had one, right? Never had one myself, but I got a kidney stone. I went to the hospital and they had to operate, and it didn't cost me anything except to have the nurse yank the. Oh my god, that sounds painful.
for I think like 2 days, and they charged me something like 40 grand.
No insurance.
It was because I had just left. So they sent me a bill and I'm like, holy crap. So I call and I was like, I just left my job and I have a 1 week lapse in my insurance. And they went, oh, no problem. And they emailed me the new bill and it was 4 grand. And then I was like, now hold on there a minute. What happened? Fortunately, shout out to all the complaints I've had about Fusion. They said, don't worry, man, we're going to pay for it for you. That shouldn't have happened to you. And I said, thank you.
Yeah.
But like the idea that I went to the hospital for 2 days and they did nothing for me. Now, to be fair, I shouldn't say that. I got put in like a CAT scan or whatever. They were trying to figure out what it was. They thought I had appendicitis and they're like, you may have to get surgery right away. And they were like, good news, it's a kidney stone. And I was like, that sounds like terrible. And it's like, well, we're not getting surgery. It just means go home.
Well, now you know, Tim, what it's like to have a baby. So
oh yeah, apparently.
That's apparently it's the equivalent pain.
Was it a viable stone though?
Was it what?
Was it a viable stone? Did you like keep it and raise it to be your own?
No. But the point is, all they did was give me painkillers and a diagnosis and then told me to leave.
Mhm.
And for that, it was like 40 grand. And I'm like, now wait a minute. Like, I can understand.
But if that happened to you, by the way, in France or Germany, or Italy, you
It was
go
like
in.
$20 or something.
It could be free.
Yeah. But so my question is, how did they drop it by 90%? And they didn't give me an answer. They're just like, oh, it's a discount. And I'm like, what's going on? Well, why are the costs this way? Now, look, I know the left often says the insurance companies are corrupt and they're driving it, but I can tell you this. They were trying to bill the insurance company 40 grand. And then when they found out I didn't have insurance, they said, 4 grand?
Oh, no. Corporate hospital chains are really bad too. They're all a part of a sick system that needs to be dismantled and
I
nationalized.
get the pun
agree.
there. Sick system.
That was not even intentional.
Yeah, whole system's broken. I don't think I have the absolute answers. I don't know for sure. I just think, like, I see these stories.
AJW apparently a fan of bad
There
puns.
was a kid who was like 15, got the flu and died. And I'm like, how does that happen? The mom was like, I couldn't afford Tamiflu. And I'm like, it's like $30. There was a horrible story of that guy who was diabetic, and then he couldn't afford the $50 for his insulin, and he dies. And I'm like, whoa, hold on, I'll give him the money. Like, I can give him the money. I will gladly. So the challenge, I suppose, is if we do increase taxes to pay for this, do we really trust the system to not be corrupt and just steal it?
Well, I do, because I think that there are models in Canada, in the UK, in Germany,
Yeah, but
in
the United
France.
States has prison systems the way it is with our tax money too. You know what I mean? Like, if we can clean the corruption up, I'm on board for a lot. I think that's the question.
All right, well, then there's something we can work on there, Tim.
Yeah, I think like a lot of the conversations I have about taxes, people will be like, I oppose taxes because look what the government does with it.
Yo, this is fucked up. He's giving me vibes of like my college roommate. And like look, whenever I talk about anybody like, from my real life, I have to put a caveat on this. This is not to make fun of the guy. This is not, and I just did say that. This is not to this is not to dunk on him or anything like that. Oh my god, I hate this. Is really tough, right? Because I feel like it's really hard to save his dignity here. One of the nicest persons, one of the coolest, realest people I know, but he was also wrong more than anybody I had ever been around, and he was not just wrong about stuff, he was confidently wrong about stuff. And his lack of knowledge about, on any number of things which he wouldn't be expected to know about, like he's not, I'm not talking about, so he's not an unintelligent guy, right? The stuff that he's really into, he knows a lot about. He's really good at. He was really good at a lot of stuff that I suck at, right? But he was also very confident, and he was confident about stuff that he had no business talking about, and he would make these statements about emphatically about certain things, and it would just like I'd be sitting there looking around at the other people in the room and like, are you hearing this? And then sometimes they knew how wrong he was. Sometimes I was the only one in the room who knew how wrong he was. But yeah, this is what Tim Pool is reminding me of, like a college freshman that, just vastly overestimates his understanding of the world to the point where it's almost embarrassing. Like I'm embarrassed on his behalf. You will keep my secret. Thank you. Well, I just never know who's going to happen upon my live streams or my videos or anything else.
And I'm like, so you oppose corruption? You know what I mean? Like, if you were told that you were getting a really sweet deal at a discounted price, you wouldn't be complaining about it. When you're told that they take your money and go blow up kids with it and then, beat prisoners or whatever nonsense, I can understand why you're upset. The concept of taxes doesn't bother me. The concept of the government not being held accountable and corruption emerging from it.
What does bother Tim Pool is the concept of the bottom of the hour ad break, which is just about to come up. You've got like 1 minute before that starts. If you get caught up by that bottom of the hour ad break, you're going to experience a very painful and prolonged ad break. You're not going to be able to see what Tim's saying, what I'm saying, what anybody's saying. You can get out of that with an Amazon Prime connected up to your Twitch account and get a free sub that way. You can get out of it with $5. It does cost $5 to buy a sub for yourself. Or if you're really lucky, right? Or if you're really lucky, you might get out of it through some kind of a gift sub. But hey, I'm not promising you anything. Those just happen when they happen. So don't expect them. But your best shot for getting a gift sub is going to be being active in chat.
Bothers me. And like, our tax dollars, not even our tax dollars, but printing money and giving it to massive
get a
pharmaceutical
POV
companies
of
or war,
capitalism.
then I'm just like, now I can understand why, someone can come out and say taxation is theft. I disagree. But I understand their point. And I'm kind of just like, it's really hard to argue against someone who says that when we know that a lot of evil people are stealing our money
Hey, Tim, how about property is theft?
for evil things. Like, how do you clean that up? I think you clean that up and most people are going to be fine with it. You know what I mean? Like,
sure.
If you were spending $50 a month on Netflix and you knew that only like $40 was going to some random guy to go beat dogs, you'd be like, I'm not gonna give Netflix any money anymore.
Well, how do those dogs look?
That's right. It's like, are they foreign dogs? Like, yeah. So I take issues with that, and I'm kind of like, if you knew that you were contributing to a system that was using your money as efficiently as possible, you'd be like, oh, okay, I'm getting some good from it for some reason. Like, no, like a lot of people on the right, they don't want to defund the cops. Right, but the cops have a lot of broken issues within their systems.
I mean, the thing that I was saying though is that like I do get the sense, like I can see now the young idealistic Occupy Wall Street guy that senses that there's something wrong, wants to oppose what's wrong, wants to fight for what's right, but at the end of the day doesn't really understand like what's going on, and just gets used and gets played. And ends up with all these opinions that he thinks are like counter-revolutionary. They're not counter-revolutionary. He thinks they're like revolutionary, and in actuality they're counter-revolutionary, and it's just sad.
Need to be fixed as well. And I think just saying like the extremes of defund the police or just not don't really get to the problem of there's something wrong in the justice system as a whole.
Yeah, I would say I think societies are more comfortable with taxes when they have higher social trust. But I will say there is something to the fact beyond corruption that nobody's ever going to be as careful spending your money as you.
Okay, that social trust thing is usually a dog whistle. They'll usually talk about Scandinavian social democracies, and they'll say the reason that they have social trust is because they're less diverse, because they're they're just one race, and so therefore it becomes an argument like against immigration. It becomes an argument against like the existence of it becomes an argument for like a ethno-state at some point, right? That's why the Scandinavians can do this stuff, because they have an ethno-state, and it's like, oh, they know.
So like there is something that's just going to be inherently wasted when you transfer it to bureaucrats when it's not their money.
So here's the funny thing. We'll start to wrap it up.
I drank too much coffee. I got to run to the restroom.
All right,
this is true.
We'll wrap up. I'm not your buddy guy saying, why are we listening to three lefties debate politics? Where is the right-wing representation?
Hey man, I don't know what show you're watching here.
Yeah.
So, but I think that's the I guess the final thought I'll say on this is that I think for shows like yours, you exist on a political space where you assume everybody to your right is right wing, even moderates and centrists and liberals.
I think I know some moderates, and their politics are definitely to the left of yours. And I have a lot of Republican friends too, and I debate these issues with them on a regular basis. So your politics is a lot closer to theirs, to be honest, based on what I've heard.
I mean, it's weird to say
honestly,
that conservatives would be.
Tim, just prove me wrong. Like, talk about socialized healthcare all the time on your show, and I'll be looking for it now.
It's crazy too. Like the abortion thing, we talk about a lot, like ad nauseum. But it's weird because in this culture war, the tribal left, whatever you want to call it, I'm not saying all leftists, but the tribal commentary left is like I'll give you an example. The Young Turks did a video where they called me ugly because I talked about attraction privilege. I don't know how you call it, beauty privilege or whatever. And I was talking
privilege, Tim. Oh my God, this is so sad. He is so thin-skinned. Look, I mean, that's not my problem with Tim, okay? But I'm noticing that about him. His music, his looks, all this stuff like really gets to him. All this stuff really gets to him. Now we're seeing that insecure little boy in the stocking hat. Yeah, well, look, I can't feel sorry for him. He's dangerous. His audience is scary as fuck. He's dangerous. Like he's surprised that he's got like a dude with a swastika tattoo in his audience. Tim, you shouldn't be that surprised, right? You are absolutely serving people like
about
that.
how conservatives are more likely to be attractive because it's easier to go through life as an attractive person. Thus, you're given benefits that you associate to your abilities.
No, wait. Didn't he say something about... Oh my God, I'm trying to remember. There was something about, like, women... Oh my God, I can't... Does anyone remember this? Like, this spurred some conversation about, like, you know, women not being attracted to him, and like somehow his takeaway that from that was that like, well, they just don't get how awesome I am. I don't. Does anybody remember what I'm talking about? I vaguely. This was a while ago. This was some time ago.
Set of society, resulting in a conservative worldview, and those who are less attractive have it harder, resulting in a collectivist worldview. And instead of just like telling me I was wrong, they just called me ugly.
Well, I mean, do you have statistics to back up your
Yes.
their?
So,
but who
it's true.
who decides who's ugly and who's unattractive?
So they did studies where they would show images of people to men and women and ask them to rate them on a scale of 1 to 10, then create a curve of attraction. And those people that they showed pictures of, they had interviewed them on their political leanings and found a correlation between attraction and political leaning. I'm sorry, beauty, perceived beauty and political leanings. But this is like not even controversial among the left. This is privilege, right?
Hey, if we're on the right side of things and we're uglier, I'm totally fine with that.
But so what happens is, you go through life and you're ugly. People are meaner to you. They're less interested in you. You have a harder time of things. You're going to lean towards collectivist approaches to things, like we need to work together to fix these problems. But if you're attractive and people are nice to you all the time, it's like that 30 Rock.
What is the argument then? Like then you're just telling people they should vote. That like you're reinforcing this supposed dynamic, which, like, look, given Tim's like scientific literacy, I don't trust this. But
Episode The Bubble, where
I love 30 Rock.
that what was that guy's that John Hamm. It's like
Hamm.
everyone's super nice to him.
Yeah.
He thought he was really good at everything, but he was just attractive. But like my point is not to talk about that. My point is to just insult me instead of address the issue.
I disagree with the ad hominem, but it's not me. So
Well, anyway, I think we should wrap it up. It's a little bit long. Do you guys want to say anything before we finish?
well, it got a little heated, but I appreciate you having me on, Tim.
So let me get this right. I feel like you're flexing your perceived attractiveness based on being right wing, right? Because this whole thing is complimentary towards you. Okay, people that are attractive are more likely to be right wing. People that are ugly are more likely to be left wing. You're kind of trying to call left wingers ugly. You're trying, the second part is implying that you're maybe more attractive, right? And the TYT just like just flip the script on you. I don't really look. I'm not a big fan of TYT. Okay, granted, but I don't see where they did anything wrong here. And in the words of Jink, I gotta say, let him go.
For sure. And I know you don't want to have Sam on, but I hope you reconsider. I think it could be a good discussion.
Yeah, there's. I will say it with absolute conviction. There's a lot of people who have blacklisted that guy from various shows, and he knows it.
Yeah,
and he's talked about it.
He wears it like a badge of honor.
But he needs to stop saying it's because they're scared of him. It's because he's a dick.
I think he might be both. It might be both.
No one's scared of him.
All right.
Like it's not my business to bring up other podcasts.
Fucking bring him on once to prove it. All right, you're full of shit, Tim. You're full of garbage.
Networks in general. But like I've even had people ask me, and I'm like, well, I don't know. Look, man, we're willing to have people on the show, and then they'll highlight something he did, and they're like, that crossed the line, and I'm like, all right,
Right. Well, if it's about free flowing
Didn't he say
debate,
he was?
No, please tell me what you're talking about. Are you talking about the Steven Crowder thing? Are you talking about him sneaking it, make Irene bounce? Oh my God, I gotta totally flip the script here. That's probably a good thing, though. I need to flip the script. He's a dick. But I love him. He's a dick. But I love him. He's a dick. But I love him. And I wish that I could travel his way. Something like that. I mean, he's a little bit dickish. I don't know. I find his personality, I find Sam Cedar's personality pretty engaging, though. I don't know. I'm not sure if I see what Tim's saying. Of course, I'm not on the other end of his ridicule, so maybe there's something to that.
Did he kill somebody?
I don't think so.
Was it Patrick Bet-David?
I have no idea.
I could be wrong about this, but I probably
I'm
should.
pretty sure you're wrong about this.
Let me see if I can look it up.
That Sam was going to kill somebody?
In a karate battle, or like
It was something like if he had the right and he would hang the rich, he would hang Patrick Bet-David or something like that.
Yeah, that was a joke.
All right, well, I don't know too much about it. I can tell you it's like
he's sarcastic.
Jokes like that freak people out, I guess. So you can call it.
What are you, Riley? What are you freaking like? Oh my God, what the fuck is her name? What is her name? I can't remember her name now. Riley. What is her fucking? Does anyone remember who I'm talking about? The Riley who hates me and hates Demon Mama. What is her name? Why can't I remember her name? RGR, Riley Grace Rochong. Yes, that's who I'm talking about. That's some Riley Grace Rochong shit right there.
I think he was responding to
Riley Grace Rochong famously. People were saying "eat the rich," and Riley like unironically responded to that by being like, "But cannibalism is wrong. Murder is wrong. How could you say eat the rich? That's so wrong." It's like, oh my God, Riley, really?
something.
Really, Riley?
Again, these are people who are not myself, and I do 15 hours of new content on my program every day, or every week, so it's hard for me to keep track.
Yeah, right I can relate to that.
Yeah, so you can find me on YouTube at Actual Justice Warrior, on Twitter at IamSean90, and as for Sam Cedar, I'm also a New Yorker. I will not only go on his show in studio and debate him, I will also take him out to dinner,
Wait, really?
hang out with him, become his best friend, maybe even wear matching shirts and all of that. So I am available. I'm not afraid of Sam Cedar, so, deliver the message.
Love it.
Right on. Well, I really do appreciate you coming. I think it was great.
Yep.
And Sean, thanks for joining in. And we're trying to figure out how to do this properly.
He got pretty mad, though.
I think because of who I am, it's impossible for just to me to sit back and have people have a conversation. So I do want to apologize because you're definitely 2 against 1, like both of us. Although on the Ukraine thing, you guys definitely had me. I don't know.
Yo, what are you talking about? You do that all the time. Anytime you have a lefty on your thing, you're like 2 against 1 is better odds than you give most people.
What's going on here? So just for future, for everybody, we'll try and make sure that it's not so I felt like we were very 2 against 1. It wasn't very fair. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know.
At times,
I can handle it.
Right on. Well, thanks for coming.
Thank you.
And for everybody who watched, thanks for watching, and become a member at timcast.com. We have a lot of...
Thanks for watching and talking about putting Emma in a wood chipper. And then he's going to complain about Sam Cedar, joking about, eating the rich. Come on.
More shows like this ramping up next week, the week after that. We're having a really, really big one in a couple weeks. We're getting some celebrities who are interested, and I'm really impressed and excited.
Am I sitting where Kanye sat?
No, that's that one.
Oh. So I'm just sitting
Who's
where...
they?
You're saying where Seamus
sat.
No, he sat there.
Oh, yikes.
Who else was on that night?
Wasn't
Ian?
Luke on?
No. Was it Luke? Oh, yeah, it was Luke. Luke was sitting in that chair.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, we'll wrap it up. Thanks so much for hanging out, everybody. I hope it was to you exactly what you thought it was going to be. And now both the left and the right can make clips about who owned whom and when. Thanks for hanging out, and we'll see you all next time.
Oh my God. All right. Is there any new news from Russia? Anything going on in Russia right now? Oh no. Oh wait, did somebody, not only Marie is showing me a clip, I don't know if she's in chat, but she posted this clip from Sam Cedar, from Samuel. Let's see what Samuel has to say. I don't know, I like Sam Cedar. I mean, I guess, if I got, roasted by him, I might feel differently, but... wait, what is this? Oh, okay, wait. This is June 23rd, 2023. Oh, he's doing the thing that I say. Remember when with the Illuminati thing that where I was like, some of those claims I would like to see them scroll it, right? Just to know for sure 100% Illuminati really said this, because some of the shit was just wild. And of course they didn't have that. They just had the screenshots. Illuminati didn't deny it, so it seems like legit. I don't know, maybe she'll get back. Maybe she'll she says she's gonna post some real, smoking gun receipts at some point. We don't know when that'll happen, but I can have okay, so what's the detail? Okay, so talking to Tim Pool. Okay, Sam is in the blue, Tim is in the gray. Sam says, so what's the deal? Tim says, I can have Lydia arrange everything for you. Show is 8 p.m. live in Studio DC area. We can fly you out and get you a motel nearby. We hang out for 2 hours and talk about current events. I can do a group chat, pretty standard, to connect you if you want. Can just send me your email and we can set it up that way. Sam says, I can't fly down to DC. I do a 3-hour daily show. Okay. You don't do any remotes. That's a good question. You don't do any remotes? We set up the show back in January for in-person only. No real explanation of why. We don't have a way to connect everyone to Skype call? Or to really, are you buying this? I'm pretty sure that other podcasts do this. Like, this is pretty normal, right? We've rejected some centrist APD. Wait, what does that say? Centrist APD? I don't know if I'm reading that right. Centrist and right-wing people for the same thing. So take no issue if it can't be done. We can try to find a time when you are free to travel. So he's really into, like, I'll talk to you, but only if you come to my studio. But I get it. It's one of the challenges of getting guests. You and Hassan host your own content, so it's probably harder for you, but I appreciate the enthusiasm. Sam says, COVID hasn't affected your bringing people into the studio? Tim says, no one. We actually stopped guests for a while over it. Rogan never did. Then we started up in the past month or so again. Sam says, Trump never did either. I guess you roll the dice and hope you don't pull a 7. Maybe, is that like a reference to gambling? I don't know what that is. Maybe if I have a day off, says Sam. Wait, I don't know why you took offense to the above reply. Can you elaborate? So he said something on air then, right? He said something that Sam was able to hear, right? Man, that debate was long. How are we ranking compared to other debates Tim has with left? Good question. What do you think versus like the Lance debate? Oh shit, I should be showing it to you like that. Yeah, there we go. There we go. That conversation just happened to occur during COVID-19. I don't think Sam would agree to fly over to Tim's studio for a debate regardless, because he can see through Tim's BS. Yeah, it became pretty apparent what Tim was doing. We beat Lance of the Serfs as his Emma versus Tim just started. Oh, okay, that's really good. Really? I thought that Lance, really? Wait, Lance is like a late night streamer now? When did that happen? You agreed to an in-studio interview for publicity. You lied. What? You agreed to an in-studio interview for publicity? You lied? I have no, Sam says, I have absolutely no idea you only did in-studio interviews, and I had no idea you weren't in New Jersey. Is that what, NJ? New Jersey anymore? The last one we did was on Skype. Tim says, you wanted to rile up your followers. The tweet said in studio and we cover travel. You dragged me to rile up your followers and then pretend to be serious, then claimed you were busy. Then you claimed it was COVID. You're full of shit. Sam, I don't see any travel tweet. I don't see any travel tweet, dude. Now, how in the world would I have accepted tonight as a date? What? How in the world would... Wait, they didn't... What? I'm so confused. They didn't agree to anything. Wait, what? Did Tim think that he had scheduled a debate? Hot take. I don't think Tim Pool is a real conservative. He doesn't believe in the philosophy. He talks like a bitter former liberal. Yo, is that some Jamie Kilstein energy, right? That's weird to compare Tim to Jamie Kilstein, because Jamie Kilstein is a former left-winger who's gone absolutely nowhere, despite getting shout-outs from Joe Rogan, from Tim Pool. You know, he got featured as a guest on Tim Pool. Still has no fans. That's the one thing about Jamie Kilstein, is he didn't really have very many fans as a lefty, and he definitely doesn't have one now that he's alt-right. But yeah, it's giving. Does anybody know who I'm talking about? Right. This is a deep cut, right? If you know about Jamie Kilstein, you are cool. You may be too cool. You might need to touch grass if, like me, you know who Jamie Kilstein is. But that's who I'm comparing Tim Pool to tonight for some reason. I didn't see any travel tweet. Dude, how in the world would I have accepted tonight as a date, though I had to travel from upstate to New York starting at 3 p.m. after my show to get back here at 8:30 and prep for tomorrow's show? Makes no sense. Tim forces his left-leaning and liberal guests to fly over to his studio to wear them out. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of psychological things. Tim just doesn't have a lot of self-confidence, right? Whether it is his singing, his band, whether it is his looks, whether it is, his debating performance, right? He won't take anybody on 1v1. He has to have these like kind of stilted, stacked odds. He has to have all these things in his favor to I just don't get it. Oh wait, I'm supposed to bounce, aren't I? I'm supposed to bounce. 8:30 a.m. Okay. Bullshit, says Tim. You did a segment pulling clips from my studio show. Sam, not to mention I had to do a pre-record after my regular show. As far as I remember, it wasn't an interview, and B, just because you do one interview in studio, how could I possibly assume that you only do them in studio? Tim, the entire channel you pulled from is a live. The entire channel? Okay, so you pulled from Timcast, right? Sam, you have like 10 channels. No offense, but yeah, that's true. He has a bunch of channels. I don't follow what shows you have. My producers pull clips, and I don't even know if they know. Yeah. So Sam doesn't pull clips himself, right? That's the producers. Tim, you're lying. You directly criticize my opinions. So either you lie on your show, or you're lying right now. Sam, yes, I directly criticized your opinions. That's why I'm interested in having a conversation with you, Tim. But you don't watch my content, so you're just making shit up. Sam, I watch those clips that my producers pull. I watch the clips that my producers pull. I've seen plenty of your clips over the years. Tim, like the ones about Flint, Michigan. Sam, what? Tim, the ones, yeah, he doesn't like being criticized. It really gets to him, right? They do, Tim is often a subject on the Majority Report, almost always criticized, and apparently it really gets to him. The one where I call the Flint water crisis a human rights violation. The one where I said we need to end the war and use the budget to fix Flint's water crisis. Sam, did I comment on that? Oh, he's going to be... Tim, yes. Sam, and what did I say? I agree that it's a human rights offense, if not technically. And I'm happy to end the war, but we have the money to fix it, and it doesn't have to be tethered to ending wars. In fact, it makes it less likely. Should we say we should fix it? Tim, no, you dragged me. We're not talking about it. Yeah, tethering it to ending a war makes it less likely we'll fix the problem. Did I say we shouldn't fix it? And Tim says, no, you dragged me for not talking about it. Okay. Oh, shit. No way. Oh, my God. Oh, my work is never done, is it? Ah, okay. Here we go. Here we go. Look, if you appreciate me being such a completionist on this show me by hitting that like button on YouTube, if you haven't already, show me by with gift subs, show me in some tangible way that you appreciate that I'm about to go through 3 of these sets of messages from Sam. So like, wait, the first one seems Emma Vigeland made Tim's cast very upset today on his show. And he took the occasion to once again claim that I accepted an invite to be on the show and then backed out because of drama. I am attaching the screen recordings of our DMs to clear the air. Okay, so here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Do you just not do research and say random shit to random clips with no research? I don't know what you were referring to. You didn't know what you were commenting on. You never saw the show. You dragged me for something. This is such a dragged me, right? It just feels like I'm talking about like to Vosh or so. Like it feels like debate bozo shit, right? This should be below Tim Pool. It's definitely below Sam, right? You shouldn't talk like this. This is just like, this is silly. You dragged me for something you claim I didn't talk about, but do all the time. Sam, if you don't want to do an interview with me because you are mad at my critique of your show, then fine. Just say that. But you seem to be changing the topic here. Tim, you've never seen my show. Sam, when was that video? When I said that you should talk about that more. Tim, use invitations to you use my invitation to trigger your followers, pretending to accept, then privately said no. You're a liar. Sam, I've seen portions of your show, Tim. If you, like me, do hours a day, have not watched every minute you have produced. True. Tim, so you knew that I was live. It was a live studio show with multiple people. So is MR, right? Tim, I'm not sure what their setup is. Is it still like it at least used to be? I'm not sure how it works now. I guess maybe they're in different places. Tim, yeah, because like it might have changed after COVID. Tim, I never suggested in public that you didn't extend an invite on my show. I explained that I couldn't do it because it was in studio. Can you yourself told me that you didn't have guests the whole year. Tim, you publicly agreed to an in-studio show. Sam, I didn't realize it was in studio. It was an in-studio show, Tim. Tim, the tweet said live in studio with travel covered. Okay, so his invitation, like the tweet that he made where he's like, I don't get to debate any lefties. I would love to debate some lefties. Any lefties out there want to debate me? Are you afraid? Hey, listen, I'll cover your hotel. I'll bring you in. We'll do a show. You're like, right, that thing, right? So he makes that, like, he offers this like whole package of like, you know, here's what I want to do, right? And Sam makes the assumption that for somebody like him who does a 3-hour show every day, and I could totally relate to this. I'm on 8 hours here. I'm doing a really long show today. So I hope somebody out there appreciates it, right? I love to see when people appreciate what I'm doing for you, going through this content like this, right? But yeah, Sam does a 3-hour show and a lot of research on top of that. A lot of his show is stuff that he generates himself. Not as much of it as the React is mine. So yeah, he puts in a lot of work. I would easily say that he puts in equal or greater work into what he does than I do. But yeah, he's making the assumption that, okay, you said live show, but you know, can we not do Skype? Like, right? Everybody does Skype. Maybe your preference would be to do a live show, but you know, you gotta, for somebody who isn't going to be able to do it, you'd think that you could, you know, maybe make it remote. Or at least, I didn't realize that you didn't do remote. You and I did a remote. Yeah, they did a remote interview before. So you were calling me a liar because of a tweet. A tweet I didn't see said travel covered and is supposed to be, yeah, 'cause it's his producers, supposed to mean no remote interviews. You responded to the tweet. So he actually responded. What are you talking about? The tweet said open the 13th live in studio. You said yes. Does someone else run your Twitter? Sam, no, I wish. Hold on. Let me find it. Here's the tweet. Illegible. It's too small to... Wait. Like, if I could blow it up and, like, read it myself, but... Oh my god. Can I read it? Okay. I'm reading the tweet now, okay? It might have blown up too much for you, but so you might not be able to see this. Okay, invitation accepted. How's Monday at 8 p.m.? No, 6 p.m.? I think, Tim, 110 million views in the past 30 days. If you were interested in an easy win, I think they'd take it. If they were interested in an easy win. Okay, that's what the tweet he's responding to. Seems like they are actually scared. So he's implied lefties are scared. Okay. We are booked Monday. The show is live 8 p.m. in studio. We can cover all travel and accommodation. 13th is open. Next opening is the week following. Sam, I can do the 13th. Let's get back to normal size here. Hope that wasn't too weird. Sam, okay, I just saw this. I assumed you could do remote. I assumed I could do remote. Tim, I am hours from the airport here. It would take me half a day to get to where you are in DC. What is the first thing I responded with when you DM'd me? I was surprised that you don't do remote interviews because that's what you did for our last interview. That you claim I'm lying seems really hard to believe. Like, what was the lie? Tim, you publicly agreed to an in-studio show, then you privately said you couldn't travel, publicly tweeted about COVID fears. Sam looks at my DM. Look at my DM. I mentioned concern about COVID. In our exchange, yeah, we saw that. Okay, so he's right about that, right? At the end of maybe if I have a day off, so you dragged me over fake claims of an airtight studio? What? Yeah, maybe if I get a day off, maybe. Tim, I do a cartoon for Fox. That's Bob's Burgers. No one's going into studios. Oh, wait, maybe this is what Emma was talking about. Sam, I filled in on MSNBC for Chris Hayes. There were less people in that studio than there are in your studio, and it's about 10 times the size. Tim, maybe you shouldn't publicly try to drag me unless you know what you're talking about, Sam. If I want to drag you about how irresponsible that is, I would have dragged you for it. Tim, the restrictions here are lifted. Great. I'm sure that means I'm safe. The restrictions here are lifted for what we are doing, and we are following all the guidelines. You don't know what you're talking about. Sam's, I have friends at hospitals in New York. They are all preparing for a second wave. Yeah, he was right. There was definitely a second wave. There was a second wave. There was a third wave. There were a lot of waves. There were many waves, right? Tim, they just shut down my daughter, or no, Sam, they just shut down my daughter's school, right? So Sam, like I said, I didn't drag you for what you're doing. I wrote that was the reason why I wasn't prepared to put myself at risk. Tim, then maybe you should actually read before agreeing. Sam, you cited Rogan. I heard he is testing. Is that true? Are you testing before each show? Are you denying that when you said no leftists don't accept your invitation, that you neglected to mention that it was because of travel and COVID concerns? Tim, I don't believe... Oh my god. I don't believe Rogan is testing anymore, not for a while. We are following the appropriate guidelines. In fact, that we were cleared for 50 people in the studio. It's not why leftists are rejecting. No, of course not. Of course not. One more. Okay, god damn. So it's funny because the fact that, like, look, like I said, you know, if you really want to prove that you got DMs with somebody and they're real, they're legit, right? This is what you do. You scroll through them. Now, I'm wondering, though, why Sam did this, right? Because this implies that he thinks that Tim might try to wiggle out of something. Tim might try to say that the DMs are fake, which would be weird. Okay, there we go. That's not why leftists are rejecting. That's why you and Hassan rejected. Vosh is down. Vosh went. Vosh came. And so is Matt Bender. Matt Bender came through. Maybe not the best idea. Seems to be no issue for them. Sam, I am significantly older than both of them. A, B, I do a daily show. That can not be moved or done outside of my studio. And C, are you saying that I'm afraid to talk with publicly and I'm using travel as an excuse? Sam, you're either an idiot or you're lying. Pick one. You publicly agreed to an in-studio show. Sam, oh Tim, only an idiot would engage with you this way. Now you're just trying to find an excuse, Sam. An excuse for what? Tim, having to actually show up. Sam, why would I not want to show up but for the reasons I've stated? Tim, which is it? You didn't read the tweet. You have work. You are worried about COVID, or is it all of the above? Seems like any scenario you've never seriously considered doing the show. You just wanted Twitter drama. Sam, I didn't interpret your tweet as meaning that it was exclusively in studio, and I don't want/can't travel because of all the above reasons. Oh, I get you have your unbreakable format, fine, but I ask again, why would I not want to show up but for the reasons stated? Tim says because your intent was drama. Your clout. Wait, what? Drum up conflict on Twitter. Sam, I don't give a shit about Twitter dumb drama. Sam, believe me, I am very interested in talking. Yeah, Sam likes these debates, right? It's his favorite thing, right? Look, I am not and have not knocked your format. If that's your format, I can respect it. I was expressing all the reasons that made it too heavy a lift for me. I'm happy to have you on my show if that will be a show or of good faith. No travel involved. That last part is a friendly joke, but also we could do it over Zoom. Damn. Okay, that's the there it is. There it is. Caught in 4K. Tim Pool. Sam adds, and Tim mentioned that he's the first guy I reached out to when I am frustrated with the failure of Bob's Burgers. Oh my god. Is this what Tim didn't realize was a joke? Oh, he's talking about the Bob's Burgers thing. Yeah. Okay, wait. Tim, yeah, because this is like 8 hours ago, right? Tim has, so wait, was this before the 8 hour? No, this is after, right? 8 hours is when I started, right? So, Tim mentioned that he's the first guy I reach out to when I am frustrated with the failure of Bob's Burgers to appreciate Hugo's dynamism. Hugo's one of my characters. Tim has been instrumental in helping me come to grips with just being Harold. I didn't realize this. I didn't realize he also, they discontinued Hugo. Hugo's like the health inspector. I don't know about Harold. I haven't watched that much Bob's Burgers. I do know about Hugo. That's the one character that got discontinued. That, he's disappointed in losing. But yeah, there's also Harold. Wait, what is Thanos saying? I'm becoming a god. Yo, look at his disgusting look at his disgusting like fans. See that? This is why you don't get invited places, Emma. I don't really care about getting invited places. Tim Pool, NPC eyes. I don't like Tim. Oh my god, what kind of disgust? The blue check comes in, and obviously, yeah, makes Tim look good. This actually makes Tim look good. Sam is being disingenuous. Oh my god. Grifter says what? Okay, anyway, that's the tweet. Amazing. How what are we clocking in at here? 9 hours. 9 hours. 9 hours. Oh my god. Look, if you were to like go through my stream and you were to like figure out like how hard I work for my money, like how many hours I'm putting in, how emotionally taxing it is. Like, right, I feel like this is you cannot doubt my passion. All right. If nothing else, you have to acknowledge that I have a passion for what I do. But yeah, this is probably a bit much, isn't it? Chat, you know what you've done? Oh my god. I feel like maybe you deserve a treat. Okay, I'm gonna give you a choice. You tell me, okay? I got two options for you. One is Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster on Twitch. And the other one is a Minecraft game called Dwarfs vs. Zombies. It's like a server-side mod. It's pretty cool. What sounds good to you? Do you want to yeah, it's like a server-side Minecraft mod where you start off as dwarfs. You get to build a keep, you defend the keep. It's very different than vanilla Minecraft, right? I will say. It's very different. I need a rub. Yeah. A rub? What's a rub? Okay, what do you think, chat? You gotta let me know. You gotta let me know really soon, or else I'm just gonna decide at random. And you don't want that. You don't want me deciding at random. Like, I should probably make a conscious decision. Look. Since I'll probably never get a chance to do this again. Dwarfs versus zombies, it is. Say hi to Rob for me. Say hi to Old Man Willikers. Oh my god, wouldn't it be cool if, like, this is a 24-hour DVZ stream. I might actually try to get on at some point. I need to eat something first, though. So enjoy this. This is like nothing else you've ever seen, I promise. Check this out, okay? We're raiding in to Rob, a.k.a. Old Man Willikers, a.k.a. Bruce Willikers. Body release and, oh, a movie or vice versa. That sounds nice. Get in here. Get in here. Seriously, if you know, this is gonna blow your mind. It's like, it's so much more intense than vanilla Minecraft. And it looks like we're only having, I had like 25 people watching. I waited too long. I took too long deciding who to raid. If you're in here, you got like a few seconds to get back in here. Otherwise, I don't know. We're gonna have to pick back up on this. I don't know if I'll try to pick back up on tomorrow. I've got so much to do. If nothing else, I'll pick back up on Monday. We got to talk about the quartering and the woke sub. We got to talk about Marjorie Taylor, Marjorie Titan Green, and Lauren Boebert. And we got to talk about Moms for Liberty and how much they love a certain man named Adolf from Germany. So we will pick back up on that when we do. Thank you so much. Much love to all of my chat. You've got a few more seconds. If there's anybody in here, you gotta click it right now if you want to get in on that raid. All right. Otherwise, I will see you later. Yes, we got one more. Okay, Moe Kyun, and say hi to Rob. Oh wait, I also have to stop streaming. Hi everybody on YouTube and everybody who didn't get rated out on Twitch. How are you doing? I just got a shout out from my old hero, Old Man Willikers, Rob Moran from Dwarfs vs Zombies. Pretty cool, pretty amazing. I've actually played this game before. It's like a server-side mod for Minecraft, and you got to get selected, right? You gotta like. It's an exclusive kind of thing, right? A lot of people want to play. Not everybody gets to play, but I got to play twice, and I got blown up at least once by Old Man Willikers, and maybe killed by the dragon in the other one. I don't remember, but I definitely got killed pretty quickly both times. So